Tell me where do I go? Tell me where do I take us? Your heart is starting to slow. May the water be safe. As I dive in, bloodstains washing underneath our waves. I'll be reaching out to keep you safe. As we fall, I can't hold on much longer. We're drifting
Wanna join me? Come and play, but I might shoot you in your face. Bombs and bullets will do the trick. What we need here is a little bit of panic. Do you ever wanna catch me? Right now I'm feeling ignored. So can you try a little harder? I'm really getting bored.
Hello and welcome to the LCK. We are here for DRX versus Bro for our first matchup. It's me, Valdez, with Chronicler, and we are casting on a Thursday. This feels weird, but gotta mix up all the duos for the Saturday showdown, and we have a little bit of a different schedule, so should be a bit of fun. How are you feeling today, Chronicler?
Normally, I tell which day of the week it is by who I'm casting with or what I'm doing on the day. It doesn't work anymore, so
Today is Friday.
It is actually Friday today. I'm sorry to tell everyone at home, but I am in complete shambles as a result. Fortunately, we have some great distractions here. Should be some, well, I don't know about great. First match, both teams have struggled a lot, but at the very least, it will be important because the upcoming matches for neither of these teams are looking too hot, so getting a win here is extremely pivotal.
Yeah, DRX able to pick up their first win recently. Definitely a roster that everybody expected to be at least middle of the pack based on some of the names. And you can take a look at where these two teams do stand right now. Bro did start off very strong with a couple of wins in week 1. But of course, that was against Nomshim and Kwangdong Freaks. So things have turned around since then. Strength of schedule always important.
And for DRX, their strength of schedule a little bit more all over the place. Their loss against GNG can't really be held against them, but overall, regardless of whether or not they get wins in terms of games, they look lackluster. Team just doesn't look on the same page. Looks like it's kind of the worst habits of all the individual players thrown together. We don't really see Fate up until his last series, so gonna see if that changes here today.
Yeah, you can see a little bit of what we were talking about, two East teams, east side of the bracket, right side of the bracket, so in the lower half, and who will triumph today. DRX were able to take a win over Kwangdong Freaks, who are currently looking like our weakest team, so hopefully, every other team from here, I would say, for DRX will be stronger, so that's really got to be a foundation point for them. For Bro, I feel like they actually, they took that one game against Live Sandbox, and I feel like that's the biggest thing kind of that led me to actually predict them today, even though, again, on paper, some of the names you would say, oh, DRX definitely should have this, but I'm not so sure, Chronicler.
I would agree with you, Valdez. It is a tough one to call, truly. Both these teams, for very different reasons, struggling with their own play, as these aces hold the top. These are the two players that on these respective teams are performing the best. Rascal playing well, even when the rest of his team has been fairly lackluster, and Umti, it's still the same Bro that it was for the last 2 years. Yes, the Light and Lava are gone, but it doesn't really matter. It's the same team. If Umti doesn't work, if Umti doesn't get anything done, the rest of the team won't be able to either.
So, a 20-loss streak. 4 efforts since 2020 spring, which feels like it was just yesterday, but actually that was 3 years ago. So definitely pretty rough. Effort is going to have to try to find a win today. And I mean, this might be his best chance, to be honest, because everybody's kind of calling this 50-50. The predictions look 50-50. A lot of the analysts are saying it's 50-50. Even the fan votes we saw on Naver and on Twitter, it's all just 50-50. So everybody is kind of confused about who's going to take this one.
And as far as peak goes, I would still have to give the edge to DRX, but Bro is one of the teams that really has shown that if you're not on the same page, if you are unable to kind of move yourself around the map, have good setup for late game team fights, they will slowly and steadily make their way towards a victory. And that is what they're going to be looking towards here for their match against DRX. And for DRX, to me, it really is about, will they be able to actually utilize the pieces that they have?
Couple of signs right next to each other. One says Rascal, show top diff, and then the other one says Duckdom, show AD diff. So, looking for the diff in some of the lanes. Brion 2-0, what she is looking for. As here are our teams. Umti's looking pretty happy right now, but he said he was very angry in his last interview, so it will be interesting to see if he turns it around. But here is DRX. They look very focused and a little bit somber, even. Look at Duckdom's face. He's like, I am going to kill them.
Yeah, this is focus phase coming through, and of course this team has a ton of pressure on them. It's looking at the names isn't unthinkable that this team might have very low lows when they don't work, but the highs should be good as well. And thus far, We only saw that in their one win, where most notably Fade actually showed up, able to play a lot better. But that alone is not going to be enough. To me, it's about the top half of the map, even though top lane doesn't matter as much. I think in this matchup, it definitely does. And additionally, Kroko versus Umti, going to be looking out who is able to pick up the early plays.
Yes, and here is Brion. Definitely an interesting team. I don't think a lot of people had too much hope when they first saw this roster, but I feel like they have overperformed based on the expectations. And I think that draft will be very important for this team as well, especially in the bot lane. They looked very confident on the Lucian Nami, which they played, I believe it was 6 or 7 times in a row at the beginning of the season. They have not really been able to get that duo, as Lucian Nami has kind of dominated LCK to no one's surprise. And Umti, we'll see if, you know, some of that angry feeling, he's like, in his last interview, he's like, yeah, we got the win, but I'm angry. I did not perform well. We can do so much better. And, you know, Umti's been around for a very long time. He's been on some very struggling teams as well in the past. Everybody remembers Jin Air. So maybe he will be able to push his team over the top. And we always say this about Brion, that Umti needs to be on point for them to succeed. So that's where I will be looking for right now. As I think she was asking Henna to marry her? I'm not 100% sure. Here's the top lane key player matchup, Chronicler.
And as we mentioned earlier, Rascal has been the ace for DRX, the only player that even remotely looks like himself. As we can see, leading in some of these stats, being first in kill participation as a top laner is not a great sign for the rest of your team. So that one, I'm gonna...
It's like a problem.
Yeah, that's not a good
Too high.
Good for Rascal. Very bad sign for DRX. Outside of that though, looking at the solo kills, looking at how much he's actually able to do in terms of utilizing his gold and DPM showcases individually, Rascal still doing pretty hot. The problem is the rest of his team is not, and top lane right now is generally only coming into play as soon as you get out of lane, right? When we get to the 14-15 minute mark, when 2 Drakes might have already been taken, bot lane might have already given up 15,000 plates and have been, you know, dived 3 times, and then you woke up as a top laner like, hey guys, what's been going on?
Yeah. You just, it's like that
Show
scene
up.
from, I think it's from Community, right? Where he walks into the room and it's on fire.
Yeah.
He's got the pizza. He's like, wait, what happened down here?
Gone for 2 minutes.
I didn't look at the score. We saw some smiles on the DRX players' faces, which I think is definitely a good sign. They looked very somber even after their win against Kwangdong just last Sunday. So we all know that kind of the mood of the team and the emotions can actually play a big part, not only in your individual performance, but your performance as a team. So looking for a little bit more of that for DRX.
And where DRX have really struggled is where I do think that Brion will have the upper hand, and that is on coordination. I don't think Brion's macro is great. They are the epitome of playing it safe no matter what. No matter the game state, no matter what lead you might be able to get, if you push, they prefer to take it slow and steady. But their team fighting still has been good enough to match some of our more mid to high tier teams. And for DRX, they often get into trouble very early on already, right? A couple of early skirmishes then don't go their way, and if you have that happen against Brion and they can take a very slow but steady grip of the game, then you might be in trouble.
Slow and steady,
yeah,
I think is definitely a couple of keywords for Brion. DRX definitely no strangers to trying to turn up the heat and turn up the tempo. Lord Morgan getting a lot of respect here. I think this is a good idea.
As the Renekton, obviously a comfort pick for Morgan, something that he can pick against, but the impact that Brion has with it in teamfights really can't be overstated. Lucian, Nami still on the table. Ashe, fortunately, is taken away, at least for now. Heimerdinger, another example that should still be very high on the priority list. No junglers taken away yet either. And personally, wouldn't mind a B1 Maokai, but might just be a Zeri pickup like we saw yesterday. Personally, I hope that's not the case. But You know, Gen G 2-0'd with it as
Wow.
the Varus respect ban coming out. And that to me is a clear signal that they are then probably going to first pick the Nami here. Because I do agree with you, I don't think you give Brion Lucian Nami ever. As very divergent bans here coming through. Things like the Rise still open, Nami first pick to me seems like a no-brainer here for the DRX bot lane.
Sante ban, that is the champ that, it's the only champ that Rascal has won on so far, which is kind of interesting. I'm sure that he can win on other champs, and he has performed on other champs, but maybe just showing some respect to the power of that pick in the hands of Rascal and others. There's Elise, and that will be immediately a very large amount of prio from the jungle and your bottom lane.
Yeah, guess what? Guess which draft I prefer, Valdez? Take a
wild gander.
Take a wild guess.
I'm gonna say DRX.
I do, in fact, prefer DRX draft, and it is a combination of putting the bro bot lane on the back foot, barring level 1, and even that I think is more execution-based. The Zeri Lulu lane specifically has really struggled. Zeri Yumi has been a little bit stronger in terms of overall performance. Zeri Lulu still sitting at, I think, like a 25% win rate, looking very tough. You have a jungler that is expert at actually utilizing the bot lane prio that you will have. The one-item spikes, disgusting from DRX thus far, and I do think you need a proactive game plan against Brion. You can't really sit back and let them just take their time, and the draft that DRX has thus far should really allow them to take control of this game early on.
Yeah, definitely should, on paper, based on what we've seen so far. Krako, we were watching, actually, Hambach from the KT Challengers team. You can watch that on Mondays and Tuesdays. We actually do cast that live in English now. He was dominating multiple times on the Elise, just super aggressive, so proactive, looking for pretty much any lane. Didn't matter where it was, obviously a little bit more focus on mid and bot. We'll see if Krako can replicate some of that as more mid laners. 4 of them are taken off. Silas and Akali still available, but Silas will go into the hands of Karis to start.
Akali is the handshake here. Ooh. Wouldn't mind that. The Jace, we have seen actually utilized as a flex as well, but I am assuming this is going to be for Rascal here. And the power of these type of poke compositions has been great thus far. I do think that the Maokai overall doesn't mind. Also do know that Silas into Jace and Elise is not going to be very happy.
Yeah.
Like, as far as ultimates go,
great.
that's as bad as it gets. Obviously the wave is nice, culling is okay, but kind of a double or a win-win rather here from the DRX as okay. So the Jax has amazing setup with the Elise. Really strong 2v2, very, very hard to play into. Any form of CC hits and you're going to be dead. Morgan opting into the Fiora, of which he already had a great game. One of a few Fioras that actually split pushes. Exactly.
Imagine that.
And overall, I gotta say, I love the DRX draft. I think you have a lot of lanes that you can play towards. You have an incredible amount of early game power. You have good poke. You have good disengage. The only thing you're lacking is actual hard engage, right? So if you fall behind and say your Jace isn't in the game, your Jax is set behind as well, then I think you're really going to struggle because either you come back to Fiora or Umti is going to be able to take complete control of the jungle. But outside of that, like the DRX comp here a lot, I think Brion is going to struggle in terms of priority in most of their lanes, except top, but top lane is, you know, top lane is top lane. It's not that big a deal at the moment, unfortunately.
Yeah, we'll see where that is maybe 15 minutes in the game. Unless Rascal gets a solo kill randomly, which he does sometimes. Morgan pretty good at that as well. And says your problems are over, your troubles are over. Let's go on a winning streak for DRX. Could happen. Could definitely happen. The Jace pick is very interesting that it's coming back into the meta this forcefully, I would say. The mid lane is cool for it as well because we saw so many mid lane bans, and the fact that you can actually pick an AD mid laner because you have the Elise, which is one of the few AP junglers that is available nowadays. And also it should be a very good matchup into Silas, of which, you know, there weren't a lot of great AP mids that were left to go into that Silas. That would have been great.
Overall, bro should struggle in the early game. Still a lot of team fighting power though, so the dream of friendship lives on, Valdez.
Yes. Link hands and go onto the rift, says Bro. We'll see how it goes as we jump onto the rift for game 1. Here we go. Game number 1. Umpty is no stranger to flashing walls.
30초 남았습니다.
If Duckdom a little bit more forward, he would have considered it. But
That would have been something.
Duckdom can just take dash level 1 and probably just get away. Maybe if the Silas came down.
Also, do note, Croco going for the PTA here. PTA skills worse, especially with the Elise being its OIP stores. If you go Electrocute and you do find some early plays, get some early kills, Elise actually scales way better than many think in terms of damage. Playing team fight still going to be hard. Kind of have to be skittering on the outsides as a Spider would. But with the PTA, your first couple of levels are going to be way stronger at the cost of a little bit of a damage drop-off later on. But with this draft, I think you're all in on trying to find big leads early on and make sure that Brion never gets to play the game. So personally, a big fan of that rune setup in this given situation.
Couple of Storm Gatherers here on the side of DRX.
It's insurance policy.
On the Jace and on the Lucian. Henna has a very high win rate here on Zeri. Keep in mind that, you know, Henna has been a pretty solid, I should say like long-standing, let's say, AD carry here in the Brion roster. And he played it through the Zeri OP meta as well. Even though Brion weren't getting tons of wins, they were still able to find 8 at least here for Henna's Zeri.
As early level 2 is indeed hit, as we have seen before.
Yeah.
Effort, another example here of the Lulu going for really early lane focused. The bot lane meta really has devolved into who gets early prio. We've seen some more egregious examples with supports flashing in already, as I was leading towards. But Valdez,
You and I are
Effort
just
and
linked.
Trusted, where we are linked, we spend so much time together. Pointing towards the tank item picked up here for Effort is of course going to mean that really helping with reaching that level 2 early on. You can get the execute on the minion. Also going to help when the inevitable Lucian Nami power spike will come through, but might run into some more mana issues as Umpty was of course spotted, so not going to be a lot of opportunity here in Croco already, utilizing the prio that he has in mid to try and go for some aggressive plays. And ooh, you do have an Elise. I like this angle.
Here we go. 4 ranged minions in a dream. That's going to be everything missing, though. Karis was very well positioned, by the way. He knew it was coming. He was over on the top side of his lane, not near the wall where Elise was. He's able to avoid everything. Very nicely done in terms of a small positioning thing that can get you out of ganks. His top lane is actually going the way of Morgan so far.
Rascal looking a bit rough now. Now do note, again, they know where Umpty is. Umpty does just put down a ward, and Croco, for all his efforts, will not be rewarded just yet. I think Umpty also placing a sapling there in the bot side jungle, so Croco will get spotted by that. Should be able to still take these wolves, though.
No.
Yeah, that's Elise.
Yeah. Hello again. And Croco, I mean, there's no real reason for him to leave because the top side of your jungle basically doesn't exist sometimes in this meta, where the bottom lane is just so important. So you're trying to get prio there. As speaking of which, Henna's going forward. He's getting really aggressive. Flashes right on top of Duckdom. As does he have enough damage? Yes, he does. Henna just gonna dunk on the bottom lane of DRX.
And that's a really big moment there for the Brion bot lane, able to find the all-in potential. This is why we see the lane focus summoners coming through. Duckdom and Barrel level down there. As a result, really big win. Henna picking up an early kill. This entire wave going to be lost to Duckdom. And that takes a lot of pressure off of Umpty's back.
Yeah. It's a little micro play that we see very often, actually, in this exact lane matchup, where the Nami kind of just misses everything, including the bubble, and you just move forward instead of back. And it's like, uh-oh. the Zeri actually can have more sustained damage in the long lane and has a way to just chase us down, as we're going to see right here.
Yeah, Doctom is the one going in, and then Barrel unable. Nice dodge from Henna as well, obviously with the dash. Not a lot of good outcomes here for the bot lane, as we saw there. Thought Henna and Effort were level up, but didn't even need it. Still both level 3 as well, and just the early game power of that, which is weird to say, but it really kind of also highlights something that we have been very critical about, which is while we kept seeing this lane being picked into Luciana. And it was very similar to what happened the first time we saw Zeri, where we were all extremely skeptical, and then as time progressed and teams got more comfortable playing it, we're actually starting to see more of the power. Now, I do think that you're still not out of the woods yet as Bro, because you know, you're still playing into a Lucian with Dirk, you're still playing into an Elise, but these type of moments do really help. As Morgan gonna get ganged up on here.
Yeah, he doesn't have level 6. He's just gonna ghost and try to run away, but he gets flashed on. Very nice riposte, but the slow here from the chase, and the flash from Fate will seal his fate. And Rascal is going to pick up that kill. The only issue is now that if you do commit so hard to the top side, your bottom side is just gone. So this will be a lot given over to Henna. A little bit of a trade opted into here by DRX.
So I'm not 100% sure. Personally, I really like giving the gold to the Jax. I do think this Jax versus Fiora matchup is extremely snowbally. And just off of this, Rascal now going to be able to get a monstrous back, going to be able to apply way more pressure in this lane. And you also saw DRX very consciously giving over that kill specifically to Rascal, right? As Fate spots Umpty.
Oh, the flash. Fate doesn't have flash anymore because he used it in the top lane gank. As the damage should come out here. He lived for quite a long time. That's going to be Karis cosplaying as Jace, of course, as the Silas, and they give that kill consciously over to Karis.
Actually getting it with the ranged autos from the Jace. Very, very funny. Looks a bit ethereal there. Nicely done by Brion. Umpty able to find a crucial gank here, actually punishing even further beyond just that bot play, the DRX top lane. And this is the point where we say, okay, it's probably not worth it anymore. If Fate lives, I think you can make an argument, but now Ghost gets popped by Morgan, he still hits level 6, and due to the fact that he still is bone plating, Ghost running as well, and Croco is a little bit behind, do feel the need to try and go in. Fate did have an inkling that this was happening, but yeah, there's no counterplay here. Really nicely done by the Bro mid-jungle duo. As quick zoom in there.
Get
Style
Jace.
points.
Jace.
Really is payback.
Got him. Worked out pretty well. And the Silas, once it gets ahead, you get that early rod, and then all of a sudden, like in the mid-game, you were just unkillable. So I think it's very important that he gets some wins, as now on the bottom side, look at the timing on their flashes. They both don't have it, as that's going to be the kill onto the Nami. Can they get more? Umpty's trying to take this one up, and he will do it perfectly. A double kill for Anna, who is now 3-0 on the Zeri.
Perfect timing there from Umpty, and this is exactly what we were asking for. Acceleration, right? Umpty is the big instigator, and his bot lane already has done a stellar job this game, being able to punish Doctom and Barrel in the 2v2. Add to that they get the punish on Fate, and now runs straight to bot lane, gets a double there, and overall the game stayed rapidly deteriorating for DRX. They'll be able to at the very least pick up this, but as I mentioned previously, if you do fall behind and you're not going to be able to contest any early to mid-game objectives with composition, I think you're in really deep trouble, and you're really going to be reliant on Brion making big mistakes.
First objective here. Going to go in the hands of DRX. They will pick up this relatively early Herald. The Chemtech Drake just hanging out. Nobody cares about him.
Chilling, yeah.
Yeah, nobody giving him any attention. Kind of unfortunate for him, but what can you do? Senna, obviously now, is not very scared, even though at this very moment they're on similar item levels. Still, even in the solo lane, Doctom not finding an angle.
And for Bro, the one thing I'd be worried about is them playing a little too slow, right? That's, I think, their big trap that they sometimes tend to fall into, where they do have a lead, but then they give their opponent the time to scale up. And even though I do think that DRX is at a disadvantage. It isn't impossible, right? A single misstep, a high-value shock blast as Fate gets into the game, or into the later stage of the game rather. Dogdom or Barrel, able to get that crucial kill force and mandate combo, which we always talk about, but it's so busted. It's incredible. And if Hannah missteps in the mid game, right, gets killed by the Lucian, Dogdom gets a bounty, then all of a sudden the game's playable again. But if Bro keep playing it out cleanly, the only trouble that they'll have is, well, what we're looking at right now, which is Rascal applying pressure inside, but Morgan is behind, sure, but not an insurmountable amount, and should be still able to hold the turret. So loving this early Drake take from, well, early based on their comp, not on the actual game timer, because it is, what, 13 minutes in and we grab the first Drake?
Yeah.
11 minutes. Still, I mean, very late.
Top lane has been pretty interesting. I think Kroko's just going to put this down because Morgan got 3-man gangs, 1v3. He wasn't level 6. He had to run away. And yet he was still winning trades here against Rascal. Just having a ball of it. Such a Giga Chad that, you know, he requires 3 people to kill him down, and then he still is doing well in the lane. As Umpty is here, a little bit late to stop the Rift Herald push, but what are you going to do? No dive to come in onto the... oh, boy.
11 health.
Yep.
Away from a plate. He gets Sun or any TP's back, so I'm pretty sure Rascal will be able to get that. That is a big spike, and make it a lot harder for Morgan now until he is able to find his own back. Umpty still in the general vicinity. Might make his way over, but they don't know where Kroko is, and as a result, do have to play it safe. If you get caught in the 2v2 and Jax picks up a double, you are dealing with some issues that maybe not even Zeri can fix. So
Karis finds the chains. Fate taking a massive chunk, and he nearly gets shock blasted in the face. And that kind of missed, but maybe he was predicting the flash. You don't know. As Henna's coming forward, now he's just going to assassinate the Nami. He's like, yeah, cool lane you got there. I've heard of Lucian Nami. Kind of oversteps there just a little bit as Dogdom will get behind the turret, but either way, as now we have more action in the top side.
Oh, Fate does FTP, but can only TP
here
to
we
the
go.
turret.
Yeah, Karis is coming on up as Umpty is eating so much of this damage. Rascal incredibly strong, though. As can they even kill this? Jax, I'm not so sure. The grand challenge goes off, but it doesn't matter as Rascal is unkillable. They really underestimated how strong Rascal is right after that item spike, and that is going to be massive for DRX as now chasing Karis down the lane. Kroko not quite able to hit anything. No cocoon available, so
such a tilter.
Gets away.
Bro, we're hard stomping this game. Right, like Hannah and Efren just get another kill in the 2v2? Oh boy. So, because here we see exactly what the problem is. Barrel throws out a blind bubble, and Hannah's, guys, we are very far ahead. Like, you can't do that.
Now you don't have a bubble.
You're not allowed. And then this, Rascal currently sitting on a 2-level lead and Umpty 1-level lead. They feel safer because Karis is on his way, but Kroko can stall for a really long time, and the power of Counter-Strike against Fiora, Silas, and even the Maokai with his passive right is just really high. They didn't even need Fate. I was worried that they were, you know, maybe going to trade back, but of all people, the kills go to Jax. And Rascal now is going to be a incredibly strong win condition by himself. 2.5k gold least almost available for this Jax. And you were fine as Morgan previously. I don't think you're going to be fine anymore. And now we have a very slanted kind of gold spread here for either team. It's going to be all about who is able to utilize their lead better. As oh no.
Morgan still doesn't have an item. I mean, he is Fiora, so he's just going to...
He's going to walk it off.
He's just going to say, okay, goodbye. I'm leaving now. Yes, very interesting. 4-0 Zeri versus 3-0 Jax. It's not something you see all the time, especially in this day and age. And, I mean, I don't know. Like, the Elise got a ton of value in the top side, but their bottom side is just getting absolutely shreked. So, on a relatively even footing, I feel like Bro is still in a decent spot, as long as they don't get their side lane absolutely boomed. Which...
Well, that ship, I do think, has sailed. But it's more about can Morgan just hold up. Still doesn't have Sunderer. So it really showcases how far behind he is. Jack's already sitting on finished Merc Threat, which is going to reduce the impact of any possible play that Umti or Kars tries to make towards the top side as well. And has a coal field, so Morgan now will finish his Sunder on this next back, I'm pretty sure. But overall, if Rascal joins a fight now, it also makes the game way harder to play for Hannah, right? And that is, I think, the biggest issue, is that if they ever get caught off guard, we do have some issue. As Croco going for the Proto Belt here, not for the Night Harvester. I personally think that both items have their value. Proto Belt in terms, or Rocket Belt rather, in terms of its Mythic passive, I do think is a lot stronger. Going to be able to get a lot more penetration out of that. Also, the active, obviously, pretty fun.
It's very fun, yeah.
Yeah. We'll see how he's able to utilize it as, oh boy, might be having a 5v5 here.
Yeah, Bro are looking to take this fight here, which I feel like is pretty interesting. I mean, their Zeri is quite fed, but now they're trying to get onto the Jax. Maybe they can just 100-0 him here as the Nature's Grasp is going to hit a lot in that backline. They get no follow-up because of it, and DRX just cannot help Rascal at all as Umti sets that up beautifully alongside of Kong.
Oh, DRX. And you know, got the shutdown was Hannah, of all people.
Yeah, he really needed more gold. He, yeah, he didn't really have that much. Yeah.
빨간 팀의 포탑이 파괴되었습니다.
And overall, this game rapidly turning into, I don't even know. It's definitely a high-octane game compared to Bro standards. But for DRX, the questions that we have around their mid-game setup, their team fighting, are going to remain. They pick up a Drake here at least, which is nice. We'll have to see which Rift will grace the Rift, which is a weird sentence to say, even though it is technically correct. And yeah, just Karis starting up the fight here, unfortunately, for Rascal. Yeah, just really nicely done, right? And even if they would want to try and get over the wall, not everyone is actually going to be able to. We also have Morgan kind of playing guard there on the edge of the fight, so very nicely done by Bro, overstep from Rascal. And when you are the most fed person on the team, it's not fair, but you're not really allowed to make those type of mistakes. Right, that's the problem.
Yeah.
Like, Rascal wants to play far up because he's the strongest. But if he oversteps, like happened there...
Yeah. Your only option in that case is you have to go forward. Otherwise, you're probably just going to die. Like, you're very fed, but you don't... It's not like you're a fed tank, right? So you still can get bursted down even as the Jax. And we did just see that in that fight, so... Definitely going to take a little bit of power out of that side lane here.
I do think the Hex stack, Drake, if DRX is able to maintain a semblance of control over this game, actually huge, because not only does it enable Jax to be even more oppressive than he already is, but having a Lucian Nami and a Jace with access to a Hex stack soul can be really big. If Bro get it, well, as mentioned, I already think the composition is pretty decently favored going into the later stage of the game, and X-Stack Drake would even further solidify that. So for them, it's, you know, what you'd expect. But it does provide an angle for DRX, I think, to put themselves in a much better mid-game position. But looking at how the fights have gone thus far, I'm not feeling super hopeful that DRX will be in a good position to try and contest, as the Drake will spawn in about 3 minutes.
Yeah, it's just interesting. If you look at the gold numbers, you'd say, oh yeah, it's a pretty even game, but that's not really the way that the fights have looked, right? I think that Bro have just been a lot more coordinated. It's something we talked about a lot, right? Even before the match started. Also, their gold is heavily into the Zeri, which I feel like is going to have a bigger team fight impact than the Jax, unless Rascal can get like an amazing flank or a jump, you know, counter-strike stun onto the back line or something like that. So at the moment, it really does feel like Bro is in a great position here, as the tidal wave is just going to be picked up. Very nice pickup. Not a lot of great pickups for the Sylas in this game, so that'll be one of them alongside of the culling.
And overall, the current game state now returning a little bit to normalcy. We do have some sieging going on, but one of the downsides of the Bro composition is that without a Baron buff, their siege is pretty lackluster. This is something that in general you're going to have with Zeri comps, but especially if you add a Sylas to that, not really going to have much by the way of poke. And as long as DRX is able to find a way to maybe mitigate some of the impact, and that's where I do think it gets really hard of the Maokai ultimate. They might have angles into later stage team fights, but who can tank a Maokai ultimate, right? Like, who can the team stand behind And the answer is not really anyone.
Nobody.
Yeah, because if you have a Sejuani, for example, then I think the impact is much lessened, as we see here.
Well,
Yeah.
we didn't want to see that.
That
Anyway,
gold graph?
continue chronically. Yeah, he missed every CS.
Oh,
Keep
well, I
going.
was looking at the gold graph, so I was saved, fortunately,
You were safe, yeah.
by our production team. So thank you, production team. I really appreciate it.
It just showed a very even game, right? The gold graph.
Yeah, just very up and down. But again, to me, Bro are overperforming because I don't think that their composition has no options, but Henna and Effort are seriously outplaying Dr. and Barrel. Barrel in particular on this Nami,
Yeah.
going for a lot of aggressive bubbles that I don't think you're really allowed to go for. And this is not new. This is what Barrel did last spring. We all know how that ended. As overall, it means that the situation for Bro is way better than it should be. And even if they were 2-3k gold behind, I think you'd still feel not too bad. We do now have, though, Rascal being able to continuously gain bot side prio because of him being way stronger than the Fiora sitting on the cleaver now as well. And if you can win this fight as DRX, that would be very big. Do have the rapid fire cannon done. Not quite having the Mana Mune on Lucian, or on Jace rather, just yet. But if
Very
you can,
close.
Yeah, if you can burst someone down, that would be big. This Drake, I think, really important here for DRX. Kind of a must-take if they want to maintain semblance of control over this game.
Kara's backing, he just picked up his Zhonya's. He had a stopwatch, so not a massive pickup for him, but at least is going to complete that item before we do jump into this fight, as everybody loves Hextech Drakes. The Hextech Soul is really awesome. The singular buffs that you get from the Drakes is really strong. As already Krako's just being burned down by Maokai, it's not a great feeling, as now he's at half health. And Krako's just not here. So I guess Bro are just going to take this for free. I mean, Krako is coming in now. He tries to rocket belt steal it by himself, but you could see that the team's part wasn't really in it. They weren't really pushing in to try to contest that one where DRX.
So what we're talking about as well, DRX, in an attempt to gain control of the pit after Bro was able to get mid prio, means they got to tank a couple of saplings, right? So Umpty gets a lot of value, and as they are trying to clear, you have Karas kind of on the side, harassing as well, threatening, and nothing to be found. Therefore DRX, Fade, as mentioned previously, hasn't spiked just yet, and even if he does, Umpty is going tank after his initial demonic embrace. We have Effort with Guardian, and in a great position, very well fed as Lulu, so let's take a lot of lethality away. That's a big spike for Fate, but it comes a little bit too late, and now gotta be the next Drake for DRX, but eventually that's not happening anymore.
What was I just watching? Karas was like the artillery for Henna, who was the infantry, just throwing out the culling behind him for zoning purposes, as that was probably about to run out. But yeah, a pretty slow mid-game where we're at right now. Feels pretty good for Bro, I would say, although
Agreed.
I still do have that inkling in the back of my mind that Rascal might just carry this game.
Yeah, because if Bro take an ill-advised Baron, get poked down, and they don't even need to like die in the Baron pit, and Rascal gets a high-risk play off on the side lane and just starts shoving, you're in really big trouble. Because outside of sending at least a bunch of people over, no one can match him, right? You see playing very far forward, playing very aggressive. Morgan does keep up in terms of experience, which is nice, but don't know if that is going to remain the case. And even though I do think the individual matchup is very snowbally, as long as Morgan can hold on, things are fine.
Here we go. Looking for a very early Baron, but it is immediately spotted by Umpty. Just going to put down the control ward and say no to that. Rascal, kind of unfortunate. Morgan has just been using his dash to just dodge Counter-Strike. Generally a good idea. He's not trying to do like the whole predict game with the riposte and stuff like that. He knows he's behind, just wants to try to avoid as much damage as possible and have some semblance of lane presence and not get dove under turret. Although you can see that Rascal is definitely kind of itching to push this one.
And we have settled into a very familiar territory for any Bro lever, which is the Bro mid game.
Yep.
While we just push,
This is
Wait for 5 minutes until the next objective spawns.
Yeah, this is the Giga Chad does nothing for 10 minutes, wins the game anyway.
Yeah.
Moments. Or, you know, just loses as well. That's also a possibility. As Rascal is coming on in here. He is going to take down the turret. Morgan was not able to hold on to that. And so Rascal really trying to put a timer on the side lane of this game. Whereas Bro are just looking to wait out until their area gets even more fed. As a nice little cocoon, this is the possibility. Down goes the Maokai. I mean, he's decently tanky, but still the amount of burst damage and poke that DRX have can amount to a dead tree.
But does it matter, Valdez?
It feels good.
It feels good.
They took the gold lead.
They did take the gold lead. But that's it. They are not able to take control back because a lot of them were pretty sufficiently chunked out by some of the Brion members. And there's no objective on the map right now. Well, there's Baron, but taking Baron when you only kill Croco.
Here we go again.
Yeah, that is the one way you can definitely lose the game, Bro. Is just walking into cocoons. Should not be a thing.
Yeah.
With the current game state, but Croco finding some creative angles, which is quite nice. As, yeah, very straightforward. Trying to get a little bit cheeky with a sapling poke. Gets hit by a sudden cocoon. CC chain is good. As a result, the immediate kill does come through. But as mentioned, DRX will now have priority moving into the river. So this dragon should be theirs. Or at the very least, their odds of getting it should be way better. But you think Brion cares about giving up one measly dragon?
No. Again, you know, do nothing for 10 minutes.
They're playing for
Chat.
the 7 dragon win condition. They're playing for the Elder Flip though.
Yeah, exactly. They know their comfort zone. I mean, they've done this a million times.
And Baron is up, so do need some people. I do like just sending Rascal over here by himself is the best call that you can make. He has teleport, so if they do actually hard commit,
well,
just go in, and looks like that's what they're doing right now.
Yeah, they're going to commit to it. They had Fiora on the top side too, so Morgan can just join this pretty easily. That looks like a pretty large shock blast, even though we didn't quite get to see it with the vision.
Flip this into an Elise.
Any flippers as Croco's looking for it? He's not going to get it, actually. That was looking pretty good on the timing, but down he will go. As at least Rascal got the Hex Tech Drake, but Bro in a fantastic spot now.
Oh, Bro. Well, it worked, so I guess it's a good play. That's what we'll leave it at. DRX make the call not to have Rascal actually TP in. And now they're going to get punished heavily, but if Croco does get that steal off, and it should be slightly favored towards him, in terms of getting that off with the execute that Elise has, you just instantly lose the game as Brion. So, it worked. So, we'll leave it at that.
Yeah.
Not good for the nerves of any DRX fan. Bro fans obviously don't care.
Because winning so many times before.
Winning is secondary, Valdez. Brion is first.
They put on a good show for the fans. Giga Chad. Let's see. A little bit early from Croco, actually, it looks like.
Yeah, 600 health. It's a smite for Also, Fade going in a little bit early there on the shock blast. Maybe if you time that, you can try and find a good angle, but not going to be the case. And this will be an okay gold lead for Bro, but they really generally hit their stride with second Baron. First Baron.
Regardless of composition.
Yeah.
They're actually going to respect Rascal here, even though he wasn't
I'm not kidding, by the way. I think they'll get like a 4K gold lead. Maybe 5 if they're able to pick up the bot lane side as well.
Henna is so incredibly fed right now.
Oh yeah.
I mean, he's about to hit his 4th item at 29 minutes, and he has gone for this Shield Bow Bloodthirster build, which basically makes him unkillable. Makes for a very tanky Zeri, actually, with all the life steal and the big shields. As Fate is split pushing here, it's actually pretty nice for him. As Bro are here as a 4-man unit, I suppose they've got Fiora on the bottom side. But Morgan not quite able to take down the turret, and Rascal is chasing him down as Grand Challenge has to be used. And the first inhibitor actually goes to Fate, it looks like. As now chasing here is Duck Dom. Looking for a little bit of a play onto Umpty, but he is fast enough. So trading inhibitors against Baron, very good actually for DRX.
Nicely done there by DRX, able to not even Rascal, who we thought was going to be the split pusher, but instead Fate sticking in his lane and just gets a top inhibitor, which is going to make the next Dragon take way better, right? As far as inhibitors go, mid inhibitor is definitely the least valuable one because you're going to be fighting for mid priority never in anything that you do. So does mean that Morgan at the very least is going to have to expend the teleport, or maybe Karis, depending on who they want to shove into that side lane when the Dragon spawns in about 2 minutes. And overall, Bro get the Baron, they get a lead, and most crucially, Hannah now hits his 4th item, which I do think is quite big.
Yeah.
And I still think that Bro should be favored in teamfights, but I also don't think this game is even remotely over. Which
I think we're
things.
still at least 15 minutes out.
Yes. Oh, this is a like a full-on extended version of a normal LCK game, right? It's
Yeah.
real. That's just how it goes.
And, I mean, you know, jokes aside, I think it does show a little bit of Bro's almost reluctance to be aggressive. As I say that, I mean, they're going to push the buttons here on this turret at least as the Nature's Grasp comes forward. They're trying to get this inhibitor. As Henna is pretty far forward, you can see that DRX are inching up, maybe looking for an angle. As the Cocoon will miss. Henna, again, still actually quite tanky with the builds he has gone for. As here's the tidal wave, it's actually only going to hit the Lulu, and the follow-up tidal wave, even better as Beryl is totally zoned and immediately taken out. Henna now 6-0.
TP!
Here's the TP. They're trying to get in this. Henna going 1v3, maybe a little bit too far ahead, as he's going to take out 2 people, and the TP doesn't do enough.
That's going to be it!
Rascal goes down. Karis able to buy time with the Zonyas, and Henna, my god. This guy is on a rampage today. 7-0-2, he just flashes into 3 people, says, yep, I have enough life steal, I will take him down. And this will be game number 1, going into the hands of Breon, as Karis does dive the fountain. Very nicely done. And I actually caster cursed the long game for Breon. They pressed their buttons and ended it, Chronicler.
Literally, as you said, 15 more minutes. I was like, yeah, Valdez, great call, definitely going to happen. And then they immediately end the game. Loving this look from Breon. I think that the most impressive thing to me is how well their bot lane played. Really rewarding. For DRX, a disaster on the flip side, because if their bot lane doesn't lose as hard with a Jax that fed, you're in a wonderful position. So overall, I think credit to Breon both for being a lot more decisive than we've seen with this team in the past, and the exceptional play from particularly Henna, but Effort obviously also contributing there, making sure that his AD carry is able to get the most out of it. And to me, for DRX, bot lane, you can't get clapped in a 2v2 like that. All of Rascal's effort, not enough. Croco, not having an amazing game, but still pretty much on the uptrend. But even Fade on the Jace felt like he didn't really get that much done.
Yeah.
And that's got to change if they want to stand up to this fretted Breon.
Part of it as well is the choice that DRX made to just go ahead and dive top so early with 3 people. They kind of left their bottom lane to rot. They were like, okay, well, you guys are behind, so we're going to look elsewhere. And that also led to Henna not only getting kills, but also getting a full turret, full plates, getting even more fed. Rascal, he got so much attention, he hit level 17, and yet there was still no split push angle here for DRX.
And Valdez going to feel strengthened in his dislike of Jax after this game.
It's just not a good guy.
And Zeri and Joyers rejoice after that game. Well played from Breon, and DRX got to bounce back in the next game.
Yeah, all you got to do is flip a Baron and win it, it appears. Nicely done from Breon. They're going to take game number 1 as we go to our first break.
나 미카엘 있어.
텔만 조심해봐.
얘네 미카엘 있대 우리.
나 미카엘 있어.
나왔어.
깨고 탑 막으러 가자.
깨고 그냥 용이랑 탑 막자. 탑 근데 1대1로 막냐?
아니 타운 어차피 타운 없어. 어차피.
죽였고 한 뺄게 괜찮아 괜찮아.
타운 볼게 한번 이거 궁 한번 볼게.
남이 노플이야.
아니 볼게.
야 보자.
봐도 돼.
여기까지.
천천히.
야 한번 적고 하자.
다 타줄게.
야 데리와줘.
야
데리봐.
데리와 내가 마킹할게.
베니 3초
야 잭스 봐야 돼. 잭스 봐야 돼.
잭스 볼게.
앞에 걸어.
위에 좋아.
빼봐.
아 여기까지.
야 포킹 해봐.
딥테네.
끝내.
끝내면 될 듯.
마크 너무 좋았다 잭스.
마킹 전문이야.
좋았다.
나이스.
근데 탑에서 좀 이득 못했다 쏘리.
끝내자.
너 응수 없었냐 근데?
잡아.
있었어.
근데 그거 우리가 못 이긴 거 좀 이상한 거 같아서.
아 진짜 이제
그러니까 앨리스가 원콤 났어야 했을 것 같은데 우리한테.
아.
너가 앨리스한테 공 쓰면서.
Willa now over the wall. BDD trying to stop him. He steals it away, and it's a massive gnaw from Bertle into the wall as well as Willa's going to be taken down, and now KT.
They're collapsing lead.
Oh, Willa, he just walked in and steals it. That's the soul, but he's going to have to give up his life for it. Are going to connect as Lahan's getting taken down very low. Willa gets on in there, and they need to stay stolen again. Are you kidding me, KT? Why?
How did this happen again? Better.
Yeah, I think that might be a dead Gumushi. He's gonna dash and try and get out of the way of this one, but final chapter's there. It's a drive-by from Kellen, and now Carrier is not going to be super safe, but Owner is in the area. Looks like D plus Kia.
Baron has started up.
Speaking to that dance again, Chronicler, they are going to do it one more time. All right, there's the steel pin. What? Deft steals the Baron, and the seismic shove is extraordinary. Carrier is going to go down as well, and now D plus Kia. They've turned the whole game on its head. Zayas, can he try to fight this? I think he possibly can, as the arrow is going to sail into the mid lane. How's your riposte? The riposte doesn't come in! The ventral maelstrom, that's not the ability. It's slicing maelstrom, and he's gonna pick up the kill. All right, here we go. The Ornhorn gonna come through. It's gonna get denied as now he tries to get back, but it's actually the Rend that locks down the Ocean Soul. But still, the Sejuani gonna go down low. But look at the Kassadin damage. It is absurd. And this game, ladies and gentlemen, I think is just over. It's gonna be the Quadra kill. Or was it? I'm not entirely sure, but it doesn't matter. This game is over. T1 will take another 2-1 and claim the place as the only undefeated team. Security by missing 2 skill shots in a row and then nails the 2 that matter.
Oh, Bertle.
Well, let's see whether Morgan can keep himself alive here. He does manage to break all the weaknesses. The flash goes forward, and Morgan, he may have done it, he did it! Oh, the Lord himself picks up the solo kill under the turret. He baits him in. Peanut diving forward one more time, but the Heimerdinger's already dead, and Pro are winning the fight. Oh my goodness! Pace is popping off though, and that is going to be the win, the triple kill in the end.
But will come down to the side laning, I think. As Viper might be in a little bit of trouble. They're actually going for life here as he does not have flash. He's just going to get sniped and killed, and we do have flash here for Viper, but he's just not even going to use it.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to The Space. I'm Atlas, joined by Wolf, and that was a bro victory. Were your Giga Chads out, Wolf?
But they were out. I was a bro leaver, like most of the Korean
I was
commentators.
not.
I voted for Breon going into the series, and this was a great game from Hannah. I think that when we take a look at the draft, you'll see there are really strong points on both sides. It was definitely a, do we get ahead as DRX and win the game early versus can we scale up late? And when you look at the Jace pick that came through here with the Jax, you have a side lane win condition. It's into the Fiora. It's a skill-based matchup. You can win. It's Rascal, right? But this bottom side just fell apart so hard. Beryl made so many early game mistakes that Rascal was forced to turn this game into his game. Croco had to play around top side. The game a tale of two lanes. Top side, definitely DRX favor, but Zeri, the more important win con, getting all the leads on the bottom side.
Yeah, not to mention the fact that we then had that Jace situation in the mid lane, right? Where Jace has a lot of control in the early stages of the game, but then as it goes on, the Sylas becomes that huge problem we saw when Beryl sort of exploded in that last team fight of the game. But man, I wasn't expecting this to be a good one for Bro on that bottom side of the map, and it absolutely was. Henna, his first game on the Zeri so far this season and this year, and he starts off with this.
Yeah, Bubble here just really not hitting the mark, unfortunately. Henna walking forward here as Beryl was actually clearing a ward. He sees blood in the water, pulls the trigger here. Then as level 6 is hit for Umpty, they do it again, too far up in the lane, and Croco's top side. You know, he hasn't been able to bodyguard this lane. He's had no impact in this lane whatsoever. After that early lead, he just gave up and wanted to play for Rascal. And as a result, Beryl just left out to dry here by his own devices in many of these situations, but kind of having some individual errors and is punished super hard. Zeri gets ahead, gets all the plate gold. And by the way, had a 9-2, and this is his ninth win on the Zeri. This is his first time, though, playing it this season. He's been focusing on the Lucian drafts all season long up until this point. On the Zeri side, he crushes again. It's kind of a sudden glow up for Henna, who's been one of our weaker AD carries through the last 2 years of LCK.
Not to mention the fact that he's playing alongside Effort that I think supported him very well this game, and he's also been getting a lot of negative press for not even necessarily the last year. It's been for quite some time that people have been saying some not so good things about Effort, but up against a world champion support, and of course, you know, Beryl has his days and doesn't sometimes. This was definitely not one of his days, but still, I think I'd prefer to see it as praise to the bottom side of Bro rather than talking about DRX in this season.
I do agree. I think Beryl definitely has been having rough laning phases in particular so far this season, and it's just another one of those glaring issues. The shot calling is great. We could always talk about that. We could always kind of put that narrative out like, no, but his shot calling is so good. But when you look with your eyes, you're worried a little bit, you know. About the
How many times do we have to say the shot calling is great? Because that's not necessarily the best way. Let's hop into our next highlight, though, and this was what felt like the end of the game with Breon. Unfortunately, this is not necessarily a big highlight for Bro. They did manage to get the smite. They lose the smite here, though. I think it might have been the Rascal angle instead of the Hen.
Oh, 100%. Rascal is trying to take Drake on the bottom side of this, so this is a really nice attempt with the tidal wave just a little bit early here for Croco. Missed times with the tidal wave to try to come for an engage here. You can see Ducktime was like, there's just no hope. And this was very close to DRX being able to turn the game around, which is why we picked this highlight. It's actually almost a low light for Bro, but because they secure the smite, they get control of the game from that point on. Jackson's split push win con kind of gets muted, and that's the end of the story.
Yeah, and we do have a couple of seconds before POG comes in, and DRX have selected the red side. I think it's interesting. We've been seeing a lot of teams picking blue side more often than not, but I like changing it up so that we don't get these salty runbacks that we like.
Yeah, I think we're definitely not going to see a salty runback. We may see the 80 carries swap completely here, where Duckdown plays the scaling 80 carry here, but also Rascal gets counter pick here. This time he won't necessarily be into a Fiora. He could play a lot of different other champions. They could also have a 5th pick for Fate in the bottom, or in the mid lane, excuse me.
Yeah.
So there's a lot of different ways with red side here where you could just get a good matchup, because Fate and Rascal have both, I think, been strong points for this roster. Croco's been a little bit inconsistent in his own way, right? Like he normally is, but he's on a weaker team, so he looks worse as a result.
Yeah, and I think we do have the Henna of the game almost ready, as that can come up on our screen any time, because I
doing some Zeri shoot.
Yeah, I don't think that there's any other option necessarily. I mean,
good game for Umpty, but
maybe some stray votes perhaps, but I think it's time for the POG. Let's get it onto your screen right now. Celebrate Henna having such an incredible performance. Here he is.
Yeah, 90% kill participation. He is 7-0-2 to end the game, but he spent most of the game on 5-0. And so a lot of the fights that DRX would have liked to take, some of the pick potential they had in this comp, is just too risky. You don't want to group up on those Drakes and look for a real 5v5. You're trying to split with your Jax. You're playing around Jax top side, but he can't get anything done for you in a team fight when Zeri is just this difficult to kill, this far ahead. Love the Bloodthirster build for him this time around too, because it gives him that extra shield, gives him that extra sustainability in a fight. So even if, God forbid, Jax gets on top of him, he might still just survive, right? He's just so difficult to kill in this game.
Yeah, and we're seeing the highlights definitely skip a whole lot of time because it's a bro game still. We don't necessarily have high-octane action the entire time, but when you have a Zeri composition, that's kind of exactly what you want. You're playing into it, and we'll see whether Bro can get themselves a similar kind of draft as 11 out of 11, bit of a no-brainer here. Proud of you, Media. Although, when it's an 80 carry vote, you know that they're going to be there. The boom boom damage is always, it's always an easy one. However, 100% well-deserved, and Henna had an absolutely great game, and could be that we are now moving to territory where Bro could pick up a 2-0.
It could happen. It could happen against DRX. These teams normally go to 3.
It's insane. All right, well, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to throw it over to that game 2 right now. Take it away, boys.
Thank you, Spacers, for that wonderful breakdown of that game. Yes, the Henna of the game. I think DRX overstepped their bounds, maybe trying a little bit too early to make the Lucian Nami dominate the lane, which is not necessarily what we see all the time, and Henna immediately pounced on that and was able to pretty much hard carry from there.
And for DRX, going into this next game, to me the bot lane performance and the matchup going to be the most important, because after what I've seen previously, it looks like when it comes to Rascal, as expected, he is doing great, but as long as Morgan doesn't fold and holds on, that alone is not going to win you the game. Croco looking a little bit better, but overall, Amti still having a much bigger impact there on the Maokai, so would like to see a pivot here from DRX. If the early game draft doesn't work, if you're not clean enough, maybe just go the opposite direction and go full scaling.
That could be the call. The Yuumi ban here. Maybe DRX want to go for their own Zeri action. Caitlyn, Ashe once again. This is what Bro did ban on the red side as well, so seemingly they do not want to play those picks. And the Lucian is also going to get banned. So, no Lucian Nami. We could see the Zeri. Still an option here with Lulu left up. Will they go ahead and ban the Varus again? DRX did that in game number 1.
Might be a Zeri first pick here for Brion. Considering how well Henna performed in the champion, as well as the fact that overall DRX's bot lane really struggled into a matchup that, while favored, should not lead to a ton of 2v2 kills. In the case, Varus would be the obvious ban here in that scenario, because otherwise...
How about a Zeri ban?
Well, then they get Varus, right? And Henna's Varus actually has been quite decent, so... For Bro, a Varus first pick would make a lot of sense. Maokai is another one that I wouldn't be surprised about, but based on the last game, they might just say, hey, why not Zeri again? Maybe Maokai instead.
Yeah, I guess they just say, well, Maokai's really strong. We really want that for Umti. And if they take Varus, we'll still play Zeri, whatever. Henna's really good at it. If they take Zeri, we'll play Varus because Henna obviously can play that. Duck Dom, as we know, can play pretty much anything. Maybe this is the Aphelios game. Do you think he
I was
going to
ask you, yeah, just run it back. Bring it back. No, not going to be the case. As the usual meta pick will be Varus and Wukong. Vi is another example. Vi, of course, one of the more iconic Croco champions, but this team is so different from the sandbox that he used to play with last year. Closer and Fate, not really comparable in terms of laners, and that team was very much built around the hard engage, around the dive. So, not sure if that's going to have quite the same impact. Do really like the Heimerdinger pickup here. Going to be good no matter what lane you're playing into. As
Jin Karma.
So
somebody check on Atlas and make sure he's not watching.
I can hear him groan from across the stadium, but I do firmly believe that the Maokai does help a lot with some of the issues that this Jhin runs into. I think Jhin is great when he can both follow up on setup or provide it. And this Elise, I don't think the Elise pick was the problem at all. It didn't have the biggest impact, but, you know, snowballed the top half of the map. Unfortunately, bot lane was completely collapsing. With Varus and this Heimerdinger, there is no excuse. This should have a large amount of control from the get-go and should provide Krako with a lot of opportunities to actually find anything. And maybe don't go to top lane again, because as we saw very clearly in the previous game, it just doesn't...
Just ignore it. Just
matter.
let them just play up there by themselves and they'll join you later. Just camp bot.
Just camp bot.
Krako had it right in the beginning of the game. For the first 3 minutes, he spent his entire time in the enemy jungle on the bot side of the map. And then he was like, you know what? How about we dive top?
And it worked, but at what cost, Valdes?
Yeah.
As the Azir already getting taken away. Wonder what DRX is going to be looking for here. The Cassante, the Renekton are both already gone. So an R4 Gnar could happen. However, we do know Rascal is a huge fan of counterpicking, and they're going to remain, or rather keep the opportunity here, going to be the Silas instead. I think Elise and Silas, early on, very strong. Right, we're talking pre-level 6, but once Kairos is able to go home, pick up some Merc threads, should be a lot tougher. Itemization going to be very, very stronger in terms of the value of Amar. Would expect Dokkan
This car is going to play. Oh,
yeah, we're handshaking.
You know, I'm not a big fan of the Akali side of this matchup. Especially if you get behind, it just feels really hopeless. Akaris is a great Akali, so maybe he can make something happen. Fate, though, his most played so far is Silas, so should be a very experienced mid lane fight that we do have here. As Morgan will just go back on the Fiora. Says, well, if you want to play Jax, be my guest.
Yeah, you can't really go... Okay, I was about to say, you can't really go for the Cannon, which is a matchup that we have seen more into the Fiora. You can go AD Cannon, which actually would work well with the team comp, but you do need to have that specifically in your arsenal. Instead, it's going to be the Jace. And now for DRX, we have a composition that is partially poke with the Heimerdinger, the Jace, and the Varus, which I assume will be Lethality Varus. And then some brawling on the side. And overall, I like the DRX draft, but I did so last game as well. And when it comes to the actual team fighting, the setup, I do think Bro, barring that Fiora, which they made work last game, still quite strong. I think Maokai just provides you so much power, which is why he's so high priority in both starting team fights with your ultimate, really not a way around that for anyone on the opposing team. And perhaps even more importantly, getting control of saplings, not allowing any flanks. So again, DRX have opted into a more aggressive early game comp. Hopefully this time they can play it out a little or a lot better. Preferably a lot if we want free games here.
This says Dindin Brion. I'm like, wrong team. Dindin is not on Brion. But good try. Of course, Dindin is just a Korean word, so you can just use that. It's fine. Asking for the Morgan Renekton, aka Monekton.
Nice.
Just it's very straightforward. Love it. So what do you think about this comp?
I don't love Jhin Karma. I think the bot lane should be in some trouble, but Umti and Maokai for me actually makes up for a lot of the mistakes of this comp. I think that as a poke comp, Hard Engage is what you fear. That's what Maokai provides.
Could be. We'll have to wait and see, guys. Let's hop onto the rift for game number 2.
미니언 생성까지 30초 남았습니다.
Here we go. To me, Chronicler, to be honest, I'm not sure if Brion are going to be able to play out a comp like this. Generally, they love to go for team fighting action, and you can team fight with this, but the team fighting Fiora has not been spectacular. And
yeah, it's...
Again, if the Akali gets behind, very worried about Karis' impact on this game.
It's really more of a Umti fires off an ultimate, so does Henna, and then Karis, Morgan, Umti, and Effort dive in, with Henna supporting with either a Jhin ultimate or from a distance, which can work, but looking at the setup overall, I think that DRX should have prio on top side. I think that DRX won't have prio in mid necessarily, but they have a very strong 2v2 that, particularly with the PTA, I heavily put in favor of Croco and Fate. And we've talked extensively already in the past about the Heimer versus Karma matchup. I do think that the Heimerdinger should definitely be able to fight very aggressively for the early prio here. As we can see, that is going to be the name of the game yet again.
Curious to see how Barrel's going to play this one out. I think he's going to be a lot more comfortable on a Heimer pick. Obviously, Barrel, one of the first people to make this extremely popular and the support role. And, you know, the Nami is very good with the Lucian, but as a support player, maybe Barrel just not quite suited to that style of play. So I think he'll enjoy his time a lot more on this pick.
It's a very optimistic interpretation, fellas. I appreciate it. As
I think game 1 was fine. Hey, Duck Dom dashed in first.
ooh, Umti
Here's Umpty.
flashing over the wall. You'll love to see it.
Oh boy, he's even got Hex Flash as well. He's just gonna wait for this one. And just Hex Flash on top of this bottom lane.
No cleanse.
And it'll be up to Henna to land the Deadly Flourish.
Yeah, don't
Eventually
smash
follow
him
up
out.
on this one. As here we go, flashing on in his effort. They're just gonna W him down. They don't even wait for the Deadly Flourish. They're like, nope, we'll just make this incredibly straightforward. And that they do. And guess what? Henna has another kill, another first blood in game 2.
Okay, but this one is actually Umti's. This one is up to the tree, man. We gotta give him some credit.
Of course.
As
Yeah, I don't know about this trade, Morgan.
well, yeah, Morgan is just trying to buy time because Umti, after that kill, went for a back. He's now on his way. Still, FYI doesn't win the level 3, so was maybe hoping for a cheeky steal, but you give up a blue buff. Who cares? Might get double scuttled. Still, doesn't really matter. Very favorable trade. Docdom already without summoners. Getting taken low. And overall, I do think that, or getting taken down rather, missing out on a lot of experience. And this puts even more pressure on Croco to actually get something done in the early game.
Yeah, and it's a little bit of an issue. I like that he was looking for potential play on the top side, but especially because Morgan comes in and just spots him. He's like, oh, I just have to play this extremely passively. He could have potentially got dove, but Jason's invested that. His effort is... I don't know. I mean, I guess he was running up to maybe help the top side, maybe help Morgan a little bit, get some wards down, but
yeah, so
he
I
just
think
died.
Effort, I don't even know, walked into mid. They knew that Croco was at the very least going to be in the general vicinity, was of course spotted. Topside crab, you know, is going to be taken. And gets hit by Fate. I don't even know what to tell you. You used Flash as well, so there really isn't any way for you to get out. And these are the type of moments that I do think are very important.
No knockback from Rascal. Riposte comes in. Morgan really looking to extend that trade.
Yeah, let's look again in the replay. Maybe we can...
I don't know if I want to, Chronicler. Maybe we
like
should just let that lie, you know? Just kind of, okay, that happened.
Okay, display was great, obviously. It's the Hex Flash as well. There's just no time. Effort does a good job as well. Flashing for the immediate setup, but really, Umti that finds that play is Effort. Fires up a Mantra Q, and then just gets caught. Yeah, there really isn't more to it, unfortunately. Just a mistake from Effort. The early damage, as mentioned previously, of the Elise and the Silas is not fun and should be respected, especially if you don't have subs. Was not the case. And very necessary moment, because this does give Croco an extra opportunity to bully and try and further snowball this game.
Yeah, you know, Croco was on the top side for the beginning of this game, but now he can definitely, with the farming start he's had, just look to camp bottom side as well. He got in, stole the Raptors, now he's doing his own Raptors. He picked up a kill for himself, so he is going to be a menace in the jungle. He can essentially go wherever he wants, and I would like to see that in the bottom side, although I'm not sure if you can really go for dives on this composition, especially even with Varsheimer.
That is the one downside. I personally wouldn't mind to see Croco just play aggressively towards the dragon. Start stacking that objective early. One of the worst souls in the game already unavailable with the Camtech Dragon currently awaiting. Downside, of course, there is that his bot lane is behind. Not as bad as was the case last game at this point, because I think
so far.
Yeah, so well, not quite yet.
Okay.
Might get there regardless. But at least for now, 2 long swords down is unfortunate, but not insurmountable with the power that the Heimerdinger has. Just expecting Croco to make his way towards bot. Beryl gonna try and fight for some vision here. Should be able to do so with Elise in his back pocket.
And that's the thing, I mean, Croco just commands so much respect, especially because he has that early kill, he has the Sork boots already. So even Umpty, he sees the Elise, he has to run. The bottom lane of Bro, they see the Elise, they have to back off. And at least Umpty was able to clear that one ward, but I don't think he's going to be able to clear his own red buff.
No, Croco has flash as well, so you really need to respect Umpty still sitting on only Hex Flash.
He's got effort in his back pocket.
I don't think you should contest this. I think just let him have the red buff.
Okay, the Cocoon is going to hit the Karma, though, as Umpty really desperately wants this red buff. And he might just get it. It's going to be quick. It's going to be close, but Croco gets it in the end. As Chains of Corruption will sail wide. There's a trade in mid lane as well. Fate stealing that Akali ultimate.
Hey!
Here comes Morgan. He's got Ghost. Rascal might be forced to flash here. There it is. Can he get away, though? As a grand challenge. Gonna slow him down a little bit, but Rascal will get away, but loses his flash.
And overall, I gotta say, Bro, kind of playing it fast and loose, which, you know what? I'm loving it. But in the end, DRX should be able, as they are, to get the better end of that trade, pick themselves up the dragon, and it's very important that Rascal doesn't fall into the exact same pitfall that his bot lane did previously, as, ooh, I think that blade went to one. Nicely done there by DRX. Dogdom still able to pick up most of this, able to go and shove in the next wave as well, although doesn't look like he wants to, has no mana, so actually going to be a little tough. He should be sitting on a lot of gold here. And now, DRX should be in a great position to fight for an up-and-coming Herald with fresh backs coming in across the board.
Yeah, definitely should be, and this should be an objective that they should declare as theirs, right? You've got your teleport into mid from Fate. He's got a Catalyst. It's not a lot of damage, but, you know, he's going to be tanky. He can be a nice frontline for Engage. And all of them are on the top side of the map, so they really are declaring that this objective is theirs.
Do note, Croco hasn't backed yet. So Croco is actually not as strong as he possibly could be, but Jhin isn't here. So this should be a free take for DRX. Jhin is going to move over now. Also want to highlight that if this was Zeri, she would just stay and get plates, but Jin's turret pushing potential not going to feel nearly as great as nice steal from Fate.
Yeah, bro, just have to get this one up. I mean, even though the Zeri's not as good, I think just at least take the one free plate. So, I mean, DRX were always going to make a big play on that, and not only did they go for it, they brought all 5 members. So I think the second you see that as Bro, you just got to say, okay, it's yours. Go ahead.
Yeah, they're
get that eventually.
Not even going to be able to get a plate off of it. So, bit of a unfortunate series of events there for Brian as the roaming Heimerdinger. Level 4 is Beryl. He's waiting and hoping that someone walks by.
Hey. Just upgraded his thingy as now Beryl is seen. There is a ward here. Thought he was safe because there was a control ward, but there was not. And so Beryl's dead. And now Croco's in a lot of trouble as Lycocaris just running him down, has to flash repel. As that is not what you want to be doing right now if you are in DRX's position.
Yeah, this is giving me some serious Spring 2022 DRX vibes, what we're seeing here. I remember these type of plays happening a lot. He was just...
There was a control ward in this brush right below him, so he's like, oh, I'm safe. They don't see me. And then he got Malcolm. So,
Yeah.
but should he have been there in the first place is the first question we gotta ask.
Probably not. No.
I was waiting for your answer.
Well, I didn't really want to answer it, but I felt like I had to. As yeah, I like this. Put our money in the Fate train. Going to try and accelerate the Silas a little bit. Do have the punish coming through. Remember, Rascal, no flash.
Yeah,
Get
he's in
here.
a lot of trouble. I mean, there's no way to get away from this one. He's just running the opposite way, just trying to clear minions. He knows he's pretty much gone. As the riposte comes in, and they will feed that kill over to Morgan, who has been handling this top lane very, very well. Keep in mind, he was the one who forced Rascal to use his flash early.
And as a result, they get some plates, but overall, I think DRX just not looking to a barrel. Still level 4. Soon, surely, will hit level 5.
Duckdom's level 8.
Yeah.
What happened?
Well, I mean, Barrel's been going on errands, okay? He can't
Just
level up
stand in
and
the
go
lane
on
and
errands.
get some XP.
There you go.
Okay.
Just did it. Easy, Valdez. Man.
Just getting stressed out, like, come
Barrel
on.
has a long shopping list, okay? He needs to visit the entirety of the Rift. Look.
Watch this again. So
No.
he should not have done this, but he's like, okay, I cleared out the vision.
As it turns out, he did not, in fact, clear out the vision. And even if he did,
What was he gonna do?
well, in a 3v3, I think that the idea behind this play, it's not as bad as it looks, right? Because with Elise and Heimerdinger, you actually can just 100-0 someone. And if you can get another kill on Croco, or if you're able to get your Silas further ahead, that can be valuable. But, yeah, a bit comical.
아, 이거
Because he
잡았어.
just gets spotted
걱정하지 마.
and dies.
We got him, don't
내가
worry.
미니언에 박을 거.
평화가 함께
And then he started making calls. So we cut the tape. But yeah, it's kind of just Umpty, you know, Big Brother Umpty just saying, don't worry guys, we got it, it's all good. And that's the kind of voice you need as a leader.
Do note, Henna also going for Eclipse first. Usually we see the Jins go for a... Oh, man, this is looking really rough on the top half of the map. This was a counter pick, mind you.
Yes. Saving counter pick for top lane in hopes that Rascal would once again have a little bit of help and then get a big lead and turn it into something more here in game 2.
I do think the Jace scales very nicely, so you're not going to be too worried as, oh, we're running.
I'm not sure about this. At least Barrel's level 6. I will say that. He might just die before he gets to use it. There it is, the super turret, but he is going to go down. As they do just kind of get caught out. Not sure about that decision as the Shuriken is on the Duckdom and Karis is just going to assassinate him. DRX kind of running around without heads is... Okay, that's going to be a big amount of damage as Rascal finally able to bring the team together with one big shot blast, and that will be a big turnaround as Bro overstay, and DRX will take the Drake.
Ah, says Barrel, it was all an elaborate bait. I don't know if the rest of his team agrees, but Bro definitely will, because them going in hard is all salvaged by Rascal, as initially looking like a very disjointed type of play from DRX, but crucially, more gold onto Silas, Rascal picks up an important kill, and they get the second Drake, so if you get the chop, it doesn't really matter how you do it, Valdez.
빨간 팀
You're nodding yes.
You know, a win's a win, as they say.
And just in general, right, the ultimate missing, Barrel does get his big turret off, which even with him dying, actually is able to get a decent amount of damage up before it gets shut down. And Duckdom dies, you're like, okay, this is just a pure disaster. But
Then
there is Rascal, running from base, finds a big shock blast, and Fate, crucially, throughout all of that, still very healthy, same for Croco. And the DRX top half is saying no, not today, or at least not right now, Rion, as they pick up another Drake. And I do want to mind that the Infernal Rift means that those first two Drakes do win in power. If you can get an Infernal Soul with Lethality Varus and a Jace, you're going to be feeling great. Now, I felt similarly last time, and then we saw that it didn't happen at all. But I do think that in this position, DRX can feel a little bit better. McKill's first, now done for effort. So we'll be able to deny some Cocoon shenanigans. And again, we do see that the initial team fight for DRX is not great. And I don't think that problem is going to go away. So hopefully they can find some of these messy, more skirmishy type of longer fights.
I think that Fate can certainly, just with Silas in this current state and the way that Rod of Ages is, he can kind of just throw his body in and be a huge impact on some of these team fights. He's level 11 Silas with a Rod of Ages 2-0 and 2. So I'm kind of looking for him. I mean, he's so much more tanky than Umpty, who's supposed to be the frontliner here for the side of Breon. As now Karis looking to join up from the mid side, a 5v5 here as the Nature's Grasp comes through. They're going to kill Beryl again, but this time DRX might have a pretty good team fight as Umpty is in there deep, and Karis gets in, takes the eye, but can he get out is the question. That's a nice amount of damage, but the chains will hit, and Fate picks up yet another kill.
Beryl got the double! Oh, Beryl's just bait. That is what we're learning here. From Breon, if you are actually in a 5v5 scenario and your initial engage doesn't get the job done, we do see that DRX is able to get a lot of damage down in a very short amount of time. And as you pointed out, Silas was already spiking, feeling very, very strong. Same for Rascal after that previous skirmish, was able to finish his Eclipse as this time around, unironically, Beryl is bait, as we see the immediate counter ult from Fate actually really pivotal here. And then at this point already, right, like the health bars on Umpty are gone, and Effort and Hannah are getting completely zoned away by the duo of Rascal and Fate. And this is kind of what you were worried about earlier, and we're seeing it here, where even if Umpty starts a fight, like if Hannah and Effort are not able to actually, or Hannah in particular, to like hit fourth shots on people because Morgan and Karis can't do enough immediately, then you just get run down. And things looking dire here for Bro, but good for fans of 3-game series of League of Legends.
It's quite a few Bro fans that were actually asking for the Game 3. You know, they just want some more action. They just want more entertainment. They want the maximum value out of their Bro series, and they might just get it here. I feel like, you know, every single time I see the Silas Akali matchup, it just feels like the Silas gets a free lane and then he just does whatever he wants. And Fate was able to pick up 2 kills, which certainly did help him. But now he is incredibly strong. We'll see what Karis can do to match him, as Karis is just running straight at him.
Fate should know.
He should know.
Karis going in that aggressively, does have vision as well, so with the ultimate, should be able to get out here without too much trouble. And that's going to be a big win, because while they are investing free people towards the top side of the map, 3 in are going to be the case here, and this inner also will lead to a possibility for DRX to set up some point for themselves. So overall, as a Fate? Fate?
He's going in there, he's got a teleport from the Jace. He's really trying to extend this fight. And because Karis and Effort were killing the turret, it was just Umpty. So pretty good look actually from Fate.
Bit late on the recall here for Croco and Beryl. Also saw that Rascal uses teleport there. I think they might have expected Bro to play a little bit more aggressive towards Fate, but when the Silas that is fed dives in like a madman into 3 people, you probably should vacate the area. So
they should know Bro better as well.
Yeah, Bro don't. Well, they did that better.
They do sometimes.
But generally, yes. They will see danger and be like, not today.
And they really want to shut down Fate here.
We might get him.
I think they will actually. They're surrounding this brush. Karis, ooh, they say, no, he's a little bit too far away. And that is a free Infernal to DRX. Not sure about that one. DRX very happy about this. They're like, okay, well, Fate, by the way, still had Flash, so he was never in any danger.
Yeah, the call from Bro, I think there is that they can't fight the 5v5. They can't contest this Drake anyway. So you might as well try and get a shutdown onto the Silas, accelerate your Akali, and make that side a little bit more playable. But unfortunately for them, Fate, more than ready, doesn't get caught off guard, is able to get out, and the Drake, as expected, still going over. And now the game state for Bro is very rough, because unlike the previous game, there is no Zeri, and obviously the Zeri was ahead, but it kind of did feel like the kind of draw for even if the Zeri was behind, you could be fine. This game, not so much.
Yeah, and Bro can't just do Bro things and say, we're just going to play for the extreme late game. Maybe we can Elder Flip. And yes, maybe they can, and maybe they get really lucky. But, like, this is going to be Infernal Soul at 25 minutes into the game. So even though Morgan's doing a really great job in the side lane, it's not quite like game number 1 with Rascal, where he could just, you know, kind of do whatever he wanted, and the Drakes weren't as much of an issue. Like, they still had to fight over them, but DRX was able to get one of the Hextech Drakes. Although it was trade for a Baron, but still, point still stands. DRX are going to have a very early Infernal that is going to put some pressure here on Bro to actually fight in this game.
As we do see the poke come through, counter poke rather. The upside for DRX is that, again, their siege is incredible, able to just sit here, pelt their opponents, but you are just ignoring the Fiora. Unfortunately, Fate now on his way over, should be dinging onto his 10 stacks of Rod of Ages soon as well, and as long as they don't give up the inner, it should be fine. Here's that combo.
Is this the zoning ultimate combo?
Yeah, ideally you'd get a little bit more out of it. In this case, I think you'll take it. I wonder if the Baron is going to at least be set up around. The vision control already pretty good. Don't think you want to actually try and go, as yeah, that's what you'd expect with the DRX combo at this point in time. Imagine once they get Infernal Soul. It gets worse.
It does. More lethality will be built up as well, and Effort will have not really that much of an increase in armor. We'll have to see what he lets go for. And also in the side lane, because Fate is so strong, he can also just steal Grand Challenge and say, okay, come at me, Fiora. You know, it is a Fiora still, so eventually he might struggle. But I think at this current point in the game, Morgan can't just kind of dive headfirst into the Sylas.
Waiting for the grenade. Did not hit.
Yeah, Effort's level 8 himself, so they are going to lock this one up. Morgan doing a nice job of frontlining, but follow-up Nature's Grasp just going to push them away.
They didn't even have Jace hit. Missing a really big damage source. Oh!
Ow.
Ow. Mean. Probably Nash as well, as Croco does get spotted. And they don't have any certainty as to what is going on, but with everyone showing, should have a pretty reasonable idea that right now it's not getting done. Yeah, that's not great.
You gotta remember that he's bait, right? Like, Beryl has made that very obvious.
At this point, I don't even know if Beryl knows whether he's baiting or whether he's making a genuine play. But that's the beauty of Beryl.
Maybe both.
Maybe it's both.
We just can't understand the beauty of the play. It's just beyond our understanding, our comprehension.
I don't know if beauty is the right phrasing, but I'll allow it. It's Umpty. They got
oh
a
boy.
in here.
Yeah, he is very tanky, but not tanky enough, and he will be left to the Wolves, as now tons of damage onto Effort. He is free as well. DRX do set it up very nicely around the Baron. Now it definitely should be theirs. No objective for Bro to trade for either. DRX are kind of just sailing ahead in this game.
Would you say they're steamboating?
Yeah, I feel like after that fight, they're probably steamboating ahead. Power gliding, perhaps.
You love me some power gliding. As feels bad. Someone has to walk in. Unfortunately for Umpty, they drew the Stroll, and he has the bulkiest one, so tries to move forward, gets immediately murdered, and doesn't really get to do a lot. And from this point onward, as mentioned, we should be seeing the immediate Inferno as... Oh, look at that. Croco, my guy, going for Abyssal Mask. You love to see it.
You do.
Has been a while. Didn't even know the item still existed.
It's a thing.
Well, I did, obviously, otherwise I wouldn't. But...
No, he's going for Rod of Ages, obviously.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's the only option.
The double mythic special.
Yeah.
For
going for the double mythic 35-minute illegal rod. Yeah. This is free Infernal Soul for DRX. Rion, unfortunately. Do you think Atlas is going to be happy or sad because Jin Karma got picked, so he's very angry,
I think neither. Yeah, I think...
But it kind of got crushed. I mean, as a team.
Yeah, I'm gonna say he's going to be just mad. Well,
Just mad.
well, he won't be now because he's a contrarian. So we're saying he's gonna be mad. So he's probably gonna.
Yeah. Oh, little snipe action. Nice try there on the last one. And the fourth one will take down Barrel. But as we have seen in this game, that doesn't matter. Don't need your Heimerdinger. You still have 4 members. And you do have the Baron
Oh,
buff here.
TP flank. I don't.
TP flank,
think
will
they
it
do a lot.
work?
Oh.
That's why I'm kind of holding my breath. But Fate is going to be left alone as he is a raid boss. Nobody can handle Fate right now. Look at how tanky he is. Like, even Morgan comes in, he immediately loses his entire health bar. And it's like, okay. And yeah, now Morgan's dead. This game is over. 26 minutes in, the Infernal Soul will come forward. I wish I could say I did not expect it, but we were a little bit suspicious about this draft, and DRX were able to pilot this to a victory, even though some of those early fights were a little bit shaky, as we will have this last fight up D. Somebody has to go forward, but again, Infernal Soul is a big issue, as Fate is, he opens up, and then he closes up the shop, and that's the end.
I was about to say they're really unleashing some pent-up frustrations here as a pretty decisive victory for DRX. The early game again looking rough. Umti getting the better hand of the DRX bot lane, which even in this game I'd say still was one of the weaker points, but the unit of Rascal, Fate, and Croco is looking better every single game, and that is something that I think many of us were expecting and hoping for looking into this DRX roster, and today is pretty much the first time that we've actually seen it happen, even remotely, which...
Yeah, I mean, they looked okay against Guangdong as well.
Yeah, but that's Guangdong. You know, we gotta...
And this is Bro, a much bigger and fiercer opponent. Yeah, I'm just going to come out and say it. When I asked you about the draft of Bro after it in game number 2, I thought it was a dumpster fire. I thought it was horrific. And, you know, they had some options. They actually had some good looks in the early game, like if they didn't push too far into the enemy jungle, if maybe they expected Rascal to come down, like they still found some angles.
Well, yeah,
but
we saw how the comp could work in that first fight, and then they overchased into a Jace that backed, and then they lost the game.
Yeah. And I feel like the biggest issue for me was also the fact that Fate was just able to get a free Sylas again. Like, that's going to be him picking up another win onto the Sylas, gets another win into the Akali. Just an unkillable champ at some certain point. Hits level 17 while his opponent is level 14. And Fate was able to pilot that very, very well as the game did come along. So that was game number 2. We're all tied up, guys. We will be back for game 3.
아래쪽으로. 아래쪽으로 가면 아래쪽으로. 마우 공 살았어.
우승 빠졌어.
얘네 속박, 얘네 속박. 나 들어갈게. 바텀부터 들어가지 마. 피오라 펴줄게. 마우 노플. 피오라 필.
확인. 아, 조금 못했네. 나
괜찮아.
진짜 없으니겠다.
잡았다.
끝내자. 팀 W 빠졌어.
오케이. 이거 아래 거부터 칠게.
아래 거부터.
진한데.
고치 한 대.
아칼리 나한테 박았고.
아칼리 풀했다.
오케이.
여기 있어 아칼리.
아 우리 물렸어 제이스.
뭐 얘네 뭐 그냥 저긴 해.
얘네 그냥 맛있어.
잡았어.
진은 풀 있어.
이거 잡아야 될 것 같은데. 이거 진 잡아야 될 것 같은데.
뭐야, 저기는. 아, 진짜봐.
진풀 있어 노플로.
아, 죽여야 돼.
나이 가보던가. 아 끝났다.
안 돼.
안 끝냈어.
Wanna join me? Come and play, but I might shoot you in your face. Bombs and bullets will do the trick. What we need here is a little bit of panic. Do you ever wanna catch me? Right now I'm feeling ignored. So can you try a little harder? I'm really getting bored. Come on, shoot faster, just a little bit of energy. I wanna try something fun right now. I guess some people call it DRX. Let's blow this city to ashes and see what about things. It's such pathetic neatness, but not for long 'cause you'll get jinxed. So much better, so much fun. Let's start from scratch and blow up the sun. Come on, shoot faster, just a little bit of energy. I wanna try something fun right now. I guess some people call it DRX. Let's blow this city to ashes and see what about things. It's such pathetic neatness, but not for long 'cause you'll get jinxed.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the space, as we do have a series all tied up between DRX and Bro. Bro, unfortunately, falling into that Jin Karma trap, Wolf.
Yeah, I mean, this is starting just to become the classic. We almost want to call this matchup the El Clasico, the DRX Bro first round robin spring matchup. It just always delivers 3 games. We have the highlight of the Jin in this draft because on paper with the Maokai it can do very well. They got ahead with it actually, in fact, but all of us here in the global team, not a huge fan of the Jin pick. There were a lot of other options that could have gone with the Karma with a lot more agency in team fights. Jin, when you are ahead, you can just put that Maokai ult out and then just blast people away. You've got an Akali to get in the backline, finish those targets off. Great. When you're behind, he's just shooting tanks. The Silas is coming at him. He presses his ult button, he cancels it really fast, and it's just a really sad time.
Yeah, we saw Nongshim fall into this trap yesterday, and we're seeing Bro fall into the trap today. Let's hop into our first highlight here and have a look at where everything went wrong for Bro.
Yeah, this is the dichotomy of Bro, as you put it. First part of the fight, okay, Maokai ult plus Jin. Curtain calls out, get a pick. Okay, Akali's ready to get into the back line. It's looking good. Look at him go. Karis executes, and then are we chasing the Silas? Are we pushing through this choke point against the Silas? I think we are. I think it's a problem. And Bro, we're so ahead until this moment, and this is actually the first back-breaking moment. Go to the second part of the highlight, and yet again you can see this composition struggles to work here. There's just so much lockdown, and look at the backline here. Henna is just firing at what? At whom can he hurt? Like, I mean,
they killed Beryl, but then Beryl had his turret out and killed 2 people, or at least last hit.
They stole the eye. Worth in all chat.
So Karis did indeed. He did steal the eye. That is certainly something that occurred during that play, but I just like watching both of those plays. It's curtain call, and honestly, Henna was hitting all of the bullets. Like, all of that ult value was coming through. But it's just not very much value.
Yeah.
And then he walks up and he's like, got some bullets, and they don't do anything. Oh, it's just a little bit sad. I think Valdez and I, the big Jin antis. We're real Jin antis, and we might need to have a conversation with that on the next episode of the Pog State, which we're going to be filming in a week's time or something like that. Let's hop into our final highlight, and this is a really interesting one because this is Beryl just masterfully baiting them, showing himself on vision all over the place.
It's like, wait, he was on the right side, and then he's on the left side in here, and we got to collapse on. We can kill him, right? But there's just no vision here of where DRX are.
This is my favorite part, though, because he walks, and he's up the top, and then they see him at the bottom.
I mean, it's just so tragic how little information Breon have to actually play around here to sort of push towards Baron.
See, you saw him right there, and so Umpty's like, oh, I can come around the back.
It's just really frustrating if you're Breon here. You know they're on Baron. You want to try to make something happen. You don't have any great setup for your Fiora. Look at where Fiora is on the map right now, just not pushing deep on the side or anything like that. You had no map control. The Jin pick, it can work. Like, I'm not as big of an anti as you and Valdez, but when you make those bad calls in the mid game and give a huge lead to your opponent and Silas gets fed, like, Silas was the real hero of this game. Can't ever break through that guy as Jin. Can't get breakthrough as Maokai either. And your Maokai, let's lock everyone in place, and then Jin can't do damage. And then DRX is like, all right, so cool, that's your whole comp.
Yep. And also, like, going back to the Jin point as well, Jace just does what Jin does, but it's like he has an ultimate with an EQ every time, just doing that big poke damage from a really long distance away. As I believe POG is going to be available, and I think that means that Fate gets it. There we go.
Back to 200 points. Yeah, back-to-back POGs. He picked it up in that Guangdong series. I think Valdez was mentioning that on the cast, where he just put the team on his back. He dropped waves and dove bottom side. He had enough, and now on Silas again here, just a big carry player, and he gets ahead very early on in the game from that mistake there from effort, and then just kind of roams around the map with impunity because he has that Rod of Ages tankiness. Went Zhonya's second, so he has a lot of extra armor. And doesn't really ever have to stasis this game, actually, because he's never under any threat. But he actually turns this fight around brilliantly as well when the overextension from Bro happens. And it was just his game to snowball and steamroll. And he does. Yeah.
He did a beautiful job. I want to see some barrel votes because I think that is like that's the Jonah Strong vote.
The mental boom barrel vote.
Oh, yeah. Because actually, in these fights, he died a lot, right? But he was picking up a bunch of kills and also being able to bait the opponent in. He won't get any of the votes. Rascal's going to pick up a few of them, which I find kind of interesting, given the fact that he was under a heck of a lot of pressure and, you know, found some shock blasts and things like that. But we'll have to see what the gentlemen on the desk think about that one. It is definitely a bit of a boom boom damage vote. But my fellow Jin Anti is waiting alongside Valdez and Chronicler. Take it away.
Thank you, Spacers. I just want to put it on the record, though. I think Jin is okay. I'm more of a free Silas anti, let's say. I think that Fate was given an opportunity to basically just kind of roll this game. And on the Silas, when you get ahead into a matchup like the Akali, you just basically get to do whatever you want. And that's what Fate was able to do. No amount of damage could get through him. I feel like even if the Jin got even more ahead, it wouldn't have gotten through him. I think it would have had to be some kind of like hyper carry to really break through that Silas armor, which is what I'm really an anti of, Chronicler.
Man, Valdez, all this negativity. Let's get in the game. Free fun, pro levers versus, you know, DRX fans. The new lineup. They brought all the... No. Are we going to make it a sour affair? Can't believe they're letting this through again. Unbelievable.
Unbelievable.
Jin Karma in my game, in my LCK. Not if I have anything to complain about it.
You know, they might do it again, especially because, as we all kind of acknowledge, there were a lot of good looks in the early game that made this comp look really strong. I think you can make it work in certain scenarios. Were there better options? Perhaps.
Yeah, just be Gen G.
Well.
Yeah.
And they're just going to take away the Maokai this time. So they say, okay, no Maokai. Umpty has to play something new.
And a possible Varus first pick is open here. Can also go for the Heimer again. I personally wouldn't mind as much. We have seen that the Rise B1 that we saw still a little bit in the first week has very, very rapidly dropped in favor of just picking up that lane. And Breon, do agree, don't want to play into that. So is it just a Zeri first pick here?
Beryl, the big carry from game number 2. They're going to take his pick away.
Not even as a joke, Valdez, as...
No, I'm dead serious. He baited them so well. I mean, come on.
As Varus is about to get locked in here for Rascal, by Rascal rather, for Dokdom, assuming this isn't support Varus, you know, I haven't seen that yet. I at this point will never rule it out until we actually know, but for Breon, can go just for a Yuumi lane. I do think that into specifically the Varus, he will be struggling a lot more because Lucian, in terms of early game, not quite as strong. Or sorry, Lulu rather. Thank you, Valdez, for the subtle pointer.
Yes.
That is not in this game. At least gets picked up here by the side of Breon, and a very different look for Umpty, because even though I really did like his early game on the Maokai, obviously has a very different role as we get to the mid to late game team fights, and we'll have a bit more onus on him to find moments in mid game, as the Sejuani is the only S tier jungler that is still available, so Croco locks it in.
Yeah, sometimes that's the way it goes. And I think Sejuani's fine. We actually often see it picked into the Elise. Sometimes because it's the only thing available. Because Maokai was banned.
So I actually like this Rise because you have two options now as Bro. Either you lock in a mid laner, Kassadin comes to mind, but they can also go into a more specifically Rise counter.
Oh.
Yeah, because the downside of this is that you will actually be able to ban out the Lulu, right? And I do think that the Zeri really struggles with different supports. And that's something that they're going to have to deal with. And also, Elise and Kassadin is very lackluster as a mid-jungle 2v2. Not going to feel very good about that one. And the Kassadin is going to need a lot of time. So, yes, Breon have a Kassadin and a Zeri, so the late game will be exceptional. But you need some pressure point for this Elise to play through. Because if every lane is just stuck underneath that turret,
yeah,
it's going to be really hard to have a positive impact.
So I guess save counterpick for top and actually play around
Yeah.
top could be an angle, but
Well,
to be honest with you, Chronicler, I feel like they kind of just went
next
a
to
little,
Lulu?
a little bit tier listy, a little bit, okay, we're going to scale, Kassadin's really good, it's open, let's go for it.
I agree.
I think that's the amount of thought that went into.
Yeah, it's a tough angle here for Breon. Cassante R4 here does make sense. might save and the Jax ban to me, even though we've seen that matchup be pretty K'Sante favorite. I know a lot of pros feel like it is Jax favorite as we get into the later stage of the game.
Yeah.
So K'Sante on R4 here is kind of telegraphed. I wonder if they're going to ban Lulu as well. Renex and Lulu would be my two main calls as to what you want to take away from Brion, and that is going to be the case. So now gonna have to play something else for Effort, and obviously Effort can go for Nautilus, can go for Leona, which should be locked in here on R4 to get the counter pick over to Morgan. But no,
or
the K'Sante takeaway instead.
Yeah, I think that's fine. It just, as we were talking about, it kind of just takes away any kind of proactivity in some of these lanes. Like K'Sante, as we know, is a very kind of defensive laner, and then he turns it back, like he comes over the top, he brings you into his turret. And Elise can make some stuff work there, but why go for the Elise if you have basically lanes that are just kind of hanging out or losing? So the Jace is going to be locked in here for Rascal once again, as he knows what he's playing against in the top lane.
Please.
I think it's a pretty good spot to go for it, actually.
No, I actually quite like it. Really wouldn't mind the AP Twitch support. We have heard the rumors.
Do it. No, okay. Oh, okay.
Barrel. I don't know about that one, Barrel.
Twitch is better, I think, in this case.
There we go.
There we go. So, it's happening.
In it comes. Twitch support making its debut effort, picks up his trusty Nautilus. And yeah, the reason why we were worried about the Kalista, however, is because I do truly believe that Kalista, while strong, it requires an inordinate amount of hands. And
what are you trying to say?
Well, I don't think Barrel, at least in his current form, has the hands. And I'd argue that that's not the appeal of Barrel, and we shouldn't put him on champions like Kalista. But Twitch,
true,
very, very different. Do you think that this is the type of bot lane where Effort and Hannah can find all in? And Doctum and Barrel have actually been struggling substantially, so they can't afford to misplay. But I gotta say, DRX comp overall, I love it. I think you have a ton of pressure points. The one upside is that even with the Zeri being somewhat lackluster, Nautilus and Elise together is a deadly combo. It's just that a lot of the other parts, the Zeri, the Castin, don't really have got that much going on. The snowball of the DRX comp is very, very scary.
Yeah, it's pretty huge. I mean, you know, you look at the... Wow.
Oh!
Somebody knew. Somebody knew it was coming.
He's like, oh, it's happening.
Yeah. And he did the thing where he puts the first syllable of every letter of every player on the team in a row. That was made very popular through the Donut Churros era of Genji. This is just cheering on Brion. But yeah, I mean, you look at the cast in this area, you're like, well, that's Supreme late game, right? But on the other side, I mean, there are a lot of pieces of the DRX puzzle that can also throw down in a late game. And Barrel is going to be going onto this AP Twitch, and that is going to be a rough lane to deal with. Although I do feel like now Elise kind of has a reason, you know, like kind of has an angle in this game. Maybe just sit in the bot lane and help out your bottom lane. Could happen as, here we go, guys. We're jumping out of the rift for game 3. Fans are getting hyped, man. They are really hyped up for this match.
And overall, really excited to see what is going to... Ooh, already walking in. What we're actually going to get here. Do note that Barrel has gone for the sickle here. So, wondering whether he will actually opt into AD Twitch here, which would be very out of the left field. I think the AP variety has gained some notoriety for the absurd amount of snowballing potential that it does have, but might also just be a call to be able to apply a little bit more early pressure. We'll see when we actually get into the game. But yeah, the overall composition of DRX should just make sure that they keep track of Umti. And as long as, yeah, there, okay, there we go. Yeah. Starting early.
Barrel is, he is stealth. He is going to have to flash to get away from that one.
Yep, that's peak Barrel. So I hope you enjoy 1v2 laning, Doctum, because
Top lane gank.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
Morgan's like, wait, I just wanted to play a normal game of League of Legends. What is going on here?
Your lane. It's not happening.
Yeah, definitely at least don't take that angle.
So as I was saying, the snowballing potential of Twitch support is so obnoxious to play into, right? Like truly, once you get a couple of stacks onto your passive and you're able to go in for the E and completely eradicate people, you're going to feel very good. As obviously, it's a Cassidy by himself into an AP lane, so Beryl says, no, you are not alone. As again.
Who needs Flash anyway? I don't use Flash in my games because I'm a Giga Chad. Here we go. Umpty's in the top lane. And he's just going to repel on top of Rascal, which gives him a very nice angle to just flash away. Not sure about that one, but...
Yeah, that's a tough flash to hit there. Yeah. Nicely done. And overall, say what you want about this Twitch support and Beryl having his flash blown literally level 1, but hey, the map is quickly devolving into pure chaos. Yeah. As my assumption is that that was indeed the goal. As Beryl goes back, picks up a refillable pot, makes his way back towards the bot side of the map. As Umpty's here again.
Here we go again.
Oh, look at Fade though.
Yeah, and you can see Umpty's just backing away, and the wave was pushed into Morgan, so it's not much that they can do about that. And yeah, I actually really love this pick because it feels like it's the perfect pick for Beryl. Like, he wants to shape the game around him doing crazy, aggressive, weird angles.
Just never lane.
TikTok highlights, This is the player he is.
Everyone on Brion just has to stay underneath their turret. Because they don't know.
He could be anywhere. And now he's in the top lane.
So obnoxious. Look at Beryl's cam as well. He's just having a laugh.
Of course. Okay, well, we don't know, as now Krako's here.
Oh my god, they're going to dive Morgan.
And
Effort's like, I got to follow him!
I mean, I don't
think you can.
Maybe he just feels like there's no reason for him to be bot, though. He's like, oh, Zeri's going to be fine, like, just leave her. I might as well do something even if I can't do anything.
Well, but that's... I
don't know if you can even dive Duck Dom, really.
I feel like you're still doing more, though. But it's really tough, right? This is a very chaotic game state, as we'll see Kroko here.
And they should know that Beryl's here.
Yeah, of course.
But effort is seen. So now this is a 3v3 in the top lane. In 2023, I never thought I'd see this.
Fellas, this is how you make top lane matter again. You just rotate a bot laner over there.
Yeah.
That's the answer.
Just play Twitch support. And, I even struggle to call it Twitch support. I feel like this is the return of roaming, the roam role. You remember River Shen? It's back, Chronicler.
So, but Beryl isn't
in
really...
the form of Twitch.
Like, they're not getting that much done yet. As they were actually really sniffing out, trying to see if Umpty and Effort went for another play. But overall, if you don't pick up early objectives and you're not actually able to turn this pressure that you're generating into anything meaningful, then this isn't really going to matter, right? And we can very, with safety, say that you're definitely going to feel a lot better as... Oh, here he goes again.
Yeah.
Doesn't hit his little flask, but...
The issue is, especially against Morgan, Morgan's like, yeah, cool story, bro. I have a refillable and 2 biscuits.
But to be fair, if Rascal can get through this lane for free, you're chilling, right? Because your Jay shoes outskilled the Cassante pretty substantially.
Here we go.
Yep.
And Hennis is doing this alone. There is no vision for the side of Duck Dom, so of course it's not like he would ever try to fight this, even if he felt confident in the 1v1.
This is the one downside. I do think that the Varus, when left alone, is actually a very juicy target if you do send Umpty towards the bot side of the map, right? So, looks like this will be the AP variant nonetheless, which does make a lot of sense, as Duck Dom
They might just run into each other here. Where is Beryl? He's probably in the lane, I guess, as, yeah, trying to set this up. Jonas Strong keeping it a secret for now, as now Effort's like, oh god, everybody's here. He's going to have to flash over the wall. You see Duck Dom was leaning forward, but they're not going to have an arrow available. And Effort will survive.
Do note also, Croco does have his flash there, could have gone for it, but didn't want to take the risk. And I personally would also like them to go for a contest on this. Ooh, Umpty, say hello. Should still be able to get the ward there, but...
Umpty's running away from the level 3 Twitch, doesn't know where Croco is. Just looks very entertaining. For Beryl, of course.
Just for Beryl,
yeah.
Another thing that is important to highlight here is that whereas Beryl is actually... Is he going Nashers too? I don't even...
Hell yeah.
I just want to see what happens. Whereas Beryl is actually getting a lot of value out of his support item, right? So he's farming it up pretty consistently. Effort is not. Because Effort's support item is relying on actually being in lane and getting lost hits and getting executes. And he's not getting any of that. So I do think that if this continues and you have a Twitch that is barely in the game, and you have a Nautilus that is barely in the game, Effort can't even go in for some of the engages, right? Like, he will literally be made of paper. So, do you think Brion can run into some issues in that regard, as it looks like a 5-man contest towards his Herald is coming through? But guess what? DRX also rotating over 5 people. Pure madness here on Summoner's Rift, Valdez.
Yeah, this is a game unlike I have cast before. We do have Henna going bot again, so it doesn't look like Bro really want to contest this. Although Henna is around. Or not Henna, Effort is around. He's nearby as, what is he? Okay, he's hex flashing the wall. I'm like, what are you doing in there? Really needs to get some of those minions down. Really needs to get more than level 3. As nobody is confident to go in on any of these lanes with a Twitch in the game. There is nobody in the bottom lane.
See, but they don't know that.
Yeah.
But yeah, you just get 3 blades on Zeri here. At the very least 1. Might be able to get 2, but I can understand Henna not wanting to take a risk again. As that was literally just to spam the emote. And ooh, Henna might be in some trouble here. Or actually, Effort's level 3.
Yeah, Effort is level 3. There was a big rotation down from mid and jungle of Bro.
It's so hard into Ryze. That's a problem, right? If Ryze is halfway there, then you're going to be fighting at least on even footing. Drake would be really big here, and even though there's been a ton of shenanigans, Zeri and Kassadin are just able to play the game, right? We're not really seeing the...
Just hanging out.
Yeah, well, I mean, that's
free Infernal Drake.
Is this really going to be Twitch support? Like, it gets picked and then it doesn't get anything done, and then it's just the end of the game, the end of it.
And we never get to see it ever again.
Yeah.
That would be sad, actually.
Or, more likely, it gets picked up by Carrier, who then makes it look super busted.
Yeah, I mean, Carrier is playing later tonight. If you guys were, if you're a fan of this kind of thing, you should probably stay tuned because you should watch this game. This is going to be a very fun game, regardless of what happens. And then the next series will have Carrier in it. That's all I gotta say. Should be fun. Should definitely be fun. And yeah, we kind of just traded objectives. Croco's gonna look to drop this mid, it looks like. And everybody's here. All 5 members of DRX are in the mid lane. Just a straight up A-round. As in goes Effort. He's gonna get the engage. He is in fact made of paper as Bait is burning down. That Ignite is getting him pretty low. As Kassadin picks up the first kill and Zeri gets the second. Could not be going worse for DRX, who opted into this fight. This is gonna be an ace and a certified Zeri moment as she picks up the 3-0 and Bro just roll over them.
I don't even know, Valdez.
Please analyze. Please analyze that play, Chronicler, because I have no clue.
I don't even know. What happens is, I think they felt like they might have a good angle, then Fade steps forward just a little bit, so it's Fade that gets hooked, not Croco. Meaning that from this point onward, they just have to disengage, right? But that doesn't work.
They're just running.
They're just running.
The whole time.
Again, because Fade's already low, I think at that point you just have to flip it and hope you win. because you're never getting away from Zeri and Cassante. It's just not going to be a thing.
Or
and now,
Kassadin.
you're 2K gold behind a Kassadin and Zeri, both of which picked up 1 and 3 kills respectively. So now I think you just lose. You might not,
I mean,
but I think
you might be right.
do.
You might be right. Beryl does not have flash. I think he's just dead. Yeah, he's going to be slowed down. Henna picks up another free kill. And this is the issue. You can't run away from them. This is why Zeri moments are a thing. Part of the reason, a small part of the reason, is because her mobility is so high. So if she starts winning a fight, it's like a snowball and a champion. You just can't get away from her. Everybody's running away. She's chasing you down, getting free kills. And then she scales really well. So, unfortunately, DRX, you know, I was hoping for a more even game. Perhaps we were going to have the Twitch support popping off. And then... yeah, you don't win this anymore. This isn't the first 8 minutes of the game, unfortunately, for Beryl.
Yeah, I got nothing, Valdez. So you can hope that, you know, Henna mispositions, and hopefully that'll be enough. But he's taking a turret shot as well, and it's Kassadin. He has a flash on a 6-second cooldown.
Yeah. And Zeri was there to make things worse. I don't even think Paris really even needed him.
No, even without the Zeri, plays just
died at Kassadin. Well,
what I do appreciate is that this is a very, very spirited rendition of what actually happens in solo queue when you lock in Twitch support, which is cool.
They're staying true to the original.
Yeah,
you know, I think that has value.
When Twitch is on your team.
Yes, only when Twitch is on your team.
Yeah.
If Twitch is on the enemy team, usually they're in the jungle instead. But even if they're not,
no, he gets a double.
They get a kill at level 1. Yeah, onto the mid laner, and then
the game's over.
The game is over. Same with Shaco.
That's just them's the rules.
All these invisible champs are all the same. But yeah, I mean, it's definitely a big issue. The snowball is well and truly turned into an avalanche already. It's still very early on in this game, but I mean, 4-0 and 2, Zeri with an Infernal Drake, and a Kassadin who got a level, or rather a minute 11 or 10 Route of Ages.
This is
a big issue for DRX.
You guys can't see it, but I'm like hands in my head. We gonna
hands in your head.
No.
Oh my God.
That's how messed up I am, Valdez.
Yeah, I mean,
and now they're just setting traps left and right, and Brianna like, we're not gonna fall for this.
Yeah,
we don't need to do anything.
To be honest, I don't even blame Beryl anymore because he's probably tilted off the face of the planet. Like the way that last fight went, how could you not be like getting aced at 10 minutes into the game? It's a really rough spot. Yeah, clean ace. Nobody's died inside of Bro yet. And Rift Herald has spawned, so maybe DRX are gonna get this one.
That's nice.
It's nice.
It's something. They can get Herald, maybe gonna get first Turtle Blood, and then they're only gonna be 2.5k gold behind the Zeri Kassadin composition, right?
Yes. Remember when we were talking about like all the lanes and like what Elise was gonna do, and you know the Twitch support? Good times.
And then it turned out none of that mattered.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, but it's not truly over. I think, maybe. No, it should be. But it's not really until it actually is, you know?
Yeah.
Because maybe Bro make a mistake. Maybe they make 5 mistakes in a row.
Could happen. We've seen it before.
And then DRX come back with the Twitch support.
I mean, they do have a rise. They do have potential.
Well, their poke is good, and
with
outside of Morgan, they're all squishy.
I'm really trying to like see the lines.
No,
here.
we're really stretching it, Valdez. We're really
I just don't want to accept.
I don't want to accept.
I'm not ready to accept
that this game is.
I'm still in denial, Chronicler.
And Twitch support is a disaster.
Okay.
Here we go.
Oh, Henna. Well. Barrel got a bunch of damage. That was some nice poke in there.
Well,
and indeed, they do have some great poke.
They get the first turbo up, maybe.
Yeah.
No, not even.
Oh, efforts here, and Henna, you know, he's only got a shield bow, but
maybe they get Drake, right?
I think maybe they do.
Yes,
I mean, look at where Umpty is right now.
Kassadin's in the solo lane, getting first turbo over here. Oh man.
But DRX, they had a really nice setup. We can see the potential in their poke, right? Think about if Jace and Varus are there to follow up with the Twitch. Maybe you can blow up some of those squishies.
Yeah, true.
They stopped the Ocean Soul snowball at least, so that's one of the snowballs that has stopped.
I know you're joking, but it's still
I'm
helping me. You're talking. Yeah, okay, Veldes. You are telling me that you're saying the words.
I'm not saying they're going to win. I'm just saying...
Ocean Soul Snowball, non-ironic. That was 100% genuine. Look into my eyes and tell me.
I won't. I can't.
Oh, it's so rough.
Yeah, well, I mean, Rascal's ahead on gold. So...
Fellas, I just want to feel heard. You don't have to solve my problems, okay? No, we're joking because truth is, in this scenario, what do? Unless Breon make big mistakes, like if Hannah walks into a trap and
into like
Barrel gets a shutdown and becomes a super fat AP Twitch, then maybe. But they're gonna try and dive Cassante, right? Like that's where we're at right now because they can't contest.
That play is not it. I think that
you got to try something. Right?
Maybe you can try to do that to try to break down the turret. Like that could be an angle. As we do have the ult here onto Fate. He does have Flash at this moment in time, but Barrel just died. Yeah, you're not very tanky as AP Twitch. Surprising nobody. As in goes Hannah once again. The chains are going to land, and Hannah does not have cleanse. But Umpty's really, really, really fast. So that will force the Flash there out of Duck Dom, but that's still a free mid-turret at this point in the game, and Karus is getting a free turret bot. They still have the second Rift Herald that's going to be thrown into mid.
All right, I give up. There's no more angles. It's done. I'm calling it.
It's just a straight line. There's no angle.
No, there's. It's just a line.
Yeah. I think you might be right,
What a roller coaster of emotions to go from the first Twitch support debut in the LCK to where we are right now.
Like I said before, you know, I think Keria might try it in the next series, or this, or maybe something just as crazy. Just make sure you're tuning in later as well. Should be a lot of fun.
Keria's going to bring out 6 support, and Veldes is going to lose his mind.
Yeah, that would... I don't know if that's a thing. I was thinking about that actually, but I don't think it is. Or Azir support.
Oh,
any Bucio fans?
Yeah, that's happened.
Any Bucio fans in the chat?
Well, at least DRX don't get perfect game, which is nice. This is a turret deep as well. Look at Barrel, and he's here, and he's gone.
Yeah, I mean, especially a player like Karus, I feel like who really does exponentially get better with like a confidence boost. Like if he gets in a position where he thinks he can carry, he will, generally. It's just he really struggles to get there. But he has certainly gotten there in this game. Super early Rod. Looks like that will complete in about 30 seconds. I think he got it around 11 minutes. It's going to be a really nice time for him.
Look at this gold difference. We went from...
Oh! Got him! There it is! The pick onto the Kassadin! I'm sorry. I'm just making Grindel feel really bad. It's okay.
It's a toughie, Veldes. I would love to say stuff about this game, but this truly is such a doomed scenario because it feels like there is no scaling argument to it. It's Kassadin and Zeri, and they have all the kills. And they're like 2 levels up in case of Karus.
Yeah, his Rod just completed, so.
Yeah, true. That's nice, I guess. Fate will get his in like 2.5 minutes.
Oh, they're just going to go for Baron.
Yeah, they should.
I mean, yeah, especially with Zeri here and how fed she is, you can just kind of do this. But a couple of wards were placed, so they are going to respect that. Again, that's one of the mistakes. You know, if you're only going to take it with 2 and then you just kind of get jumped on, like that could potentially be an angle for DRX.
Gonna have to get very creative here, Valdez.
I mean, I'm just glad we had a game 3 so we got to see the AP Twitch. You could see the potential of it.
Did we?
I think we did. Like, let's say they didn't just run down mid and take that pretty, you know, honestly atrocious team fight. Like, if that didn't happen, where would we be in this game?
I do like entertaining the concept of alternate realities when the game is as bleak as this one. So maybe we're in a universe where, at the very least, yeah, DRX play a nice early game and they get the Twitch fed and Bro can't move around the map and do whatever they want. That could have happened.
I think that Barrel's impact on the lane was pretty nice.
And it was okay, but I think Bro actually played. Well, they played very respectful, and then they took one fight, got clean aced, and then the game was over. Oh, Resco's dead.
Yeah.
Unless
he's like trying to go in on this. He's got damage, but yeah, I think it's just a little bit of helplessness from him too. You know, maybe just a bit of tilt, because at this point he knows too. He's like, well, what else am I gonna do? Like, even if I live, it doesn't matter. So here we go over the wall. Nice play from Effort, as Barrel will be caught out. Pretty quick on that one. They are able to match the Cassante in the side lane with a Rise. When are we going to get top Rise into Cassante back? Is that ever going to be a thing?
Okay, it all starts with Doctum and Croco getting a steal here, right? Oh, no. Oh, Doctum's dead.
Uh-oh. Yeah, he's just dead. Nice play here from Effort once again. Again, looking very confident from very far ahead. Just a little zap over the wall. We do not know. Okay, well, now we do. Where the Sejuani is. Croco does not have any vision, so of course he comes in a little bit early, not knowing exactly where the health of the Baron is at. Looks a little bit silly, but not to be helped, as that will be the Baron here. 24 minutes to the side of Bro.
Free Adam's going to be done now, as... Oh no, not the replay of this.
Can we just get like 2 more replays of the mid-fight, and just like no more replays?
Between the Sandbox D+ game and now this one...
I mean, I think the Sandbox one was...
It was worse, but I do think that this is a little bit comparable. It wasn't as much of a laning diff, but like a clean ace into Kassadin and Zeri.
It's similar in terms of its helplessness, for sure.
Yeah.
In the Live Sandbox one, it was just kind of feeling really helpless for Envy, who just got really bullied. But in this one, it's kind of just...
Everyone getting bullied.
Yeah.
It's nice. At least they're together.
And it also showcases some more of the issues on the side of DRX. You know, like, what is the shot call to go in there? Like, why are they making this decision in the first place? And that's a kind of narrative point that we will continue to make, as DRX will not find any luck in this one. To be continued, I suppose, for them, because Bro are just rolling over them, as is to be expected. Level 17 is Karis. 25 minutes into the game, and Bro, it doesn't look like they're gonna let them hurt any longer. Might just put them out of their misery with this Baron buff.
As Barrel forced to flash as well, and for Breon, as we said coming in today, this is an important win. The schedule is going to be a lot tougher here from here on out, and any believer going to be very happy with this game, even though from a pure gameplay perspective, obviously not the most entertaining. What matters is that they are going to get the win, right? They are able to actually, again, capitalize on Hannah, on Izeri, and even though it was a game call, I do think that we can very clearly see that Breon is super comfortable playing around Hannah, very cognizant of how strong they are at any given point in time, and then it's just a question of playing out the game. And as much flack as we've given Breon for being methodical in the past, or rather slow, they are, in my opinion, of all the weaker teams that we have, the best one at keeping a lead. Like, once you give them a lead like this, they're just never going to give it up. Everyone's going to stick together. No one's going to make risky plays inside.
Are they never going to let you down as well?
No, they're also never going to run away.
Well, they've definitely hurt me in the past, so I don't know. Like, it doesn't quite check out, but they got the rest of the check boxes.
Not in this one, Valdez.
Not in this one. As Brion are pretty... I think you're exactly right, though. It's part of the reason why they play so slowly, because they're trying not to take any risks. They're trying to be as safe as possible.
You win 100%.
Well, not in this game. I just mean in general.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
That's part of their play style.
Part of the appeal as well, I think, for this team.
Absolutely.
They're just very lovable.
Could win in 15 minutes, wins in 30. Giga Chad. Takes their time. Very patient. And, yeah, I mean, they don't really have much of a minion wave here, and they don't have Baron anymore, so.
Yeah, there's 2 super waves, so they can just wait and stick around here.
Effort almost hooked the turret again. Very close, although maybe that would have been okay because he might have just forced the team fight, and this time he has flash, so might not have been that bad. As the poke not even really touching Umpty at this point. You can see just how far behind the Varus is, or the DRX comp in general is. Karus level 18 now. This game, slow and steady, is Brion, as they will get the push into the back line as they are going straight into barrel. A massive walk comes in from the side of Karus, and that should do it. Henna is gonna die. And at the end of the day, we do have Duckdom trying to hold on by himself here against Umpty, but there are just way too many minions, way too much pressure onto this Nexus, and it looks like that'll do it. Fate with his head in his hands, not the best feel if you are a DRX fan, of course, as this was an Omega stomp in game number 3, as Brion will take down the series 2-1.
And Umpty immediately high fives the Lords. They are all going to be very happy. Going to 3-2 now as DRX unfortunately continue their free fall. The Bro Leavers out in full force. They're eating well tonight. And for Brion, continue their love of free game series, continue their love of sticking together, and how iconic that they win with a single team fight. 15 minutes, 20 minutes earlier than we're used to seeing from them, right? But
I think it happened
truly,
in 11 minutes.
Yeah,
Like
well, yeah, usually it's like 35. So,
yeah.
But truly, I think well done, Umpty. Also seemingly relieved, knowing that this is a match that down the line can make a really big difference.
Absolutely. I think that Bro are, you know, even though that game was such a, I don't know, like, it just felt like a scrim that you would just call it at 50 minutes. You're like, okay, you guys won, let's go next. Like, it was just so one-sided. But it's very important, as you said, you know, like, Brion need to get every single win that they possibly can to have a chance at making playoffs. They're not in the top 3, they're not really in the top 4, but they're trying their hardest to get as many wins as possible and prove that at least they can make playoffs again. That would be, in my mind, what their biggest goal is for the season, especially with, you know, the changes in the roster and all that. And a win's a win. 2-1. Karus is very happy. No celebration, just smile and wave.
And overall, really well done here by Brion. Henna having an absolutely wonderful day today here. Even in the game that they lost the second one, he still did just as much damage as his lane opponent.
Yeah.
On Jhin, which pretty impressive.
Absolutely.
And
maybe a few too many free barrels in those statistics, but still counts.
We're not gonna talk about those as, yeah, effort also. I'm sure he's really happy that after all these, you know, last couple of months of Enchanters, he gets just locking Nautilus again to his
like, I don't want to play Callista, I just want to play Nautilus. I think Carry actually said the same thing.
He did. He's like, I just want to lock in Nautilus.
Yeah, I'm just playing AD carry supports because they're good.
Because it's the best, but I'm not doing this out of choice. This is thrust upon me. A responsibility, just like the General led his troops to victory today. And overall, really nice showing for Brion. And even if you're a DRX fan, you can't ever feel too bad about a Brion win.
That's just the way it goes here at the LCK. That's the way it goes for Brion. They do get the win 2-1, and we will be hearing from some of their members. And yes, this is the highlight that I wanted to see. Again, the hook onto Fate gets him out of position, and again, the second DRX get behind in the team fight, you're just never getting away from Cassante, Zeri, and Kassadin, and that was why this team fight turned out to be such a big issue.
And then from this point onward, like, we're gonna see more highlights, but this was the highlight, which I'm sure the desk will also echo. In moments like this, very unfortunate. Turns out that the Twitch support really was just a snack for Karis to munch on throughout the rest of this game, and with the composition already so far behind, DRX couldn't really do anything, and Rion play it out cleanly, go for objective, stick together, make sure you don't take any unnecessary risk, and close out the game in relatively sweet and succinct fashion.
Karis like didn't even rift walk until he saw the Twitch. He just immediately flashed on him. He's like, I was waiting for you. I'll have my meal again.
I knew you were on your way.
Yeah, and he was right. And yes, he did once again have the Twitch.
그랩할게 앞라인. 왜 이렇게 안 맞냐? 라인 넣자. 라인으로 붙여줄게.
이거 천천히 봐봐.
이거 그냥 볼게 이거. 볼게.
They're just calling, you know, I'm gonna go for it. I'm gonna go in for this.
That rift walk from Karis.
볼게.
혹시 맞춰놨어
That's
뒤에.
not fun.
죽었다. 되나?
Unless you're a Kassadin fan.
It's what we call boom boom damage.
너한 빼봐.
It's like the essence of it right there.
한번 빼볼게 고치 맞추고.
더 치자.
It's when the enemy just disappears in under a second.
이게 죽네?
Gotta feel good. This win going to keep Brion in a pretty good place overall in terms of maybe again, like last spring, being able to make it up the ladder and clinch a 6th playoff spot. As yeah, unsurprisingly, a lot of damage from Karis and Hannah here.
I'm looking forward to hearing what the space has to say about this game because, you know, we're the casters. We can talk. We can make jokes. Those guys, they gotta break it down. They gotta analyze it. They gotta really dig into the down and dirty details of that one. So, really curious to hear what they have to say. And in fact, they're waiting just now on standby. Let's go over to the space right now.
Well, that game was over at 10 minutes. Wolf, what did you, do you have any plans for the weekend?
Cast some more LCK.
Oh, yeah.
And then challengers after that. But yeah, when Twitch was invisible, it really reminded me of how DRX was in that third game. It just weren't there. It was not really a game.
Yeah.
The Twitch pick here, looking at the draft, like, you and I were talking like, okay, it could be Twitch. What's going to happen? Are we going to have engaged supports? Because the draft was really pushing down into like the depths of what's going to happen support-wise. Because we did see the Ryze Kassadin trade-off in first rotation. And Beryl decides for his third time now that he's going to play a creative pick, as we like to call it here at the LCK. It's usually one of those special caster words. And he won twice with the Caitlyn. He doubled Karia's Caitlyn wins. And then the Twitch here, he played it in the early game to affect all three lanes. You had the Ryze prio early. You did ruin the Cassante's lane early, but after that, they made one wrong call. Effort gets a hook, the game is over. It's just that simple.
Yeah, it really is. They walked out, and they had the right idea, you know? You utilize all of that extra pressure that you've built up. You grab the Rift Herald, you try and put it into the mid lane outer turret to break open the map as far as possible, so it's a bit of a playground for if the Twitch is in a position where his team's ahead, then you can be very oppressive because no one can walk up into Fog of War because there might just be, you know, a Twitch that slows you down, you get hit by a million shot blasts and room prisoned and you're dead. If that doesn't happen though, you get what you just saw. As let's have a look at where the game started and where it ended. All in one play.
Yeah, look at Effort here on the side. This is really unfortunate. This is a 5-man group because they really want to both grab plate gold here, but also take this whole turret out. This is the idea with this push, but fortunately Effort essentially sacrifices himself. He barely gets away, but they force Fate back here. Look at where Morgan is. He's just running down. And as Valdez pointed out several times on the broadcast, this comp is just so mobile, so good at chasing, that if anybody oversteps and you get a pick like this, like Effort did, it's just over. And then this is a wipe so early on into the game.
Yeah.
11 minutes.
And the kills, one of them goes to Kassadin, and then it's a triple kill for Hannah on his Zeri that we've already noted. It's now sitting at 10-2 as his all-time record. And this guy has been on Brion his entire career. Like, this is a team that's not necessarily known for winning, but that is an extraordinary win rate.
We've also seen a lot of Twitch support where you use the Twitch more in the laning phase. You try to push the lane, harass, and then after you have that lead, then the Twitch starts roaming around the map and making an impact in other lanes that already kind of have some setup prio. He started it early on in the game, basically just skipped lane and just was a second jungler early. And I think that the impact he was looking for just wasn't really there. Like he was able to affect a lane on the top side where it could have been winnable for Cassante, but he's happy to sit under turret. You can't dive him after that. Gaston, he was going to be under turret against Ryze no matter what, so I think the support could have been played a little bit differently here by Beryl, but ultimately he decided not to do that. DRX really have some problems right now in terms of their communication. And their upcoming schedule, I just want to tell you guys about. They have Live Sandbox, Hanwha Life Esports, T1, and KT, so it doesn't get easier. Right, like all of their next opponents are really incredibly difficult for them. They took that win over Kwangdong Freaks, but that might be the last one they get here in the first round robin if they can't figure out that synergy. Beryl having some problems in the laning phase. He said, I'm gonna skip laning in game 3. It didn't work out.
Yeah, the River Twitch, we were actually having the discussion about River Twitch right before Valdez named it that on the broadcast. It was actually beautiful synergy. And it sort of worked. You could see where the pressure was coming from. It has been working in solo queue for a lot of our players. It's not like it's a crazy pick that no one knew anything about. We've heard whispers of this
seen
for
it
a
covered
long
a lot,
time.
yeah.
We've seen also a few people in solo queue picking it up here and there. Debut here in the LCK, not necessarily fantastic. However, hopefully we do see what it's supposed to do, used in a different composition a little bit down the line.
Usually we like to champion teams here at the LCK rather than put them down, and I don't want to put DRX down, but I am worried about the current state of DRX. Even after the win against Kwangdong, the players look visibly very upset. You can see the frustration on stage there, Fate, you know, head in his hands, and this is a team that needs to recover soon because the matches aren't getting easier. They've lost a lot of these critical easy ones actually, and it gets tougher from here. And how can you keep yourself mentally stable going into round 2 if the only win you could pick up is that Kwangdong Freaks win? And even in that win, your players look frustrated, they're tilted, and I don't know, man. It's like the sum of the parts should be bigger than what we're actually seeing here with this roster, but it's just, it's a mystery.
We had a similar issue with Nongshim last year. We'll see whether DRX can turn it around. Let's check out the POG for this game. A very difficult decision, you could imagine, because there's only really one play to analyze. It's Karis that picks it up, 200 points now. The Kassadin, of course, hit that level 16 mark extraordinarily early and got accelerated beyond all belief. As being able to pick up this sort of what looked like a 1v2 at the beginning, but honestly, it's like a 1.5 v2.
Yeah, it's just read here. Beryl taking a turret shot in this one. Beryl has often been criticized for his hands, right? Like, he has had some mechanical errors, but he's been so smart, and his drafts have been really good. But in this game, you know, it's really just about the draft not functioning and some decisions that were made early. He gets punished several times. Like, some of these moments where he dies, like, yeah, he took a turret shot earlier, but not his fault. This looks like Rascal wants help here from his jungler, who's rotating up, but just a little bit too late. He gets bopped. I think it's going to be a split vote. A little bit of voting over to the AD carry side. I actually thought maybe we'd see some effort voting in here because he's the one who set up that major play that ended the game.
True. I mean, he also shadowed Beryl relatively well. We were a little bit worried at the beginning of the game because he was like level 2 and the Twitch was getting a lot more value from his support item and all that sort of stuff. Ultimately, didn't matter. Nautilus, as it turns out, is Nautilus. Your main goal is hit level 6. He got to level 6, that was basically all he needed. He could press his buttons and get the job done. But Karis picks up a well-deserved one there. I think that Karis is slowly but surely starting to come into his own here on the Brion side. And do you know what the cool thing is? They have now equalized the amount of wins that they got in the entirety of summer.
Crazy.
Isn't that nuts? Brion didn't get a whole lot of victories towards the end of last year, and we actually didn't have very much hope about their roster in general. And do you know what the best part is as well? We get to have a chat to them. So let's throw it over to Jisun for some translation.
Thank you very much, guys. This is Jisun for the POG interview translation. We are here joined by Hannah and Karis from Brion. Congratulations on a stump win in Game 3. And you guys are now back on the west side of bracket. How do you feel, Hannah? Yeah, I mean, last time against Sleep Sandbox, it was a very close series, but we lost in the end, so we were pretty much like feeling down. And then I'm so glad that we were able to get the win today. Same, the Sandstorm was so powerful last time, but I'm glad that we were able to regain our momentum with this win. And Karis, so we had the prediction done prior to this week, and then it was always like 50-50. Our analysts were like 50-50 split, and then also even the platform prediction by the fans were also a very close match. It was always 50-50. What did you feel about this series? I think today was really critical for us in order to regain the momentum. So we were like going all in for this series. We had to prepare perfectly in order to get the win. So I was feeling pretty good about today's match. Hannah, were you aware of this matchup, like prediction? No, I haven't, but I was a little bit nervous about the series, but I'm so glad and relieved that we won. Game number 1, the opponents went all in for the early game, Lucia, Nami, and Elise. However, you guys were able to go so strong, so what was your plan early on? Well, Zeri and Lucian matchup is all about the mechanics, in my opinion. So I was pretty confident in that matchup. So as long as we don't make any accident happen early on, I was pretty confident about the game itself. I guess the bottom lane matchup was all about the mechanics and confidence. And just like you said, Zeri was the one getting all the kills early on, and you had bounty gold, like 1,000 gold. However, you were still moving forward, going aggressively. And your Zeri is holding a 10-2 win record here in the LCK total. I mean, I'm pretty confident in Zeri, and my teammates are always there to, back me up and trusting me. And then, so we could see, Bro going for the R1 Zeri as well. Karis, what are your thoughts on his Zeri? Yeah, I mean, he's good at either Lucian and Zeri and all the other picks. Whenever he gets the matchup that he actually prefers, he, shows his full confidence. So we always trust him. However, that game 2 Zeri was not able to get the same result. What did you focus on after game 2? Well, we actually kind of concluded that it's not about the picks. It was more about our shot calls not being on the same page. And DRX is the team that actually likes to just leave the lane and set up for plays and team fights, so we really wanted to focus on that. Speaking of game 3, we finally got the support Twitch getting unleashed in the LCK. Did you expect that to happen? Last time he played support Caitlyn, so I was expecting some marksman support pick, but not Twitch for sure. Yeah, I mean, we could kind of tell Bro players are a little bit being flustered early on. What did you guys discuss regarding the support Twitch pick? We had a really decent comp, so we were like, let's just not die early on and catch up later. And then we had a very early ace, about 13-minute mark into the game. Were you expecting this much of a stomp? Well, not really, because I think that was the moment where we were supposed to actually get pushed by the opponents, but Hannah was the one like, I think this is a good teamfight angle, we should go. And we actually went all in following his call, and then we were actually able to get the ace and keep sieging forward. Hannah, what kind of angle were you able to spot there? So I was clearly able to tell that the opponent had no clue that we were actually grouping up, so we wanted to capitalize on the fact that we are having the agency. And Karis, so the only players that got a win on Kassadin this season is only Faker and Ju. Faker twice and you for the first time. Yeah, I knew Kassadin was not having a good time in the LCK. But, in the LCK, a lot of teams actually snowball off of the laning phase, So Kassadin is not the best pick considering the LCK playstyle, but I still cannot really state that Kassadin is a bad pick. He does have some strength. Bro is now back on the 5th place, still securing their spot on the west side. And your next opponent is KT Roaster. Are you ready for that matchup? KT is also one of the strong teams, but with this win, I hope we can start our momentum again and keep staying in the western side. Yeah, this is gonna be a huge momentum boost for us, so we want to keep it rolling. And we will keep our winning streak up against KT as well. I hope it's gonna be a 2-0. And this will be the end of the interview from Cars, Hannah from Bro, and back to the space. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ji-sun, for the interview translation. Exceptional, as always. Great to hear from Hannah and Karis. I feel like almost every time there is an interview, the general's on there. So it's kind of cool that we don't have Umpty hogging the mic this time around, spreading the love a little bit.
Hearing a little bit more from Karis these days. Brion will actually move to the western side of the bracket.
Same score as D plus Kia Wolf?
Yeah. -2 points, of course, but still same series score here at 3-2. DRX, man, slipping down to 8th here with Nongshim and Kwangdong Freaks, a tough remaining schedule. I really hope this team can get it together because I think this team has so much talent in it, and I hope the potential isn't wasted.
But there's so much talent in so many of our teams. I think that's what we're kind of realizing here, is that there's just a lot to work with that a lot of our teams have, and you can't have all of them on the western side of the bracket. Speaking of a fight for the western side of the bracket, Humble Life Esports have quite a few decent players, and now they're up against the best team here in the LCK. That's going to be after a short break, and I think we're all extraordinarily excited to get into it. So let's get to that break and then get to our next match of the night. We'll see you there.
DRX come in as defending world champions, but looks like there's still a lot of growth that needs to happen here.
Humble Life Esports going to have to figure something out because they're looking a little bit DRX-y to me.
I'm
우리 병원 망한 줄 알았는데 다시 열어서 다행이다 진짜.
그러니까요. 우리 밥그릇 뺏기는 줄 알았다니까요. 근데 오늘 새로운 교수님이 오신다고 들었는데 그러면은 샥슈님은 어떻게 되는 겁니까? 강릉이겠지. 오시는 교수님이 또 존잘이라던데 그 스킬도 좀 화려하고 말이야.
야, 그럼 쇼맨십이 뭐가 필요해? 실력만 좋으면 되는 거 아니야?
쇼맨십 다 필요 없어. 실력만이 최고야. 오늘부터 새로 합류하게 된 플레임 교수라고 한다.
아이고 교수님 오셨어요?
아이고 교수님 플로우 캡틴잭입니다. 교수님 잘생긴 거 봐. 얼굴에서 그냥 빛이 나네. 그럼 시작해볼까? 야 멋있다. 우리 엉덩이 멋있다.
그냥 끼면 되지 멋있는 척하고 디롤이야. 050 야쏘 같은 새끼.
왜 이렇게 퍼포먼스가 많아. 힐류 체화된 정글 람머스. 네, 시죠. 개깝치네. 제드 고르고 탈주한 탈주 닌자 같은 새끼. 내 집도의 세계에 온 걸 환영한다 지금.
워터버터스 시즌2 첫 번째 주제는 프로게이머 쇼맨십이 필요한가 아닌가에 대해서입니다.
내가 교수인데 근데 왜 형이 리드해?
그니까 아니 형 이제 교수직 내려놨잖아.
야 제발
이거 좀 이해시켜줘. 이것마저 뺏어가면 시카이 형한테 남는 게 없어. 안돼. 지금 교수직 뺏겼어.
예전에는 필요 없다였어. 하지만 지금 무조건 필요하다. 왜냐면은 프로 게이머. 왜 프로야? 게임을 잘하니까야. 그치? 이건 기본이야. 이건 기본 중에 기본. 그리고 어나더도 돈을 그렇게 많이 받으면 잘해야겠지.
뭐 나도 있으면은 플러스 요인이 되는 좀 시너지적 요소다.
나는 쇼맨십까지는 잘 모르겠고 뭐 일단은 얼굴이 쇼맨십이다. 내 얼굴이 쇼맨십이다. 현역 중에서 인기 많은 사람 누구 있어? 페이커? 페이커가 쇼맨십이 좋아서 인기가 많아? 그냥 게임을 잘하니까 압도적인 퍼포먼스 아래 모든 게 다 따라온단 말이야. 그냥 뭐 제일 중요한 건 나는 게임이고 그에 비해서 다른 것도 좀 너무 작다.
호동이는 그러면 1순위, 2순위, 3순위 전부 다 게임인 거네. 오로지 게임. 게임만 할 거예요.
난 사회생활 몰라요. 해관리 그런 거 몰라요. 그냥 난 게임만 할 거야.
동생은 게임만 할 거니까.
이게 약간 쇼맨십이라는 게
쇼맨십이라고 하는 단어가 사실 되게 많은 거를 포괄하고 있는 것 같은데 저희가 카테고리별로 준비를 해봤어요. 첫 번째는
마술, 인터뷰.
이거는 기본이지.
넌 모든 게 기본이구나.
우리가 인터뷰 같은 걸 많이 다 해봤잖아 선수 때도. 근데 막 인터뷰 마이크 딱 들이댔을 때 막 이러면
그러니까 좀 저는 모습을 보여준다는 거. 단답형의
그치 그런 걸 그래서 좀 팀적으로 난 교육을 좀 해야 된다 생각을 해. 나는 잘하면 좋지만 굳이 우리는 무언가를 잘하면 무언가를 투기해야 돼. 인터뷰를 연습할 시간에는 솔로 랭크를 한 판 더 하겠어 난. 근데 이제 프로게이머 같은 경우는 은퇴를 하면 향후 커리어가 코칭 스태프 쪽이나 아니면 방송 쪽으로 가장 많이 한정되어 있잖아. 그럴 때 이제 말을 잘하고 그런 건 요즘 이 MZ 세대에서 엄청난 요즘 이 사회에서는 엄청난 무기잖아. 그런 거를 조금 더 가르치면 어떨까 싶지만 말을 재밌게 하는 거는 가르쳐서 되는 건 아니다라는 생각을 해.
아니 이런 게 어느 정도는 있으면 좋다고 느낀 게 아나운서님이나 이제 뭐 이런 쪽으로도 이제 대화를 많이 해보면 너무 대답을 단답형으로 하는 선수랑은 인터뷰하기가 너무 어렵다. 이제 이런 얘기도 많이 하고 실제로 이때 어땠나요? 이러면 그냥 잘해서 이긴 것 같아요. 엄청 짧고 그냥 단답을 해버리면 이제 그 뒤에 대화를 토크 이어가기가 힘드니까 총 내용을 좀 말할 수 있는 정도의 딱 그 정도 스킬이면 좋겠다.
근데 생각해보니까 그런 이제 화술 같은 거 늘어나면 이 팀게임 커뮤니케이션 팀원들 간의 이 소통에도.
다음은 외모 관리 이거 중요하다 생각해.
인기는 게임이 98%를 생각해. 그러니까 게임을 잘하는데 잘생겼으면 인기가 많지.
그치.
잘생겼다? 게임을 못하는데 절대 인기 없어.
그럼 못생겼는데 게임을 잘하면?
인기 많지.
어느 정도로 게임을 잘해야 돼?
아니 어느 정도로 못생겨야 돼?
어느 정도. 보세요, 여러분들. 우리 하루면 초만 봐도
맞아.
그냥 잘하면 와 잘생겨 보인다 하잖아. 그냥 우리가 볼 때는 막 그렇게 잘생긴 사람까지 아니더라도
전문가여서 그 얼굴 외모도 더 잘생겨 보이는
그렇지.
그런 효과를 받을 수 있다.
아니 나는 근데 이 형이 예전에 멘트 쳤던 게 생각이 나가지고 앞으로 저처럼 잘생기고 게임 잘하는 사람은 안 나올 거다 얘기를 한 적 있어가지고 우리끼리 있을 때 옛날에 그랬어.
난 기억이 안 나는데 혹시 녹취록 있어?
물론 녹취록 없기는 한데. 그럼 플레임의 인기는 외모 때문일까요? 실력 때문일까요?
저는 실력 때문이죠.
아니, 근데 솔직히 얘기하면은 플레이 형 실력은 있었는데 외모 때문이 분명히 있지 않나? 물병짤로 한번 크게 떴었잖아.
근데 요즘 내돈내산 이러잖아. 그런 것처럼 내가 스스로 만들어낸 그런 기회라고 생각을 해. 나는 월드컵 결승전 보러 갔을 때 작가 PD님이 우리를 딱 봐도 찍어주잖아. 우리 뭐 몇 점 어디에 있다. 카메라 감독님들에서 우리 한번 찍어달라 이러고 그게 있으니까 찍어주고 네이버 검색어에 올라가면서.
아니 이게 맞는 게 호종이도 찍히고 나랑 후산이도 찍혔어. 나랑 후산이 진짜 바로 도망쳤어요.
글자로 한번 볼까요?
그 느낌 나오나?
짤방이요. 네.
이게 오래 걸렸어. 물을 먹고 있지도 않았는데.
저 물을 일부러 준비한 거예요?
물 없는데?
물은 이미 다 마셨나 보네.
아니 근데 효종이 형이 지금 얼굴 보면은 예전 같지 않긴 해. 지금 하면은 저 폼 안 나올걸? 자 한번 해볼래? 어때? 해봐. 아 거기 있네 또 연출 또 됐네.
또 외모는 여전한 것 같기도 하고. 뭐 외모로 깔 그건 아닌 것 같아.
근데 잘생겼어.
너는 아까 같지 않다면 약간.
너 왜 이렇게 줏대가 없어?
하나 그리고 나가 왜 이렇게 왔다 갔다 해.
많이 망가졌네. 많이 망가졌어.
세 번째 쇼맨십은 세레머니인데 또 이거에 대해서 어떻게 생각해?
최근에 세레머니 가장 많이 한 선수가 이제 표식 선수 아니야?
맞아.
이기고 리신 흉내도 내고 헤카림도 하고. 근데 그런 거 보고 있으면은 즐겁긴 해. 보는 시청자 입장에서.
맞아.
관객들이 현장에 왜 오고 싶은 거겠어? 뜨거움을 느끼기 위해서. 현장감을. 근데 막 이래 버리면은 그 뜨거움을 같이 못 즐기잖아. 그리고 그런 거를 욕을 하는 거는 그 욕하는 사람이 잘못된 거야.
욕하는 사람?
욕하는 사람들이 잘못된 거야.
지난번에 세레머니로 깝치더니 잘 됐네 킥킥 이러면서.
너 많이 해봤어? 많이 나가본 거 아니야? 그리고 특히나 나는 인상 깊게 봤던 게 상윤 선수가 되게 재밌는 그걸 많이 해줬잖아. 막 얼굴로도 막 웃겨주고 멘트로도 웃겨주고 락스 같은 경우에도 이제 뭐 포즈 그런 거 잘 잡아주고 뭐 잭패도 그거 했었잖아. 이거
눈 한번
눈 해주고.
나도 눈을 통 한번 뚫었지 페이커 선수 한번 이기.
그치 그런 거. 그런 게 많아져야 짤이 생기는 거고 짤이 생기면 또 뭐겠어? 상징이 되는 거잖아. 스토리가 생기는 거야. 그러면서 스토리가 그래야 재밌어지는 거고 역사가 생기는 거지. 그리고 상징이 없어 선수들이. 난 이거는 진짜 선수들도 어느 정도 생각을 해야 된다는 생각을 해. 예를 들어서 플레이 탑 모자랬어. 딱 대표적인 거 생각해봐.
몰라.
그러면 안 돼. 이러면 안 돼. 샤이 상징 뭐야?
나? 제스.
그치 있지. 캡틴 잭 상징 뭐야?
시드루.
그치 이런 게 있어야 된다 이거야.
캐릭터가 겹치는 사람이 있으면 어떡해?
그러면은 이제 찍어 누르는 거지.
찍혀 누르면 어떡해?
그러면은 더 열심히 해야지.
그러면 플레이형 뭐 생각나? 물병?
이런 거 찍어봐. 아니 중요하다니까 진짜로. 네 분 다 달려간다는 거에 다 동의를 하신 것 같은데 그렇다면 저희가 한번 각 구단에 오늘 쇼맨십 제안서를 한번 만들어보면 어떨지. 좋지. 우리가 먼저 해주고
우리 이 협바라토스가 한번 문화를
우리가 포문을 여는 거지.
만약에 우리가 지금 현재 선수라면 어떤 쇼맨십을 했을 것 같아? 입장 전 도열이라던가.
나 생각났어. 나
뭐?
왼쪽에 있는 사람 이렇게 하고 오른쪽에 있는 사람 이렇게 하고 밑에 있는 사람 이렇게 하고 위에 있는 사람 거기 올라가가지고 하고 이런 거 하는 거야.
기뉴 특전대.
기획 특전대.
그런 느낌. 근데 나는 입장 전에 그렇게 쇼를 했다가 이제 경기를 지면은 좀 슬프니까.
쇼라니.
나는 그래서 이기고 하면은 좀 더 좋지 않을까.
아니면 이길 것 같은 매치업에
그랬다가 지면은
입장 후에 5명이 이제 나란히 있을 때 그때는 좀 어떻게 해보는 게 좋을 것 같아?
나는 근데 아예 한 팀의 스토리를 짰어. 아예.
어디 팀?
모건 선수와 두두 선수의 스토리를 엮는 거야.
무슨 스토리가 있는데?
둘이 이제 하나 때도 계속 경쟁을 했었고 팀을 나가고 이제 다시 또 대회에서 만나는 거잖아. 이런 거 막 서로 해주면서 막 편 이렇게 내밀면서 레슬링 하듯이 이런 거 하면서
굳이 꼭 혀까지 내밀어.
이게 약간 액션감이 좋잖아.
그런 것도 좋고 아니면은 지금까지는 막 입장할 때 되게 무뚝뚝하게 걸어 나와서 그냥 인사하고 흩어지잖아. 근데 좀 팬들이랑도 소통하는 게 하나쯤은 있었으면 좋겠다. 뭐 입장하면서 팬들한테 이렇게 뭐 인사를 더 적극적으로 한다던가.
가장 중요한 거지 이제 승리 후 세레머니.
승리 후 세레머니.
나 약간 저 생각나는 게임 끝나고 나서 테이블 위에 올라가서 야성미 넘치게.
내가 봤을 때 관객석에 남자 팬들 늘어날 때.
나는 좀 예전에 했던 코스프레를 생각하면서 승리 후? 승리 후.
그럼 게임할 때 계속 입고?
아니 게임할 때.
나는 국내 선수끼리 만약에 그렇게 도발했다가 얼굴 붉힐 수도 있으니까 해외 대회에서 이제 우리가 이기고 국뽕을 주입할 만한 세레머니.
태극기 이런 거.
그렇지. 미리 준비했다가 보여주면 나쁘지 않지 않나. 왜냐면 내 세레머니 제일 인상 깊게 본 게 스타크래프트 때 이성은 선수. 그분. 너는 밥이다. 그래서 밥 던지는 세레머니도 하고 광안리에서 수영도 하고. 맞아. 수영복 입고 오고 그런 과감한 세레머니 나쁘지 않지 않나.
그런 수영복을 이제 안에 입고 온 다음에 게임 끝나자마자 다 벗어버리면
그냥 너랑 연계되는 거지 약간.
그렇지.
그리고 수영복
자, 여러분 이제 좋은 아이디어 많이 나온 것 같으니까 대화를 한번 영상을 찍어보시죠.
알겠습니다.
자, 이동하시죠.
자, 경기에 나서는 두 팀의 선수들입니다. 먼저 2대0 완승을 거두긴 했지만 경기 내용만 살펴봤을 때는 꽤나 불안했던 포인트도 있었어요.
그럼요.
하지만 그럴 때일수록 오히려 이 선수들의 클래스를 볼 수 있는 장면이 같이 나왔다고 생각하거든요. 오늘도 역시나 소위 정배라고 불리고 있죠. 다음 이에머스는 지난 경기에서는 바텀 쪽에서 좀 많이 쓴물을 마셨고요. 바텀 쪽 경기력이 기울었을 때 최근 메타상 경기 전반이 좋은 흐름이 나왔어요. 그래서 지난 경기 그 뼈아픈 패배를 어떻게든 갈기 위해서 오늘 멋진 경기 보여줘야겠죠? 네, 그렇죠. 결국 저희가 바텀에 대해서 거의 매일매일 강조를 할 수밖에 없는 게 대부분 거기서 뭔가 승부가 나요. 아, 그럼요. 네. 오늘 경기에 나선 선수들 입장하고 있습니다. 먼저 선수들 우리 팬분들 같이 하이파이브를 나누셔도 되고요. 아, 확실히 또 이렇게 좀 의미가 있네요. 서로 커뮤니케이션 하면서. 그렇죠. 정말 기대가 많이 됩니다. 예. 자, 팬들께 인사드리는 자, 강력한 우승 후보 10개 팀 중에 5개 팀이 우승 후보를 뽑은 직관의 맛은 다르겠죠? 그렇죠. 참 정말 좋은 멘트 같아요. 그렇죠. 오늘 그때 올해 몇 번 쓸지 카운트하고 가만히 면서 같이 모여서
오빠 집 어디야? 오빠
이마벨 20을 본 거다. 이크 다리가 뭐 허리 이상 안 올라온 거 어떻습니까? 이렇게 잘 차면 그 말이지.
자, 이렇게 아레나에서 직접 한번 해봤는데 자, 이렇게 찍은 걸 가지고 저희가 제안서를 보내보도록 하겠습니다.
야, 우리 거 채택돼가지고 나오면 어떡해.
나는 내 거 채택됐으면 좋겠어. 나는 근데 안 따라했으면 좋겠어. 멋있는 거 해야지 선수들은.
아무튼 선수들이 세레머니 많이 하는 그런 문화가 됐으면 좋겠습니다.
속도를 하는 혓바닥 토스.
시대를 만들어가는 혓바닥 토스.
저희는 이만 가보도록 하겠습니다. 혓바닥 토스. 이쿠. 다음 주에 만나요.
너 라인전 뭐가 제일 편해?
루시안이 벤다 하면 애쉬 하는 거고 찾으면 그냥 벤다
애쉬다 이러면은 뭐 할게요? 좋아? 아 그냥 카사딘 박을까? 카사딘 난 박아도 될 것 같다고 생각하지.
보여줘봐.
카사딘 하자 그럼 일단 먼저. 아 카사딘 캐리 가자.
캐리 가자.
기점 좀 할게. 나 공간만 날릴게. 그한테 안 맞을 때. 오오오오오. 오 맞았다. 먹겠어. 먹었어. 나이스 할만해. 그래. 야 할만해. 이거 타워 깨져. 라이즈 노플이야. 라이즈 노플인데. 내가 간다. 레이톤. 혼자 용할게. 혼자 용하면 될 듯. 라이즈 공 왔고. 나 누가 물리면 하는데 이거 봐주면 안 가? 나도 물릴게. 빨리. 이거 카사트 아이언터 천천히 해. 나만 가. 공 깔아줄게. 오케이. 좋아요. 맞아줘. 맞아줄게.
상대 다 묶여요.
천천히. 나만 가. 지렸죠. 좀만 집중해줘. 안 끝났어. 그만 날렸어. 여기다 날렸어. 그한테 내려봐. 다음만 해. 야 체리 볼 수 있나? 체리. 나이스. 펜타.
이미 내가 먹어버렸어.
펜타 어디갔어? 아 러시스트 시킬래 러시스트 받아야 된대. 울지 잡아줘. 들어가. 첫 번째 맞았죠. 나이스.
야야야.
나이스 지지.
이제 눈빛으로 기선제압 한번 해야 될 것 같은데.
근데 기선제압 하다가 눈 맞으면 맞을 것 같은데요?
쟤네 근데 피지컬이 말이 안 된다. 야 못 이기겠다.
그냥 운동부예요 저거는. 말이 안 돼요.
얘들아 근데 내가 쟤네 지금 표정 봤거든? 쟤네 잠 안 깼다 아직. 야 무조건 이겼다 이거. 준비한 대로 잘하자이.
아 깔끔하게 가보자 오늘. 이거 나 미드하고 아래 다이브도 되는데 어때? 야 한ля선이다 이거. 얘네 다이브 하겠다.
안 죽어 우리야.
받아볼게. 할게.
대리. 야, 옹 잡았다.
옹 잡았어. 까비. 야 나 개잘 컸다 얘들아. 나 캐리할게. 얘들아 우리 미드 점은 끝났다. 파이팅.
나 살짝 공부하고 얘들아.
얘네 이제 내려간다?
야 얘네 먼저 간다.
그냥 테틀?
나 못 싸워 지금.
야 빼면서
해봐.
우리만 간다. 살기만 해봐.
야얘 병기부터.
야야야. 천천히.
좀 애매하다. 에이지
미드 밀어.
미드 푸시 못할 수도.
얘들아 윌로 클로저 캐리 가보자. 가볼게. 가자 이거 싸움 보자. 아지르 볼게 나. 비 많이 알았어. 그다음에 미드 궁 썼다. 풀 썼다. 오는 거 빨만한가? 이거 천천히 해보자 이거. 야나 최대한 빼볼게. 한번 빼봐 일단. 빼봐. 안돼. 바로. 샷 지우면서 가죠. 내 짧게. 내가 바로 다시 가야 돼 얘들아. 집 가면 안 돼. 야 바로 스틸하다 볼게. 이거 천천히 봐주라.
7천, 4천, 3천, 2천, 1천.
아 천천히 빨리 예쁘 봐. 나 가연이 있어. 아래 맞아.
대리 쪽.
제리. 야, 너 살짝만 해봐. 빨리. 아지르 봐도 아지르. 얘들아 아지르 지키면서 해.
이기만 하는데 아지르 쪽 버전에서? 아지르 쪽.
야, 나 이거 아지르 봐줄 수 있어? 아지르. 야, 이거 때려봐. 나이스. 끝낼 수 있어. 아니 못 끝낼 수 있어. 아니야 지켜봐. 끝낼 수 있어. 아 끝날래나? 끝나겠다. 아니야 잠깐 내가 막아줄게 형님들. 기다려. 나 믿어? 5초?
할 수 있으면 막아봐. 가보자.
보여줄게.
미친 과학자 가보자.
3초. 나 2즈만 본다. 보여줄게. 막았어. 형들 막았어.
Wanna join me? Come and play, but I might shoot you in your face. Bombs and bullets will do the trick.
Can't help the rise and I'm falling like a moth to a flame we are summoned. Now we gotta take that ride and show some pride like a warrior. Burning up like a fire, too late. No one can put me out, and we gotta fly. Yeah, yeah, ready now. We got the power.
Hello and welcome back to the LCK. We are here for the second match of the night. Homolife Esports up against T1. And this one is very interesting. If you just look at the rosters, you're thinking, wow, this is going to be a crazy matchup. Who knows who's going to win? But T1 are on a tear again. And Homolife Esports a little bit slow to get started up.
Unfortunately, coming into the split, there were some questions as to how Homolife would mesh together. Unfortunately, the answer has been not great. The only one really looking like himself is Zeka, although you can argue Kingen for a large part of Spring last year looked kind of similar to how he does now, where he's kind of there. Not a liability, but not a win condition either. And the last two times that Kingen faced off against T1 and Zeka faced off against T1, obviously, they did pretty well. Those are the only games that they've won the entire year against T1. So back then, they were able to, but right now, I do gotta say, the overall form of T1 is unmatched within the LCK, and for Homolife, it's still very much about building up this team, so I don't know if it'll be close, but if Homolife really play to their full potential, might be a competitive series.
Maybe. Definitely in terms of predictions, everybody kind of going for T1 here. We can take a look at the standings as well after our first series, of course. Bro did make it to the left side of the bracket, but let's take a look at T1 and Homolife Esports. Hama only having that one victory so far, whereas T1 has won all of their matches.
And T1, with a decisive win here, would set themselves even further apart. Of course, Genji, their one loss was to T1. That was the first match of the LCK. Then secondly, we have D+, who was thought to be a competitor, went 2-1 against T1, but of course, yesterday had a pretty shocking defeat against Genji, so are dropping a little bit. which means Sandbox is now in third, which is interesting. And for Hanwha, you gotta start winning somewhere. They're currently on a 3-game loss streak. I just don't think it'll be this series, unfortunately.
Yeah, it's rough. I mean, they had their one win against, again, Guangdong Freaks. So that's the one team that everybody seems to be beating up on. Hanwha Life Esports, no different. T1 wary of Hanwha Life Esports. They said they're wary of Hanwha and Live Sandbox, a couple of the teams that T1 is looking out for. And they have no plan to lose this spring. I mean, nobody really has a plan to lose spring. Will they continue their lone lead? I would imagine yes, because not only as a team are they great, but also Keria has kind of just been bringing out all the new meta picks and showing that he can pretty much play anything.
At this point, if Yorick gets locked in, I'm just going to assume it's Keria's new tech, and I'm sure it'll win the game. That's how far we've gotten.
Sure,
really
why not?
Took that loss at Worlds and allowed it to power himself up, as of course we will have a rematch of the World 2022 Finals in the mid lane. Zeka, truly the breakout player for DRX during the World Championship, was alright in the LCK, was definitely contesting sometimes for one of the top mid laners, but the Worlds that he had was incredible and was a big reason of why DRX was as successful as they are. So Faker going to be looking for revenge on his lane opponent. And even though Zeka has by far been the best part of Hanwha Life, I also think that Faker is in a little bit of a different level at the moment. So good luck on that one. Yes.
This is pretty funny. I like this. Opens a whole new world of possibilities for the support role. Which champion will Kedison, the inventor, use as support today?
Twitch.
We could pretty much see anything. I would, you were pointing out to me, you know, we have our sheets prepared. Apparently, not only is Keria playing AD Carry Champions, but also Owner and Zeus are also playing AD Carry Champions. And it makes you wonder, maybe they just can play anything they want at this point, and that's why it's good. And not just the picks themselves are good, because Keria says, oh, I'm picking these picks because they're just really good. You know, I'd rather play Nautilus, but actually these picks are really strong, so that's why I'm going for them. But yeah, I mean, in the hands of Keria, what isn't?
As unsurprisingly, the overall stats for T1, exceptional, because they've beaten everyone, and they keep beating everyone. The main thing for this T1 roster, as they are right now, is the creativity, to me, and the individual level of play. We've had, last year, for example, a T1 that was also extremely strong, and in the best of 3 was able to beat out, of course, anyone during the LCK with their incredible streak that they were able to string together. But in the matches that we've seen from them thus far, particularly Keria and Faker, I think, are playing just on another level. And I'm really excited to see where the ceiling is, if it can be found.
Yeah, absolutely. As we're taking a look here at the roster of Hanwha Life Esports, again, on paper, fantastic. In practice, still getting started, I feel. Like, there is a reason why T1 is looking out for this team. I think that given enough time, they should eventually at least reach the middle of the pack here in the LCK. Definitely will keep a close eye on this team. Unfortunately, of course, a very tough match today. Perhaps today is the day they turn it all around.
Will need to put their best foot forward. Main problem areas have been Klit's individual performance as well.
Hide behind the camera.
I can't know. Klit's individual performance, then additionally the cohesion of the team as a whole. Just looking all over the place, drafts haven't been great as, yeah, T1, they're having fun. As then Keria.
Look at that little mischievous face. What's he got going on?
Guma's got some eyebrow action. That was nice.
What is this bot lane cooking?
I actually
scared Chronicler.
Would like to actually this time around see the AP Twitch and then have it do well and not get completely kaboomed in the first 10 minutes of the game.
Yeah.
That'd be great.
What if Keria plays it and it also gets kaboomed? What does that mean for this new meta?
If Keria doesn't pull it off, we bin it. That's it. No,
After two matches?
Yeah, no one's allowed to play it anymore. We are result-oriented thinkers here. If it loses twice and one of those two is Keria, because Barrel, to me, is not the most reliable evidence as to whether or not a pick is good, as Viper individually, I think still has been able to showcase some of what we expected, but not really the dominance that maybe many people were expecting when he was signed, right? This is a player that obviously has won Worlds on EDG, was one of the best AD carries in his time on the LPL, and coming back here has been okay. Hasn't really folded lane to anyone really, but we have seen him have some positioning issues. The Live Sandbox game comes to mind, dashes over the wall, gets blown up, and those are the type of moments you can't really afford if you want to stand a chance against T1, because you can't really make mistakes, because then you'll lose the game.
He's played a lot of Varus and Zeri, which I think is part of the reason why his damage stats are so high. I think I do agree with you, Chronicler. I think he's been a little bit middling in terms of where his expectations were, right? So, you know, he's still playing decently well. Like, he's not, you know, underperforming or anything like that.
No,
I think just the expectations were really high, and we're still waiting for, like, that Worlds level performance out of him. So we'll see. Maybe tonight, you know, he steps it up. As the Sandbox we saw in the mic check, they were kind of joking around like, oh, HLE still sleeping against us, you know. I don't think they're going to be sleeping today. Today is the match you have to be awake for. And HLE Esports have selected blue side here. And we'll see how that works for them. We saw 3 red side picks in our first series. Baker took a quick 2-second nap there. Oh, there's another one.
Gotta maintain the energy levels, all this.
It's just restarting the computer. He'll be back online in a sec.
Yeah, you got the SSD installed, so he doesn't have to wait very long anymore.
Very quick.
As Zeka has been the shining light, particularly on his Silas and Akali, as expected at this point from the player. And that has been a problem, because if he's not on Silas on Akali, I still think he's decent, but decent is not good enough for the current iteration of HLE. Man needs the hard carry, or the team's in trouble.
There are a lot of fans for HLE Esports as well. By the way, there are multiple couples which we actually highlighted, that one of them is rooting for HLE, and then the other one is rooting for T1. And they're like, oh, Zeka versus Faker.
Drama.
This team versus that team. Of course we're going to win. Lots of signs like that. And we might just have 680 carry bans at this point. I mean, plus Yumi, I guess.
Hey, if at this point, maybe Yumi gets played in solo lane as well. I don't even know anymore.
Sure.
The shenanigans have increased tenfold after, I think even the pros got kind of bored with just handshaking every single time with a double bot lane and jungle pickup. Heimerdinger gonna get taken away. Elise also taken off the board, meaning that a early pickup on the Zeri is a possibility here, if HLE do want to go in that direction. Gotta be the Varus instead. It's been very popular as well. Maokai still open, can get picked up for owner here. As T1 already throwing the book out of the window, and Zeus saying, this is my...
Where's that going, Chronicler?
This is my most iconic champion. Well, I'm gonna assume Zeus, but this is obviously still a flex. Can also go to Faker. And who knows, maybe Carrier plays a mean Jace. I'm sure he does.
I'm sure you would have a lot of lane priority with a Jace support.
Yeah.
Why not?
Why not?
Let's see it. But yeah, like you said, probably going to be for Zeus, just because it is Zeus, right? Like, that's his most iconic pick. And we did have 6. Well, I suppose 5. Bot lane bans plus Elise. As we're just going to pick kind of for the top side. They take the Varus, and then Cassante and Maokai come through for HLE.
And for T1, wondering if they're going to lock in an AD carry or if they're going to rely on their, again, very deep champion pools. The benefit of T1 in its current state is that an R5 counter pick for carrier actually is insanely strong. His flexibility allows them to throw big curveballs, as now Faker gets to lock in the Cassidy here and then get to ban away a few counters, because this is obviously a champion that can run into some real issues into some of the more aggressive AD solo lanes, like, before I finished my sentence, it already gets taken off the table, Leone.
Yeah, I think that would probably be the singular AD mid you would go for. Could consider like a Ryze ban as well. Ryze having some pretty nice lane priority from the matchup there. As now The Draven's getting banned. Obviously, T1 didn't pick their AD carry yet, or did they? Is it just Jace? So, the Draven's going to get taken off the board. That's a big Gumayusi pick. You know, if we throw the book out of the window of the quote-unquote new meta, these are a lot of picks that are just Guma picks, right? The Kate, the Draven comes out. Kind of standard stuff.
T1 also going to pick fully in order, which I respect and appreciate, as the Nautilus is going to get taken away. Nautilus Varus obviously quite strong, and overall the composition from Humble Life has a substantial amount of CC already. Nautilus would really add to that. As you're probably looking to R4 your AD here for T1, and then what? You do have a great top side already. You have double melee with the Sejuani. As long as you can make sure that Faker gets through the early game safely, T1 already looking to have a lot of power here. Karma gets taken away, so Ezreal Karma no longer on the table.
Look at this, Guma's he's not talking, he's listening. He's like, what should I pick you for the top lane? How about a Jax? Ziggs, okay. The beginning of, once again,
if this is actually...
Ziggs is coming back.
We were joking earlier about Ziggs support, right?
Yeah.
So I assume this is just Gumayusi locking in Ziggs. I love Ziggs. I think it's a pick that has really been underappreciated recently. We saw it in quite a while. We have seen it rather for quite a while last year as well. It was good for a period. Very popular into the Aphelios, for example. Going to see it into the Varus now, as that is a very, very aggressive counter to the Kassadin in the Aurelia. Apparently, Ziggs Pike was played in Challengers today, as we are being told by our production. So maybe a double whammy here. Both get a very strong hook champion that can put a lot of pressure on the Ziggs, who of course doesn't have a dash, and also take away a possible combo, because we do know Carryout loves his Pike.
A Mumu. Rakan.
Oh.
Haven't seen this guy for a little bit here at the LCK. That sign asks, okay, what is Carrier going to pick today? Could be this Jhin support. Could be the answer for him. It seems like he, saw a couple of small head nods. It's like looking at the coach like, can I do it? Can I play Twitch? No, he's going to play Jhin. I would assume this is for Carrier.
Taking the teleport into account, yeah, I feel safe to say that they won't swap. So full draft from T1 here, completely done in order. So no surprises there. For Humble Life, the Rakan kind of means that you're gonna fault lane, barring some crazy all-in angles early that you might find if Clid pays any attention towards the bot side of the map. But do note that their mid-game for Hanwha is exceptional. I do think they might be lacking some damage in the later stage of the game due to them being overwhelmingly AD damage, and obviously if you're into late game against Kassadin and Ziggs, you're in trouble. And the Jace really helps as well with this composition, because otherwise you might run the risk of being way too heavily invested in terms of the AP damage. So overall, T1's draft, I can see backfire. I think it's hard to play a double pretty stationary bot lane into the amount of CC and damage threats that are available for Humble Life, but this is T1. So I'll probably make it work, Veldes.
Oh.
Yeah, it's amazing.
That's really cool.
So well done.
Wow. Very cool art style.
And then we have the little...
Is that Faker there?
The POG with the hearts.
Oh, I was just looking at Faker there in the middle.
Oh.
I think he's
Could be.
Penguin? I guess so.
Emperor Penguin?
Maybe.
Could be.
I like that. Zeka's on Irelia. This could be a very interesting one. Comps out the door, in the lane. Maybe Zeka's just able to pull a closer. He's definitely one of the guys that would love this kind of a matchup every day of the week. This is what he lives for as a player. But very interesting comps here once again from both sides. Let's jump onto the rift here for game one. Here we go. Game number 1 of what could be a very fun and interesting series with lots of weird picks. Will T1 just 2-0 it again today? Note that they are, it is possible to beat them. We did see that DK was able to take a game off of them in their series, and it looked quite strong. DK obviously a very strong team, but
even KT did. Remember that?
Yeah, even KT was able to. So I think there absolutely is a chance here for Home Life Esports if they have a good game to come out and take a win.
I actually really like the Home Life draft into what T1 has, because T1 really is a poke comp with then a Kassadin flavor, right? It's a little twist at the end there, allows them to.
He just pokes with his body,
I guess. Yeah. Well, the rest of the team pokes so that he can reach level 16, hopefully. Because what you have for T1 here is Jace, Ziggs, and especially the Jhin support is mainly going to be focused around getting first the objectives and then poking down the Home Life comp before they can actually hard engage. And the reason why, if it's not T1, I would favor the Home Life comp is I think that their comp is really straightforward. You see T1, and then you press like 2 of your buttons out of the 5 or 3 or 4, and then you run in, and then you kill them. And post 16, right? When Kassadin really becomes strong, everyone on T1 will have a lot of damage, sure, but they will also be squishy, and they will be very susceptible to getting dove by a Maokai, by an Aurelia, by an Rakan jumping on top of them. But if T1 play this out in any way, oh yeah, well, I haven't even.
Oh no, is he just dead? Oh my God!
Come on!
2 minutes and 22 seconds. Just mark it.
As I was saying, if you never get to play the game because your laning phase gets completely gapped, then it doesn't matter. Because you won't have the damage, and you won't be able to walk up ever.
It's definitely one of the lanes where we expected T1 to excel, like just in a 1v1. So, probably not first blood at 2 minutes. Like, we didn't expect that, but definitely one of the lanes where T1 should be winning, as we'll take another look here.
It's really just straightforward, right? Zeus finds his level 2 first, gets full damage, gets his Conqueror procs, and then gets the extra couple of orders in with a transformation. Really nicely done.
Oh, the satchel is big. The root is also a great follow-up. The Ignite is in, and the autos come in as well. As Ziggs 1 was in the air, didn't quite see that, as now Owner's in the bottom side. Guys, what is going on?
They're not going to play the game!
Come on! This is just not fair.
They're not going to be able to play the video game.
What happened to good old-fashioned League of Legends? What is this?
It's done!
Oh, man. Okay, well, Carrier's going to pick that kill up as in goes Zeka, trying to take a big trade onto Faker, and, he does win it. They're going to need him.
Well, at least Faker is kind of screwed, so Owner's going to have to come over and help here. Maybe that's an opportunity because his lane is shoving away from him. So he's in a very awkward position. So that's nice. But overall, yeah, this is kind of self-explanatory, no? The Jhin just got a double kill, has a Dirk at 4 minutes. Ooh, they know that Owner is there.
Why does Carry have a Dirk already?
Because he has 2 kills, Valdez.
Yeah, I guess he did take both of those, didn't he? The real Carry in the bottom side. As Faker, it's going to be fine. They respect this. They know, like, well, how does Home Life come back in this situation? They're winning a mid. Yeah, they've got a Maokai. Just pressure Faker, right? Well, and this all starts with actually life engagement.
Life engages, and then the heal means that Guma is able to sidestep the Rakan engage, and then as a result, Life just gets run down. Carrier, not even with his 4th shot. That's a 3rd shot kill as
Okay,
Faker.
Well, here comes Carrier. He's trying to get on top of them, as now he's going to be the victim. He doesn't have flash, so he's just going to die. And he does come over, and guess what? He gives a shutdown to Aurelia. So after all that, he keeps Faker alive, I suppose, but he's also going to gift a kill, a shutdown kill to Zeka's Aurelia.
Very important, because if they're not able to get that kill, I think the game is just completely out of control. The game's still very bad, don't get me wrong, but at the very least, you get some kills on what I think is the most important member for this composition. If the Aurelia is highly fed, then Kayn and Clip can just throw their bodies in, make sure the fight starts, and they'll be okay. And the instinct obviously is nice here from Carrier to try and save Faker. And I actually love this call here because of the vision that they already pre-set up there. Immediately, this is the type of decisiveness that I was really missing from Hanwha Life.
Set up by Clid as well. He's able to get in there, very proactive, flash engage onto the Jhin, understanding that he doesn't have flash. On the side of Keria, of course. It's a great call and great play from Clid and the boys.
The downside is that with Clid spending his time in anywhere that is in top lane is just an invitation for Zeus to get himself further ahead. Already sitting on a 15 CS lead.
Yeah, and you know, we make a lot of jokes about how top lane doesn't matter, and generally, you know, if it's just gonna kind of go even, or, you know, 20 CS gap for 20 minutes, then yeah, it's not gonna have a huge impact, but it does become a problem if, of course, the Jace gets this far ahead.
Yeah, it's also probably the best Jace that we have currently. I'm saying probably, I know I'm saying probably, the best Jace that we have within the LCK, so feeding him, generally not what you want, but the problem is that for Clid, I do actually think that going towards top is bait and should not be done. Because on your other lanes, you have amazing setup. Obviously, trying to actually take down the casting can be very tough. Faker also going for some defensive summoner setups with a spellbook, but towards the bot side of the map, Rakan, Maokai, incredible amount of engage potential there, especially with the Varus to lock them down even further. And there are no cleanses for Guma or Keria. So once CC hits, it will stick, and they will get taken down. And that is something that Hanwha Life is going to need to rely on. They can basically not afford any hesitation, especially when it comes around objective fights in the future. If they hesitate, they get poked down, they are in deep trouble. As long as they don't do that, it should be fine.
Yeah. Keria's here, just supporting Faker. It's definitely going to be an issue as Zeka just goes in for the play, takes a turret shot and has to flash away. Meanwhile, the Jhin is nearby. Faker definitely looking for this as there's the deadly flourish and Zeka is in some trouble. He's got the shot, does Keria, and a bit of a overextension here from Zeka means that this mid lane is going to get a bit easier.
Well, Faker didn't get the kill, but maybe it's even better that Keria did, I guess. At this point, no, it's not. It should have gone to Kassadin, but you don't really have a choice in that scenario. Obviously, time is very much of the essence. But I just don't know. You know, I'm just going to trust Keria. Going to trust the process. As, again, with the jungle position being known, now see the Herald getting started up, and Zeus just continues his onslaught on the top side of the map.
I don't think they saw Keria there with that sapling. There was no ping from the blue team, only from Keria himself. There is a big rotation up from Hanwha Life Esports. They're really trying to make this early game lead a thing for themselves and at least pick up some early objectives. Especially with the way the early game has gone, I think this is a nice approach because even though T1 can win in some lanes, I'm not sure if they're ready to 5v5.
Also, Hanwha Life in general on their rotations looking a lot crisper here. I think a problem that we had as... We're going to take a look at this first, and then we'll go back, talk about the macro a little bit there. As, Zeka, I think, gets pranked, thought that the minion wave was going to walk up just a little bit faster. Then he would have just gotten the plate for free. Instead, gets taken down, unfortunately. Gets surprisingly close. If life is a couple of seconds earlier with Clits there, then they can maybe trade a kill, but not going to be the case. But Hanwha Life... Viper actually peeling off a lot earlier than I've seen him do in the past, so already halfway through realizing there's no contest, so we send Viper back down, and it's these little moments that you can't really afford to give T1, so I'm happy to see Hanwha tightening up their play a little bit from what has been a pretty lukewarm, I'd say, start for a team that had mixed but somewhat high expectations coming into this split.
Faker is just going to hold the one minion. You can do that, it'll put your wave in a slightly better spot. Looks like he might just push it out now with Zeka going back. Zeka does pick up his Blade of the Rune King. So definitely some more all-in potential from him. As we take a look here, he still does have a lead in the mid lane in terms of gold, even though Faker and Keria were able to pick up some of that gold. You'll note that, Keria is very far ahead because he has taken all of those kills.
Yeah, big one there, of course, is because of the shutdown and the one plate that he got, even though he died for it. Zeka still
worth
looking gold positive, but the big story of this game to me is that Zeus is a 1k gold up without any intervention. Right? That's kind of a disaster. This Jace was picked very much face up.
First.
Literally first picked, and the Cassante not quite working out. Owner might pay a visit here. I don't even think you need to. Is also on a ward, so we do see Humble Life immediately responding with play towards this dragon. We'll have confirmation now that there is no one in the area, but I think diving Cassante is definitely a risk. However, if Keria and Faker are there, I'm not going to be too worried, and Kingen seems to have gotten the memo.
Yeah.
Plus, if Ghost in his ultimate, I think he might be able to get out here.
He's going to dodge one, dodges a lot actually. He's just playing Frogger at this moment in time, but not sure if he can get out. He's trying to trade out to Faker, gets decently close. And Zeus will take the kill in the end, which will mean a huge chunk of plates in the top side.
Yeah, never mind. He ain't getting out. Nice collapse. Found there by T1. Kubayushi might get caught in the rotation here.
I think Guma's dead. It's okay. There's a Rakan. And Life is like, wait. Okay, so with the TP, we didn't quite see that at first. I thought he was just backing away, letting him live. But yep, TP does come in. They will hold on to the mid turret, but this one will fall at 12 minutes. And they'll give the majority of that plate gold to Zeus.
And want to reiterate again that obviously nicely set up there by T1. One of the few times that investing resources in the top half of the map actually pays off, because now Zeus has 2 items at 12 minutes. Oh, one of them isn't transformed yet, sure, but still.
Still counts.
Insanely accelerated here, as we do see Kingen can sidestep a lot, but can't sidestep anything. Owner making sure that he doesn't provide opportunity for the Cassante to get out of there. And overall, clean dive from T1 after Owner finds his ultimate. And the individual Ocean Drake not really gonna matter, as Faker is casted in, so just gonna walk the Rift and be fine.
Yeah, he's just gone into the Cassante lane. There's not going to be pretty much any kill pressure for Cassante onto a Kassadin unless Faker went really deep, especially because he's holding Exhaust in his back pocket. So they're just going to send Guma mid, and unless, you know, he gets dove, which is going to be very difficult because, again, Ziggs is really good at clearing waves, as Viper's just going to get ulted here. We'll do a decent amount, but really not much at the end of the day. Maybe zones him out of bot, I suppose. But yeah, Zeus is just getting more plates.
Is he going to get double the gold? Like, is he going to hit that at some point? I'm not joking.
He's going to get another plate here. I think he's going to get 4 in the bottom lane. That's pretty close to 4. Might just be the 3, but that's still 8 plates for Zeus.
Viper, cleanse and flash use in an attempted play. Owner not going to be able to find a kill, but with those summoners on Viper down, he will be a much more susceptible target here, as he's just going to keep going. He's not going to stop Veldes.
Looks like he will give up on his 9th plate of the game.
He's 3.5k gold up.
No, but he gave up on his 9th plate, so...
Yeah, that's...
Yeah.
Like, how are you going to contest any objective? Literally, even Clint and King at this point, I think if they get shock blasted in the face, they're not going to feel too good about it.
Yeah, it's not going to be good.
Half time.
This lane, I mean, you can see kind of the idea. Like, Zeus didn't even have to get this far ahead, but because he is as well, you've got the insane lethality damage, and then you also have, you know, if Maokai's going to build a bunch of health, you've got Leandri's Ziggs. And so you kind of cover both bases very early on in the game in terms of your poke damage.
Yeah. Faker going to get his Rod of Ages at 14. Will be able to stack that fully. And Faker is a little behind the curve in this game, obviously playing into the Aurelia, getting some early focus toward him from his opponents as well. So had to give up a few CS left and right. But the one saving grace for Hanwha is that this gold, yes, it's down, but if you can find a good hard engage, if you can catch T1 off, there we go. Well, that's an example. If you can catch them unaware, once you're on the back line, you still have an incredible amount of power here, but you got to find those engages.
Okay, Smite does go the way of Owner. Clid just standing on top of it, trying to zone them, but the Ziggs is here and the poke begins essentially. His life is looking for an engage, but he might just die as he's gonna eat a Sejuani ult in the face. In goes Zeka though, he's gonna isolate Zeus. That is how you defeat a poke comp, is you get right on top of them. And Homolife Esports has been able to do this as Faker gonna flash the wall here, and he will just barely get away, but scary moments. You could see that too when we're like, oh crap, we gotta get out of here. But they did still take down the Rift Herald.
Yes, but I'd say it's a favorable trade because, again, Zeka gets the kill. That's the second shutdown that he's been fed. This time around, it's Zeus' shutdown. The downside is you're playing into Ziggs, so actually sieging is pretty excruciating experience. Yeah, it's just no. But
they do get Drake.
If Homolife is able to pick up a second Drake here, that's big.
Mountain Drake too.
And it's exactly what we talked about. Yes, the poke from T1 is very good, but they have so much hard engage, right? The effective range between Aurelia, Maokai, and the Rakan is incredible. So for T1, it really boils down to, can you play out these initial starts of the fight perfectly? And in that case, Zeus unfortunately gets caught. I'm going to take another look at this because this starts off really bad, right? Because like Rakan, one of your main initiators, just dies basically immediately. Because he tries to protect the eye, then the setup comes down, Sejuani ultimate hits him, but then look at this from Zeus, like what do? Clid literally flash twisted advances, and then Zeka follows up. And that's, again, not even with Rakan there. So T1, they get the objective, but at a pretty hefty cost.
They absolutely do. And I think if this game does continue, yes, they do have Faker on the Kassadin as kind of a late game insurance for sure, but there are still ways, as you mentioned, you know, just press 2, 3, 4 buttons and all of a sudden, you know, it's 5v4 in favor of Homolife Esports. So this game is definitely not in the bag just yet, I wouldn't say. Especially, you know, the Mountain Drake as a solo Drake, gonna feel very great. It's not an Ocean, but like the extra resistances are gonna feel very nice, especially against Zeus with the lethality builds. T1, they are sitting here on a 4,000 gold lead. We'll see where we go here in the mid game and if they want to start actually contesting some of these Drakes.
I think they're going to have to. As a poke comp especially, the extra movement speed that is given to the enemy on a cloud, so I think is actually really relevant. Question is, will they be in a position? Again, I do think T1 is still in a pretty commanding leader. I think that they should be able to win objective fights. Hold up, TP coming through.
Zeus doesn't have flash. I don't know how he's going to get out of this one. The Sedge ult goes wide, and they are just bullying this chase so much for getting ahead. As he will get down, Viper's going to take the kill. And, you know, not much happening right now on the map. They're like, oh, let's just get on top of this Jace that doesn't have flash.
Do note that that was a teleport investment from Kingen, and Faker is still farming in the top half of the map. However, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know how much of that is going to matter when it comes to the upcoming fight, because at this point it looks likely that T1 is going to want a 5v5 for that one anyway. As
trying to get on top of Gume here as the ult will come out, and Kingen may have overstepped his bounds, but was it a bait all along? Faker gonna get chained under the turret, and now Clid is here. He's just dead. That's another kill given over to Viper. We'll very gladly thank Kingen for the amazing bait.
Starting to see some messiness here from T1. Taking some unfavorable trades. First, Zeus gets taken down, then now Faker going in deep for a kill when the vision isn't really there, and the backup from the rest of Homolife was timely. And again, despite all this, I think the overall game state is still not too bad for T1, but a couple more of these mistakes and you're gonna run into some issues. Fortunately for them, they do scale very well in terms of AP threats on the team. As yeah, just a nice punish. Do note that Faker does a teleport here, but clearly the call from T1 is not gonna go for it. Even if Owner does hit the ultimate there, it's not gonna matter. Zeus is just 100% dead, right? Like between all the ultimates that they have available, never going to be the case. And then Guma trying to shove the turret here. Kingen initially seems like he's over-aggressing, but crucially, pops his ghost, Clid comes in behind, and if Faker just Goes up over the wall there, takes the summoners, take the pressure, then they will be fine. Not going to be the case. And slowly, Zeka, Viper, all of a sudden, in not too bad a position. We also see Zeka already picking up the Spectre's Cowl, so opting heavily into some of this MR that is going to be so valuable. Merc threats as well for him, into both Faker, Guma, and Owner.
Yeah, I mean, he's going to be a massive threat in the side lane. There's not really an answer here for T1, right? Like, is the Jace going to go against the Aurelia? Not great. Is the Kassadin? I mean, maybe he can run effectively, but especially with how fed Zeka is and how great he is at this champion, just straight up, like, it's going to be very difficult to handle this, as now he's just going to go for the Baron. HLE Esports going to set up the turn.
Yeah, they want to fight. They're looking for a turn here. They have all the tools.
They absolutely do. The poke not necessarily landing there at all. Zeus not going to hit it. Guma not really going to hit it. That's some nice shots from Keria, but now they got to get into the pit as down goes Clitty is so low, and Ziggs is going to get the Baron. HLE Esports do not turn. They just decide, okay, we're going to stay out of the Baron. And because of that, they just go down. And now Keria's just flashing on them. Viper and Kingen just have to run away with their tail between their legs, and the coordination not there. T1 just roll over them.
I love the call because I thought they were going to turn.
Yeah.
But then they didn't. Well, that's probably game. I'm kind of shell-shocked, Valdez, because as mentioned, like, Zeka has flash, Clid has flash, right? You have the Maokai ultimate. If you can start a fight there, take down Guma or Faker or Zeus right from the get-go, then you're fine.
Yeah.
And
what's the call here?
Yes, this ult from Clid comes out. You're in a Baron pit. Like, against the poke comp. It's free shooting gallery.
Yeah.
Like, they don't really have to do anything. And this is the moment where I'd expected HLE to go for the Baron, and the moment that T1 walks up, like,
you turn.
You throw that ultimate out from Maokai, and then you flash after it. Whoever you hit, you burst down. That's how you gotta play these fights.
You press all your buttons and you kill one or two members of T1, and then maybe you take this next Cloud Drake, and then maybe you take the next Baron. This isn't the comp that rushes down Baron at 21 minutes.
Maybe that was part of the downfall, because maybe he felt like the Baron was going down rather a lot faster than they had envisioned. I don't know. I am
maybe they just
a bit baffled.
I think maybe they were stronger than, or they weren't as strong as they thought they were, and they said, if we get Baron and we take it, we can push into this poke comp, and they're not going to be able to defend it. I mean, but then again, there's Jace and Ziggs on the enemy team. Maybe they say, okay, if we get Baron, maybe we can dive in, maybe we can really push our lead, but...
Well, it's tough, because I do think a lot of the summoners on T1 were still up in that turn, right? So might have felt like there wasn't really an angle, but if you don't feel like you can turn from that position, then you're also... You can't
don't do the Baron. Yeah, exactly. Oh, man. There have been some frustrating calls today, I think.
It's the pressure.
I was getting excited. I thought HLE had an angle, but...
You try playing against Keria's Jhin.
Yeah, I think they just waffled for like 0.5 seconds too long, and that's all it took. I think Keria was like, okay, I'm just going to open up. But again, like we mentioned, I think HLE Esports did make it very easy for T1's comp to just shooting gallery them, so... We saw the lines. Seems like HLE did as well. The execution wasn't there. And now T1 are in a very comfortable lead.
Baker's about 10 seconds away.
Yeah.
It's about to happen.
He's going to hit 16 off the rod, and he's going to be in a great spot.
Get your clocks ready.
Uh-oh. Get your Monka...
There we go.
Your favorite Monka emote ready.
Okay, immediately teleports.
Yeah, here we go. He's level 16, and life is 9. And he's also dead. I think it was level 8.
That was underwhelming.
That was a very quick kill.
So who do you vote for POG here? I don't know. It's tough, right? Because the obvious vote is Keria.
Yeah, but at the same time, like...
That's kind of the no-brainer, but it was a lot of lost hitting.
I don't like voting for the player who, like, went for the unique pick.
So is it Well, you do like voting for carry as Faker.
True. Well, there is a Maokai nearby. Can they CC him 100-0? I think he just already into the team. Not 100% sure. Maybe they just got him. Either way, Faker assuming, hey, I'm level 16, I can do whatever I want. And he was right until, well, he ran straight into a tree.
Well, not voting Faker. That one is...
All right, cross that one off the list. Okay.
That makes the decision a little easier.
Wow, Zeka actually flashing away from that one. The Jin ult on top of Ziggs, on top of Jace. A little bit too scary.
And as abhorrent as the game state is, we keep going back to this because I think T1 have this one in the bag with the lead that they've built for themselves now, right? Even if Halmalab do find an engage, they might be poked down so low that at this point, Faker, as long as he builds up a nice Rift Walk, is going to be able to blow up people nonetheless. But with the Hanwha comp, just press all your buttons and hope someone on T1 mispositions does remain a minuscule opportunity. Not a great one, as literally see Life using his W and they're like, okay, he's dead. Goodbye. And he dies.
And I think he chose not to flash. I mean, we're gonna watch this again.
Yeah, that's not a lot you can do there, unfortunately. CC chain very nice from Alive because they have plenty of ways to lock down a target once they are... Oh!
Okay. It's a lot of damage coming in from the Ziggs. Even Clid takes a big chunk. And that's just, you know, one weapon in their arsenal of Poke.
That's the first time I've seen Spear of Shojin on a Jace, I think. At least in the LCK.
Yeah.
Generally, it's just Jax.
Yeah, that was just the Jax item. It's like Spear of Shojin in parentheses, Jax.
Yeah, there was a cheese where you could go and build it on Shyvana, because you just hit 6 and you immediately ult on top of them and then you get like free ease off.
Yeah.
That was fun, but that was not this iteration. That was the old one. Doesn't work anymore,
not the same.
Unfortunately. As Halmalab, no, it's not the same. Gonna try and contest, but again, T1 do have an incredible amount of vision, incredible amount of control, so actually finding an angle as Halmalab now should not be a possibility.
So what happens when that poke comp gets ahead, you see Halmalab Esports, they can't even use their engage. The exhaust comes in from Faker on top of Viper, as now we got the turnaround. Massive knock-up on a 3, but what does it matter for? Zeka not able to get on in there, and Faker is just a menace in this backline. Zeka is still doing some crazy stuff. Keria gonna land that Deadly Flourish, and that looks like the last potential fight of the game, as actually they are pinging onto Baron. Maybe they'll just take both at the same time.
Might as well not take the risk, right? Just go for the surefire win, your poke comp, so your siege with Baron is revolting. As such, T1 are going to be able to... Yeah, I kind of thought they were going to go for both as well, but this dragon is not... It's not a player in this game. It's merely... It's there,
a bystander.
Yeah, it's just watching.
Yeah.
Like, oh, cool. Things are happening on the Rift. Zeus will free the Baron from distance nonetheless.
You would think he's got a great view, but actually he's just stuck in the dragon pit the whole game.
And he flies, you know, that's the 5 minutes.
I guess so.
As, unfortunately, even with what looks like an amazing one-more combo, Zeka isn't there.
Yeah.
If Zeka's there, that might be a turning point. That might be the angle that you were looking for as Halmalab, but missed that exit, and yeah, once you miss your exit, you gotta keep driving. And unfortunately, this road is going nowhere. As Halmalab now facing down. I'm glad you appreciated that joke. I felt like it was a little corny.
No, it's you know,
that's
very different from what happens in this country. But anyway,
6.5k.
Yeah. Wow, that's a gigantic lead. I mean, Kingen has not really been able to farm because he's just been giving all his farm to his laners, or his carries after the laning phase, and he didn't have much of a laning phase, so here he is, just, I mean, he's level 16.
So what is happening here as well, as we are about to say goodbye to this game?
Hey, Nature's Grasp.
One more try.
We do have the flank coming on in. This could be the angle here for Zeka. Zeus does have a stopwatch, but he's getting dunked on. And there it is, 100-0. HLE Esports find the angle, and now Carry is also going to get caught out, as Faker and Owner will find an angle here in mid, at least for their sake. Going to take down this inhibitor. Doesn't look like they will get there.
Who's going to win?
Faker's waiting, I think, for the, yeah, you can see the cooldown on the left. He had 4 stacks of his Rift Walk, so he was just waiting just to make sure he didn't run out of mana.
So who's going to win? The best team that Korea has to offer, or a bunch of guys that run really fast and try to just kill you? no backup plan, no plan B.
Yeah, I mean, they run really fast.
They do.
I don't know. It's a hard call. I can't make a decision at this point. Because, I mean, look, right here, they ran really fast at them, including a teleport.
You see as well, this is as T1 is attempting to try and clear vision. Right? That's the funniest part. They are very aware of the fact that a teleport ward can kind of ruin their day. And Guma spot, or Carrier rather spots it. Sorry, it's Jin. I got thrown off. Should have known. And immediately, teleport comes in. And still the gold lead is 9k.
Zeus takes the blue buff. I feel like that should probably go to Faker. Maybe he took the enemy blue buff. Could also put it on the Ziggs. A lot of options.
Hey. Inips aren't down. That's nice.
The game is still not over. You know, you were kind of joking about the, you know, the really fast engage runners or T1. But this is what we were talking about earlier on. It's like, well, you find one engage, it has to be rolled into something. Like the big engage they got there with the teleport flank, like that's good. But as you mentioned, it's still 9,000 gold.
That's a deep flank ward. And only King can go for it. Only one teleport available at the moment. And might give too much time to respond for T1.
Yeah, I don't think they're going to go for that one. I mean, there's no Baron at the moment, so just try to stay alive, try not to get poked out. Hold on to your inhibitors for dear life. So Satchel will take down this turret. Can't do much about that.
Peculiar game, Veldas. Well, not the first part. That one pretty much as expected, but right now, T1, however, still has so much map control that my expectation is they back here, collectively base, pick up whichever items they feel like, then go towards the Dragon, pick that one up, rotate to Baron, get the Baron, and with Baron buff, there is no way that HLE should be able to try and defend.
Except with one pesky teleport ward.
Still there. But
that's there. There is also one on the blue buff.
You're not going to use it here, though, right? Like, I wouldn't even mind if HLE now, at this point, walks up towards the Baron pit and then tries to get some flank wards down there. Because this Dragon, if it's gone, it's whatever. Even if the soul goes to T1, like, you're not really going to be able to change a lot about that. But if you can get a teleport or to flank down, then you're in a great spot. And I actually really like we see this as well. T1, like, Carrier is already there right now to set up vision so that when they do go to Baron, they're not going to get caught off guard. On the contrary, that's a Faker teleport flank ward, which he doesn't need, but
yeah,
you know, if he wants to.
Could happen. Could definitely happen. And there will be the issue of Faker in a side lane as well. Like, the Aurelia can probably match him, but if it is just Cassante, you know, somebody's got to deal with the side lane pressure while Faker does have teleport. Could kind of mess with HLE Esports' plans for getting that perfect engage that they might need.
Kingen also going for the Anathema is my assumption that he has thrown that on top of Zeus. Yeah, is on Zeus. So Kingen basically can now go for as much MR optimization as he wants and not care. Because Zeus, the sole AD source, well, relevant. Obviously, Carry has an AD threat.
But he has a cloth armor.
Yeah, that's a good point.
I think your point still stands.
Well, I would like to see him go full MR into the T1 comp, but we'll see what ends up happening.
Considering it's Jace and Everybody else is basically AP unless you're counting Keria. As Faker in the side lane, he does have stopwatch. Will give him a little bit of time, but the CC is just a bit too much. It looks like the charm's coming in. He will flash, and he does get away as a bunch of ults were used to try to lock down the Kassadin. But he will survive.
Bit disjointed here by T1. As the poke does land, but health bar is not going to be as low as... Ooh, big one from Zeus there. Carry
the Jhin ult. The Jhin ult is pretty big. He doesn't quite have the angle. Okay, he is going to miss onto Kingen. As now TP from Faker back into this mid lane. Back into this fight. And with Cloud Rift and 3 Cloud Souls, they are going to be zooming around the map. It's actually going to help them, you know, potentially get away from some of these engages of Hanwha Life Esports, especially when they don't have any ults.
Yeah, unfortunately for Hanwha, they still weren't able to get either a ward down, thanks to T1 keeping up with them, or get a engage with Faker still surviving. So now you lose Baron, and yeah, you've delayed a little bit, but T1 should be able to just siege it down from here on out. But I gotta say, this Hanwha Life is very clear from the Hanwha Life that we saw in the first few weeks of the LCK. Is it 100% clean? No, obviously not, but team very clearly is aware of what they need to do in the current game state, and game, even though this is a 10k gold deficit, still not over.
Yeah, still waiting for T1 to really find a good angle. We've talked so much about how Hanwha Life do have some options, even as the game does come along. So I think in T1's mind, you know, especially the way the last couple of fights have gone, they're just trying to take every single precaution possible.
Yeah.
And really not get caught off because they understand the danger as well. Hanwha Life is the danger in this case.
It's like, we're sweepering, we're using Umbroglaive, and that's too deep. That's
Look at Jonas Strong, he's like, okay, where are the wards?
This is amazing.
There's a couple there. There's one.
That's the big one. But they know, because that one is actually blocking vision.
There was one in the lane.
So that one T1 is aware of.
In the top lane, but they cleared it. Okay, see, this is the issue. Like, Asante can live, but he can't stop Faker. So Faker's just taking 2 inhibitors for free. And Kasante can't do anything about it. I mean, okay, they are going to have the team rotate over now, and Faker doesn't have Zhonya, so that's going to be a kill onto the Kassadin. As inhibitors are going down, and there is that flank TP. Zeka's over the wall. Owners with a nice interrupt, but it's not going to be enough, as there is the kill. They get on top of the Ziggs. Hanwha Life Esports, they find a way to win this team fight, as the owner will eventually go down, and a couple of members of T1 will survive, but Hanwha Life Esports will hold on.
And even with all of T1's best efforts at trying to ensure that they get rid of every single ward, they don't. Faker going down again here, this Rakan from Life. I know his KDA might not look like it, but to me he's actually been such a big reason as to why Hanwha Life is still in this game. He's the one getting the combos down on Faker every single time, and crucially Faker doesn't get that mid inhibitor. And as a result, map pressure still not amazing here, as this time Kingen sets it up, Life knocks him down. Faker doesn't get the opportunity to use his Zhonyas or do anything really, and then Zeka here very cleanly flashes over the wall, takes down Guma, and as a result, this push from T1 going to be stifled yet again. Owner goes down as well, and we're still in the game.
Still in this
game. I felt
game.
like
still anybody's game.
But it really is, and it's weird looking at the gold, but at this stage, it doesn't really matter that much, as Faker is a man on a mission.
Yeah, it really just comes down to who's going to execute these team fights better.
And like I said, I actually think that for Hanwha Life, your team fighting is so much more straightforward, so much easier. For T1, there are a lot more loose conditions where if you execute it perfectly, I do think you're in a great spot. Although, at this point in the game, I don't even know if that's true anymore, right? Because Hanwha Life has basically reached item parity as well. He's so fast.
They're very fast.
Where'd he go?
That is what 4 Cloud Drakes and a Cloud Soul will do.
Oh, he's also Jace, right? So he also has the gate. Where'd he go?
He's so fast. And now he's in the top lane.
Skirted around the rift.
Yeah.
No, but that was a walk from base.
That took about 10 seconds.
He doesn't need teleport anymore.
Yeah.
This new tech.
What? What is going on? Well, he just casts his ult, so, you know, he gets a little boost, right? And, he's very scary. There's a lot of guys, actually, well, there's two that will really benefit from this, the Jace and the Cassidy, who, you know, they're going to get in and they're going to get out, basically, whenever they cast their ult. As Faker is in the bottom side here, you see that teleport is down for Zeka. Definitely the teleport you do want to use. Cassante flanks can work as well, just as I'm going to hold that thought. They are trying to set up onto Faker here once again, as he has not been having a fun time, and he will get charmed and knocked up. There is the chains. He's got Zhonya's this time.
That's Flash, just got to stall.
Flash as well. He's just ulting away, and one arrow does hit him, and the entire team is in the enemy base. So that's 3 inhibitors down now, and a Baron coming up in 50 seconds.
So this one is calculated, right? T1 very aware, even though it was very close. Even in the scenario where Faker ends up dying there, T1 is able to get the triple inhibitor, so as a result, there is no way out of the base here for Hanwha Life, who are still clinging on to this game. This is mental fortitude. Very impressive for Valdez.
Yeah.
I feel like a broken record because we've been talking about this.
Do you want to
game.
talk about Hanwha Life's win conditions
Well,
again?
the same thing just keeps happening.
Yeah.
Which is T1 tries to shove, right? And then someone, it can be Faker, can be Zeus, gets caught, and then they get an objective, and then they back off. Because Hanwha Life is looking for a hard engage. And then they base, they come back, they hit some poke, they start to push. Although double teleport's used now.
There's
Life setting up shop. Yeah, they can TP into the base. Although
but
they don't
no,
have
there's
wave.
Nexus turrets available. Viper's getting pretty low. Redemption gonna be huge, by the way. That was picked up here as now the flank comes in. Sejuani ultimate in there, and they are once again in the shooting gallery. Please turn this time out, Life Esports. Will you turn? It's going to be Varus who picks up the Baron as Faker's just going to delete the Rakan. The damage is huge from the side of Faker. Can he do it all alone? It's kind of Faker versus Zeka here as the damage from Zeka is trying to get on top of Zeus, but he will go down to the GA. And unfortunately now he is all alone and will eventually get taken out. There's the TP as T1 finally will break the backs and will break the base of Hanwha Life Esports.
And after an exhausting chess match, in the end, Hanwha Life feel obliged to go in there. If they don't get that Baron, if they don't fight for it, I think you lose the game anyway with 3 inhibitors down. There's no way that you can hold. And T1, 43 minutes. How long it took them to get here, but even with how that game felt like a back and forth, when you look at the gold graph, when you look at the objectives, it's going to tell a very different story.
Yeah, it definitely will. As Kuma and Faker exchanging smiles. It was definitely not your most straightforward team composition from the side of T1. I think it was a little bit cheeky. Some of the new picks coming out, the Ziggs returning as well. And they did make it work. Didn't feel very standard, but they're able to play the style. They're able to pull it off, even though at times it did look a little bit scary. They were still able to suffocate Hanwha Life out.
And for Hanwha Life, if the early laning phase, like literally the first 3 levels, weren't as disastrous as they were, imagine if they go into a mid-game on like relatively even footing. So I think for Hanwha, even though this must be an extremely demoralizing loss because you're clinging on and you can smell moments of victory, but also you're never actually that close. It must be a tough loss, but still think that they showcased an increase in how many moments they were on the same page. They were going for good plays. They were trying to find angles. Very impressive overall, nonetheless.
Blitz damage, what the hell?
Yeah.
Just Maokai things, I guess. And he did as much as Zeus did in this
4
game.
Barons in this game.
And 4 Cloud Drakes. We did not get to the Elder Flip. Did not happen in this one. We did get to a couple of interesting Barons, though. As Very interesting composition pulled out by T1 Hamalife Esports. Barely not able to come back in that one. But we are not done yet, guys. That was just game number 1 of the series. So we will have to see what happens next in the next 1 or 2 games we will have. We're going to go to a break and have the space afterwards.
Willa now over the wall, BDD trying to stop him, he steals it away, and it's a massive gnaw from Bertle into the wall as well, as Willa's going to be taken down, and now KT.
They're collapsing lead.
Oh, Willa, he just walks in and steals it, that's the soul, but he's going to have to give up his life for it. Are going to connect as Lahan's getting taken down very, very low. Willa gets on in there and they need to say stolen again! Are you kidding me, KT? Why? Why?
How did this happen again? Better.
Yeah, I think that might be a dead Gumushi. He's going to dash and try and get out of the way of this one, but final chapter's there. It's a drive-by from Kellen, and now Carrier is not going to be super safe, but Owner is in the area. Looks like D plus Kia.
Baron has started up.
Speaking to that dance again, Chronicler, they are going to do it one more time. All right, there's the steel paint. What? Deft steals the Baron, and the seismic shove is extraordinary. Carrier is going to go down as well, and now D plus Kia. They've turned the whole game on its head. Zayas, can he try to fight this? I think he possibly can, as the arrow is going to sail into the mid lane.
How's your riposte?
The riposte doesn't come in! The ventral maelstrom, that's not the ability. It's Slicing Maelstrom, and he's gonna pick up the kill. All right, here we go. The Ornhorn gonna come through. It's gonna get denied, as now he tries to get back, but it's actually the Rend that locks down the Ocean Soul. But still, the Sejuani gonna go down low, but look at the Kassadin damage. It is absurd! And this game, ladies and gentlemen, I think is just over. It's gonna be the Quadra kill. Or was it? I'm not entirely sure, but it doesn't matter. This game is over. T1 will take another 2-1 and claim the place as the only undefeated team. Security by missing 2 skill shots in a row and then nails the 2 that matter.
Oh, brutal.
Well, let's see whether Morgan can keep himself alive here. He does manage to break all the weaknesses. The flash goes forward, and Morgan, he may have done it, he did it! Oh, the Lord himself picks up the solo kill under the turret. He baits him in. Peanut diving forward one more time, but the Heimerdinger's already dead, and Pro are winning the fight. Oh my goodness! Pace is popping off though, and that is going to be the win, the triple kill in the end.
But will come down to the side laning, I think. As Viper might be in a little bit of trouble. They're actually going for life here as he does not have flash. He's just going to get sniped and killed, and we do have flash here for Viper, but he's just not even going to use it.
Wolf, I'm really glad that they left my forgetting what a slicing maelstrom was and calling it an ability that's been removed from League of Legends in the Mad movie. That was really cool. Welcome to the space, ladies and gentlemen. We're here to discuss that game number 1 that feels like it was about 2 games worth of length between Harmer Life Esports and T1. T1 victorious in the end, carrier, a third AD carry in the support role, I guess 4th if you count Ashe as not a real support, although she kind of just is, let's be honest.
The draft, you and I were watching this, I was yelling at the TV, it's a Ziggs game! and they locked it in, and like, the T1 players that walked on stage, they were trying to like stop from laughing. It felt like, I was like, all right, we're definitely seeing something unusual in this game. And then with the bans that we saw here, you see the Caitlyn's gone, the Ashe is gone, Lucian's gone. They just are like, nope, no standard, no normal. Draven gets taken away, Karma gets taken away. Then you end up with a Ziggs pick. And you can control the early laning phase with this. You have a lot of poke potential in this composition. You scale extremely well with the Cassidy and the Ziggs later on. But you do have some potential side lane problems with this Aurelia if she gets ahead. Did not happen, did not go that way. We had a dominant performance in the top lane as well from Zeus, who ended up 3,000, then 4,000 gold ahead by the end of that one. It was a very stompy game. Now, Harmer Life Esports held on by a thread for a long time, but they never ever got back control in that 20-minute hold.
No, they were they were the team that kept getting back up again so that they could get king hit another time, is kind of how it felt in that game. They were very tenacious and they did find some picks, and the T1 composition relatively difficult to play out. But if you find this sort of start to a game, it becomes much easier to carry it through to a victory. And Zeus, man, his Jace is too good.
So clean. King with a bit of a late ghost there, hurting him big time. And then in this play, you see the knockback onto Life. He dashes back in, gets rooted. He's ready to sacrifice himself here. But this is the beginning of this play. Life goes down, and then you see a follow-up win. Guess who shows up? Owner says, oh no, it's not over yet. You want it back instantly. You're hoping and praying, I want to get out of this lane. I don't want to play against the Jhin support anymore. And T1 really just abused both the top and bottom lanes where they had extra prio extremely well. You have the Ziggs push, you have that top push in the early game with the Jace. And yeah, Faker, he's going to be sitting back under turret. He's playing Cassidy, but top and bottom, you have a lot of power there that utilized it extremely well.
No, exactly right. And look, Zeka did have a pretty good game, right? He was ahead by a whole bunch of CS. He was sort of the win condition that Harmer Life Esports were trying to play around. They utilized it somewhat well, but often he was late to team fights because he had a lot that he needed to get done. Let's have a look at one of those team fights as well here, as this, I feel, was the back-breaking moment where Life Esports, they had control at this point in the game, and they could have turned Wolf.
They flipped it, and Guma actually gets this with Leandri, is at least word on the street, because it was a very close one here, but he actually takes it away there. As Faker comes in, Klid's down, and Zeka's trying his best to get in there and get the last part of this, and it does go down. We believe, we had a bunch of people on the case trying to find out exactly who gets it, but we believe it's Leandri's. But it ends up getting taken out here by Ziggs. So Guma grabs that one, but Hanwha could have turned much earlier, but they were so hell-bent on forcing this Baron take that they lose the entire game at this moment. The call to go to Baron was correct. They had the fast track there. They got there much earlier. Yeah. They could have had an easy team fight if they turned correctly, but they decided to stick on it 50-50 and overextended while doing so, using cooldowns to try to secure that Baron when it was so far away.
Yeah, and in that moment, it sort of told all of us that Life Esports were under a lot of pressure, because teams make these sort of calls when they feel like the game is slipping out of their fingers. And to us, watching that game, it felt like Life Esports were creating some level of control. And yes, there was a Kassadin on the other side of the rift. It's very difficult to play into him and Ziggs on the map, who scale extraordinarily well, but they were playing around the Aurelia in the side lane. There were certainly win conditions that Life Esports could have gone towards, maybe look to a Drake and then fight a Baron after getting on better footing, but wasn't to be the case. And I think that this might just be the T1 factor.
Yeah. Faker got caught a few times. I thought the punish play actually from Hanwha Life was pretty good on the Kassadin, especially towards the later parts of the game. And it felt like Faker overextends a little bit trying to get that mid inhibitor. Hanwha Life buying time, trying to survive, trying to set it for some sort of weird flank angle. There was that one team fight where they teleported behind with Zeka after taking Faker out, almost winning off, but then you're like, oh man, it's still catching 3 waves of super minions, so what are you gonna do?
Yeah, well, we'll have to see what happens in game number 2, but for now it's POG time. Let's see who picks it up. I'm actually not entirely sure who gets it. It's going to be Keria. Even though he had a couple of deaths in the early game, it wasn't enough to put people's minds away from his incredible start.
Yeah, CC's score of 42 in a game like this on the Jhin is pretty impressive, and I think the early game was mostly defined by him. Yes, some great plays from Zeus on the top side, but once Keria got these early picks in the lane, he just left Guma. He's like, you're Ziggs, you're self-sufficient, and he just went everywhere on the map, was making impact in all 3 lanes, was helping turn skirmishes into their favor. It was a pretty easy call for me, even though I think there were some heroic plays across the roster, just because the early game went so well, specifically because of this Jhin support pick. And this is not just one of those moments where I'm like, oh, another cool, interesting support pick. That's why I voted for Keria. I just thought he had a fantastic game, honestly.
Yeah, no, I agree. I actually think that it makes a lot of sense to vote for him, especially with how he sort of took control. But I think it was a massive, it was a team effort for T1. And as you can see behind us here, we have completed the 3rd mask.
One more to the list.
Yeah, of course, if you were there in the pre-show, or at least before the game, then you saw that Keria didn't have a mask in the middle one. So now we've got an extra one. It was, I think it was Blitzcrank, but we wanted 80 carries. And so there it is. 5 out of 11, so a little bit wishy-washy, a little bit all over the place, but Keria does pick it up in the end. And thankfully, we got best of 3s here. We'll see whether Life Esports can give us all 6 on the day, or whether T1 can grab a clean 2-0. Let's take it away, commentators.
I will, in fact, take it away, Atlas. Thank you very much, guys, on the space. And yes, that is the real question. I think T1, sometimes they get caught up in their own cheekiness and they go for some crazy drafts when they're trying to really push the envelope. And we'll see if they do it today. I'm not sure if they will. And Life Esports, I think, especially because they kind of proved in game 1 that, yes, even though it did feel like a slow, suffocating loss, they still had some angles. They weren't going to give up easily, and they do have some opportunities to actually win some of these games. So I would like to see T1 take it very seriously, and I would like to see what Life Esports have in store for game 2, what they have prepared now after selecting red side. They selected blue side for game 1.
I personally thought that Life performed admirably. T1 right now is very clearly the best team that we have within the league, and them being able to try and punish the weaknesses that the T1 comp didn't prove to be enough, but overall, I'll still take it. I think it's a very marked improvement of what this team has been doing, especially in week 1, even at the beginning of week 2 for the LCK. As they pointed out themselves, losing to Sandbox just boomed them, and boomed them it did. And we're slowly now starting to see them recover as T1 this time around. Going to ban the casting away, and I actually love that. I think T1, barring, I guess, the Zeri, are so confident in their ability to find a bot lane that works that they are shying away from what we have seen a lot in terms of banning away consistently the AD carries. And Hanwha, you gotta ban Lucian here because otherwise you're not gonna have a good time. Yeah, it's a tough one, right? I personally, okay, it's gonna be the Elise. Well,
it's fine. I was cheating. I was reading his lips.
Yeah,
Nami.
Well, bring out the Lucian Yuumi, Viper and Life. Let's do it.
Yeah.
It's not even that good. Like the Nami, then you play into Nami Draven and you just get
and then you just lose the lane.
completely run up. Yeah, especially because it's Guma, right? So if this is another team, oh, they're gonna do it anyway.
They're gonna do it.
No.
Oh no!
Oh no! This is gonna backfire. I was just joking. I was kidding. No.
Chronicler, why did you do this? I blame Chronicler.
As the Wukong pickup, we're gonna come through here. Wukong did quite a decent matchup in Sejuani. I've seen that the early damage that he's, or the damage that he's able to do, yeah, this is not surprising at all. As lock in Draven Sejuani. Look on his face, he's like,
how about Draven 5?
Oh yeah, that's better.
I like it. And I didn't even read the lips on this one.
No, makes sense. We've seen the Vi be picked very often into the Wukong. And now, for T1, you gotta lock in this Draven, because it is both a classic Gumayushi pick. It is also what I think works very well together with the Nami. Draven can use the movement speed very well, uses the extra damage that she provides, and I know I called this, but I didn't want it to actually happen, Veldes.
Here it is, Lucian Yuumi, brought to you by Chronicler, and also by Hanwha Esports, who I think they're trying to reach a little bit deep into the bag of tricks. We knew this was a possibility. We hadn't seen it yet here in the LCK, and they're going to be the first ones to give it a go. A lot of people have discussed this, you know, as a way to potentially break free of this meta, but Lucian Yuumi can have some early laning issues, and Draven Nami should have some early lane dominance, so especially with the way the bot lane of T1 has been looking, wouldn't be surprised to see a lot of prio there for T1.
Do you think that the post-6 lane is very threatening and a misstep from Gumayushi and Keria could mean really big trouble? The problem is that it's T1's bot lane and they haven't lost to anyone effectively all split, so actually seeing that happen to me is hard, and I won't see it until I believe it. I do like the creativity from Hanwha, and I am happy to see this team really try and continues to look for different angles. And into any other team, I would be pretty excited, but specifically into T1, like, we know that Gumayushi loves playing Draven. It was his debut pick. He's already played it this split in the LCK. And, well, if you want to kill Draven, and you have one of the best Akali players in the world,
yeah,
it's not a bad shout.
I really like the Silas ban as well. I think that it's really good to show some respect to that pick. Not just the fact that it's Zeka, but just the number it could do to your comp. There were so many good ultimates to steal already, especially the Vi ultimate. That really could have done a number to Draven as well.
I was waiting for Galio Camille.
How about the Renekton bid? I don't know about that with Vi in the jungle. But yeah, Renekton is going to be chosen as a blind pick to the top lane here, almost definitely.
And then for Faker, the Galio to me still makes sense here. I think that the pick is quite strong. Obviously, it goes without saying that Faker is very adept at piloting it. This is a counter to both the Wukong that we have seen in the past many a time, and then the Akali as well. And this is, in my opinion, still, even though he got Finals MVP on Aatrox, one of Kingen's best champions. I actually really rate his Ornn, and I would love for Hanwha Life to just go in the direction here, because we saw in the previous game that when it comes to the late game team fighting, this team knows what they're doing. And the Ornn is going to give you that, is a fairly decent matchup in the Renekton. Obviously, you're not going to be able to fight for prio, but Grasp Ornn still should be completely okay here. And your mid to late game team fighting looking quite strong here for Hanwha, but getting there is a big problem.
Yeah. Can they get there? I think they're taking a big risk, especially against such a lane-dominant team that T1 is. But as you mentioned, if they can get there, I really love the Ornn addition to what they already have, because before that, it's kind of like, okay, you got to rely on the Wukong. Other than that, you're kind of just running at them, and the Taliyah can deal with that very nicely, but with the long-range hard engage from the Ornn, you definitely add a new layer that will be difficult for T1 to deal with. Can they get this?
Well, that's the question. Last time we said the game was over 3 minutes into the laning phase. It wasn't,
Jeez.
but it felt like it did. You read that, well, I'll talk a little bit more about.
Yeah,
I see area.
that's
the first word I can read that.
A lot of it is. I think it was just a book about Carrion.
Nice.
Which I respect. I never really seen much like that, but I like that. That's cool. I can respect that.
A lot of effort being put into all these fan signs.
That's cool too.
Look at the Rammus.
That just
so
had
derpy.
Zeka's name, his real Korean name, just repeated over and over in red markers behind his ID. Very cool.
As overall, think that the early game pressure that this T1 composition should be put out, as well as the power of the Taliyah, could be a big problem for Hanwha. But if they get to the late game, a lot of power there.
Absolutely. Well, here we go, guys. We're jumping on the rift for game number 2. Let's see what happens. Oh. Okay, well, we're starting off with a pause.
Oh, Viper. I see you and I respect your PTA Lucian. Haven't seen that one in a while. It's been exclusively the...
With Barrier.
Yeah. Oh, they're ready to... I didn't actually get the chance to watch what Life's runes were, but we've seen Callum do this, for example. Go for the tank item Yuumi and they'll go for shield bash and...
Blitz client as an issue. And now he's unplugging his mouse. Well, maybe not his mouse. He's using a wireless mouse.
You can have like the
maybe
little,
it was the little USB.
The little dongle.
Maybe.
That could be it. If it's just a client crash, then we should be getting back in shortly. This is a little scary.
All right, so you get the anime references. Is that...
I don't know.
What is that?
Don't recognize it. Maybe it's a manhwa.
Maybe.
Not sure.
It kind of looks like...
read a fair amount of webtoons.
Is it L from Death Note? The guy who like sits on the chair?
Could be, yeah.
Kind of looks like...
Yeah, like right behind light. Yeah, could be.
Yeah, that's about as far as my anime knowledge goes.
Death Note? That's the only one?
That's pretty much it.
On it, even with my relentless campaigning, I still haven't gotten you to watch.
No, it's not going to happen.
Anything else I was going to say, but okay. I see where I stand. Very unfortunate.
You already know.
It's such a good opportunity as well, because Gumayushi is literally throwing chainsaws.
I don't think those are chainsaws. I think those are axes.
Isn't on this skin, isn't he throwing chainsaws?
Maybe. I'd have to
Talking
get
about the
look at
specific
it.
skin.
Maybe, yeah. I think there is one that is chainsaw. We should get a look at the runes here in... Yeah, those are chainsaws. Okay, I stand corrected.
How dare you not trust me, Valdez?
You very rarely see that skin in Pro. I can't remember the last time I've seen a Pro
Guma
player
played it
use
last
that.
time as well, because then I was casting it with Atlas and I told him to watch Chainsaw Man. And he didn't listen to me either, so very unfortunate.
Wow.
Yeah.
I've just blocked out Chainsaw Man so harshly that I didn't even notice that the Drafen was a chainsaw skin. Weird.
Yeah.
There are the runes, by the way.
Weird how that works, as we do see the standard Yuumi setup here for life, so not gonna take a book out of Kallin's page. Also note Guma going for Doran's Blade here, so if you're fighting to the death, that's the item you go for. And as expected, Viper and Life are gonna take it very easy going, and yeah.
Yeah.
Gonna get hit and not have the best of times.
Empowered Draven autos.
They're a bad time.
Yeah, it's definitely an issue, and you can't really step up to this. And here we go. 1, 2. Viper just going to be zoned off the wave. And yeah, I mean, this is part of the reason why a lot of people were saying, well, you know, you could try Lucian Yumi, but they do get dominated very early on. And of course, they're into a very oppressive lane, so that makes that even worse.
I don't know if they were actually able to see this. Okay, never mind. We'll get spotted on the ward as... Wow.
3,184 days since CJB, Emperor,
Blaze.
yeah, Emperor and Lust Boy.
Wow.
One
versus Imp and Mata. That is insane.
Imp and Mata.
CJ Blaze.
In the playoffs. They brought it out in the playoffs.
So they were still sister teams.
Yeah. 2014.
Oh my
god. Okay, nice trade here from Viper. I almost said Viper and the Hens. Wow, this is...
It's a 2020. We're just doing throwbacks.
Where is my brain? Where am I? I don't know.
As we mentioned...
I was sitting in this seat when we were casting that team as well. Same seat.
Oh, Viper and Lahens.
Yeah.
Yeah. I wasn't. I was at home.
You were watching in the same seat?
I was watching... Well, no, because I'm here. I can't be watching the same seat.
Well, yeah, that's true.
Yeah. I'm also not watching that. Well, I am, but not mainly. As the PTA from Owner, another example of a more aggressive rune choice early on to try and fight for the early skirmishes, try and get the little bit of extra damage that the rune provides, meaning that you can go into those aggressive plays with even more confidence. And they need to, because fortunately for T1, as expected, they are building up some pretty sizable CS leads already, as nice ward there from the Renekton. Viper to sidestep that one. Very good, otherwise they might have been in some deep trouble, but because if they don't, and you go into a Wukong, Yuumi, and Ornn composition on even footing, it's not going to be a good time. So find as many laning leads as you can, pick up some early Drakes, although one of your favorite Drakes already on the map here already, unfortunately.
Yeah, the Hex Tech here. We have been having a lot of high impact souls. We did have T1 picking up the 4 Cloud Drake, Cloud Soul.
That was very fun. Yeah, I really enjoyed that.
Yeah. As a lot of deep warding here from the side of T1. Zeus just looking to get the Demolish proc. Very nice. But yeah, they're able to spot Clid. Also, Faker gets a ward onto the Raptors. But he missed the CS.
Unbelievable.
It's okay.
Is it? No.
At least it wasn't a cannon. This is very early. What
like
did he skill into?
Yeah, big fan. Pick up that early Dragon on the back of Viper and Life. We'll be sitting on a Noon Quiver right now. Clid is making his way over, but sees a bunch of people and decides to battle a bit. And that's the early Drake. Cloud now on, and that means that a lot of the souls that you might be looking at, you're going to be feeling pretty good about here, Valdez.
Chemtech?
Not that one. Any other one.
I mean, he's one of the souls.
Yeah, Ocean is also a little bit subpar, so maybe just a 50-50. He had a mountain.
A decent chunk of the available souls. Teams are definitely fighting a lot over the dragons nowadays. Just as long as it's not Chemtech. That's the one where they're just like, okay, well, we're just not gonna.
Yeah, it's fine. You can take it.
Losing team never ever.
I don't really want that anyway.
Yeah.
You can have it.
It's actually worse. They're like, yeah, that just makes us feel bad. We'd rather not take it.
Can't be seen with Chemtech trade. Are you kidding me? That's not cool.
That's so out of vogue.
Owner just covering, making sure that his bot lane can keep, well, doing what they're doing to Viper and Life, which isn't very fun for those two. Uma currently sitting on still the Doran's Blade and also a Dirk, so Viper with his Noon Quiver not going to have the best of times, as The one benefit of this, of course, is that Viper will be able to hit his Mythic Spike a little earlier. Guilford's very strong, but it's also been a really long time that we've seen Illusion without a Nami accompanying with Mandate. And that is, I think, a large part of what has made the Lucian feel so insanely oppressive. The one time was actually in Challengers this Monday where it was flexed to mid, which...
Whoa.
Yeah.
You're saying you can see crazy plays and crazy swaps and picks all the time, every week?
Every week, on Monday and Tuesday.
On Monday at 2 p.m. KST and on Tuesday at 5 p.m. KST?
You can, Valdez. Absolutely can. Whoa. You can see the future of the LCK. You can... Oh, hold up. Never mind.
What are we... This is top lane.
Well, I don't know. Maybe they wanted to have some fun, but they don't.
Kingdom was trying to ask him, and then Zeus was like, do you really want to? And Kingdom was like, actually, never mind.
That's okay.
Yeah.
Zeus just going to clear the ward, but players like Pace, you could have known about before anyone else. You can be a cool hipster. That's your thing in League.
You could know about Hambach. True. Up-and-coming KT Challenger jungle.
Yeah.
Is your team's individual player not playing up to par? You could see his potential replacement.
It's all possible in the wondrous world of Challengers. As this game, not quite the same as the previous one. And for T1, as mentioned, I think that ideally they should be looking to find some substantial leads. But right now they're building those leads, right? They're up 700-800 gold. They got themselves the first dragon. If they can get a second dragon and a Rift Herald as well, they can start dropping some plates. And the main thing that they need to make sure, which is what Owner is definitely doing here, is ensuring that their bot lane keeps getting to play the game. Because currently Guma's sitting on 220 stacks, and if he dies before he gets a kill, it's a disaster. You need that cash-in to really solidify that early to mid-game powerhouse that this T1 composition can be.
Yeah, both junglers loving the bottom side of the map. Lid has an angle here with this blast plant. But take a look at the T1 bottom lane. They say, okay, well, we're taking the Rift Herald, so do we really need to push our advantage right now? No, we can just back away. We pushed the lane. We didn't get those range minions. We didn't have to greed for them. We're going to get a win on the map, and that's okay.
So what they need to do, have decent vision on the top half of the map as well. So safe assumption that Clid will be looking towards that bot side. Guma on his back, picks himself up a ward, gets a Noon Quiver as well. And overall, looks like still the Homalife team is able to try and keep the wave here, which does mean that Clit in the future might be looking at a potential play, as I'm gonna assume that this is our observers showing us that maybe a play was missed, but I feel like Zeus has been pretty on point in those, so maybe I'm misreading what Jonas Strong is trying to tell us.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I mean, he got in with a couple of Demolish procs from what I could tell.
Maybe he was just showing us that Kingham got the wave.
A plate was, in fact, collected. Maybe he wanted to show us that.
Nice.
Nice. As you said, this is very different from Game 1, where T1 won top and bot very quickly. T1, you know, they had a lane lead, but the wave wasn't in a great spot. They decided to back. Viper kind of froze it. And they have caught up in the bottom side.
Owner is really just continuously keeping his bot lane safe here.
Oh, over the wall goes Clid once again. A really nice maneuver. Owner is getting pretty low, but the CC chain is huge into Clid. He is not able to do much at all after that, but Zeka and Viper get over the wall where Owner tried to escape to, and that will be a trade of kills.
Bit disjointed there. If Clid is a second slower, then maybe Zeka is there immediately. And overall, kill on the Lucian, gonna be feeling very nice, but they do invest a lot of summoners here. Whereas Guma and Karya still sitting on theirs, barring the Ignite. For Owner, he gets a kill. Not the end of the world with him going down, but Guilford is now done for Viper, so that means that he is pretty decently ahead of his opponent, at least for the foreseeable future, as, Clid here with the bait and switch, able to make his way over, then gets back in with the ultimate, but then, gets taken over quickly. See the Whirling Death as well, as Guma's like, oh, I can have the kill. It's for me.
I can have.
Yeah, it's for me, but it's not for him, unfortunately. Still, Drake gonna be taken here, and
all right, what's the soul gonna be?
Gonna know soon. That's no Clid.
No.
Wait, no.
No. Okay, he's fine. Ocean Soul.
It's okay.
Yeah, it's alright.
It's not great, but it's okay.
It's just a little bit fine. Zeus is all about just getting the most procs. That's what he does in this lane. He's like, okay, I'm going to get a 20 CS lead because I'm Redactin, and then I'm going to get plate gold. It's not quite the Jace experience from last game, as no summoners for Viper. This could be the angle.
Oh, Clid. Clid's there, but Zeka's on his way as well. Faker doesn't have his ultimate available right now, but Owner
boy.
knows.
There's a question mark ping mid. They don't know where Faker is. That might cause them to kind of back away.
Again, want to reiterate, T1 is really looking to get this cash in on Guma. 320 stacks at the moment, because if Owner doesn't shadow here continuously and they get dove and they lose all that amount of possible gold on the Draven, it's going to make your mid game much weaker. Second Drake, as you mentioned, was picked up by T1 on the back of that bot side play. And now going to throw some more gold into the Draven here.
Yeah. Well, they failed at that because Guma decided, hey, I'm going to grab that axe, chainsaw, instead of grabbing the plate gold. So it went to Keria instead.
Guma's an honorable Draven. He just wants the cash in gold. That's the only gold that's real for him.
Yeah. He saw Keria carrying in game 1. He's like, well, I mean, probably carry on Ami too. I mean, who knows? Like, we just haven't seen it yet.
Do note Faker going for the Rod of Ages build. Personally, I've been a really big fan, and I do think that in this game as well, the Liandry's build into what is likely going to be the Ornn and the Wukong as champions that you're going to be hitting reliably. Especially with the Yuumi taken into account as well. I think the Rod of Ages will be lacking a little bit of damage. The upside of this is that if Zeka gets on top of you with Rod of Ages, your chances of not immediately folding are a little bit higher, as there we have our answer. 2 plates going over towards the Renekton. Again, single-handedly, but is kind of expecting this matchup. Kingen is really just a sponge.
Yeah.
Really need to do anything else. And overall, game state is favorable for T1, but I'm really going to be looking at how does the first skirmish play out, because if they are able to isolate a target, like Viper, for example, take him down, get that shutdown.
Yeah, but the second that ward is scanned, he's like, okay, I'm leaving.
Yep.
And he has Gale Force as well, so I don't think he's going to be in any trouble, as, yes, that is one thing that Draven can also do to the Lucian.
So sad.
Just stop him in his
so
tracks.
Anticlimactic.
Yeah. It's kind of Draven style.
Oh, Clid. Cheeky lane gank here. If they can kill Guma, it's so big, but can't walk up just yet.
Yeah. There is Gale Force available. No culling. Obviously, we did just see that, so bit of damage out of Viper's kids. Clid still here.
Zeus is on his way.
I was going to say, also,
stacks.
Zeus is here.
Oh, Guma has flash and heal as well.
Oh, man.
This is going to be a really big moment here, Valdez.
Did they just read this? Like, do they just know, or are they, like, looking to swap, or, like, what's going on here?
They must have a suspicion, because Viper and Life playing this aggressive, gotta be a bit of a giveaway.
They're really trying to bait them into the fight here.
Okay, yeah, there's no way. No, you're
They saw the run.
Well, not only that, but yeah, the T1's like, no. Not trusting this.
And now Faker is top. So Talia will be in the top lane for now. Decent little push for the bottom side, a little bit of pressure relief for Viper and Life.
Ooh, Guma not able to finish his Mythic just yet. As Mandate is indeed going to be a big spike. As Sage just walks up.
Uh-oh. Zeka in a little bit of trouble here. He's going to get 100-0 potentially. He cannot get out. He is going to flash, but still goes down as Owner just going to clap him on his way out. Very nice mechanical play from Owner, but Keria was the one who picked up the kill, funnily enough, and they are going to pick up the second Richter.
One of the reasons why trying to play Akali into champions like Vi, into champions like the Maokai as well, we've seen this be quite an issue. If you don't have point and click CC, Akali is monstrously slippery. But in situations like this, especially with Talia, as soon as you hit the ultimate, she's dead.
Yeah.
You're going to get 100 to 0. Not able to make it out here, unfortunately, as another Herald gets picked up. T1 is going to give this Drake, but with the soul as it is, I think trying to make sure that you get the outers a lot bigger. And all that this match is now just leading up to is can and when does Guma cash out?
Yeah, he's going to be waiting for quite a while, I think.
As do see Zeus leading it nicely. All comes through again with the whirling death. And Owner able to get the last hit in nonetheless.
Do you think that Zeus used his stun in order to bait Zeka closer?
Yeah, I also think that's the reason why
he moved up.
Yeah.
And then got into gank range. It's really tricky because normally it's like, okay, well, Renekton goes in, he's maybe going to flash stun, set up the play, but rather he was like, okay, I'm giving him too much credit. Like maybe just the timing was off and he went in early. He's like, oh crap, well, okay, you guys can go now.
I'm firmly in the camp of, yeah, that was a setup play because the moment he walked back as King, and this is a big Ornn.
He is very far forward though. Can they burst down the Ornn right now is the question. That is a big Renekton as well. Gets in that back line as King is incredibly low. Still alive though after all of this, and Zeus gets burst down pretty heavily by Viper. A massive knock up here in the front onto Clip, but he will not go down as Faker nearly gets taken out himself. Half-Life actually able to pick up the scraps of that fight.
Little worried that cost the Cursed King in there, but he pulls it together at the end, able to find a nice re-engage there. Crocodile does end up going down, and Half-Life already showcasing some of the team fighting power that they will have with this composition, right? The AoE CC between Yuumi, Kingen, or Ornn rather, and Wukong incredibly strong, getting a lot of space for both Zeka and Viper to pop off, but crucially, Guma didn't die, and yeah, King felt very beefy. This is
Yuumi on his back.
Yeah, nice cancel there on the bubble, obviously, but also means that he is susceptible to every other form of CC. PTA on him as well, so I really thought he was going to die here, but then barely stays alive. And then the re-engage, actually quite nicely done. Zeka gets the quick kill on top of the Renekton with the space that is bought by the rest of his team. And overall, Zeka might be in some trouble here.
A little bit of damage already as Zeus is waiting for it. And yeah, he's just going to walk it off. No point and click in range, at least, as Clid making his way up the rocks on the ground here. Again, going to be very annoying for many members on the side of Half-Life Esports.
I really do think that Half-Life are in a pretty good position in this game. Right there, Draven hasn't gotten the cash in yet. They haven't completely lost control of the map. I'm sure the outer ring of turrets will fall soon. Obviously, top bot already gone. Wouldn't be surprised if mid follows relatively soon, but the problem for T1, especially with this collector, okay, Guma, because if they don't cash out big soon and get either a Baron or a very decisive team fight victory that they can turn into a lot of gold, especially with the itemization choices, I do think that T1 is going to run into some troubles in actually winning later game team fights. 520 stacks. That's going to be a nasty execute in his ultimate here.
Yeah, it definitely will be. He is just looking for as much of an execute as possible. His item choice as well. Stopwatch bought by Faker. I think he had that actually in his runes. Definitely a good choice into all of the dive on the side of Half-Life Esports. Sometimes your Unraveled Earth is not enough. You need just that little bit of extra defense. They go for the Seraph second, so probably Zhonya's third, but he might just hold on to the stopwatch for now and look for something like a Void Staff for some more damage.
I am worried with this itemization that at some point Kingen is not going to die, right? Say that a Void Staff comes through here for Faker, say that Guma is able to opt into a Lord Dominix anyway. If he does eventually cash out, then you'll be feeling a little bit better, but Hololife's just trucking on. They really don't need to do more than they've done right now. That extra Drake buys them 5 more minutes as well, and even if it does go over, as we've talked about, Ocean, not the biggest deal. So I would love to see T1 try and at least feint towards the Baron attempt here, because... Oh, that's... There you go. Nice. Cool back animation.
Wait, how does the hedge laugh, though?
Because
I don't get that part.
Because it's Draven.
Yeah, but it's a hedge, which is made of, like, plants.
By the way, if you're unfamiliar, hedge is an actual word. This is not a this is not an emote. Just want to reiterate that for for our viewers, like badge or sedge.
Ah, yes, hedge.
Yeah, I just want to make sure.
All
hedge
right,
is a,
yeah,
because
true.
if you don't go to outside,
Yeah.
like you might not know what hedges are.
Got to be careful with the
I'm
zoom.
sorry, I caught you off guard there.
Got to be careful with the zoomers nowadays. You never know.
Looking at me like, what is he talking about? My apologies, Feldas.
I'm a little bit confused.
It's never my intention.
Well, we have an Ocean Drake here, and
King is backing.
He is backing.
Does a TP. Should be the Drake going over to 2-1, but the subsequent fight is going to be big.
Okay, they're actually going to commit to this one as the Unravel Earth is on the ground, and that will be stolen by Clid, who does pick that one up, and now Owner is in the pit alongside of Faker. They don't have a way to get out of here as Zeus is trying to zone for them, but the Ornn is just soaking so much damage, and the turn is massive from the side of Hololive Esports. No collect for the side of Guma either. And Faker will be forced to flash out of this. Hololive Esports find the angle. T1 commit heavily onto that Drake.
Really big moment there, and they don't even end up getting the Drake. Now, with the jungler and top laner dead, Hololive might be heading towards the Baron. I do think that this is somewhat of a risk. Faker can do a lot of damage in these enclosed areas. Guma is also still full of, I think they should back off here. They already got a pretty big win here. I'd say get yourself a second Drake. King can start giving out the ornaments, and do see here that the initial setup from the fight already starting to be stronger and stronger here for Hanwha, right? Clid is the one who actually picks up the kill at 10:50. With Owner unable to get it, and then actually getting into the spit is a little hard because of the threat of a Taliyah, but at the same time, the rest of T1 is trying to get Zeus out, or trying to get Faker and Owner out rather, and then the attempted execute on Viper there with the Vials, with the Whirling Death. Not enough damage, unfortunately, and Hololive still just keep on trucking here. Upgrade given to Zeka.
608 stacks. It's got to cash out eventually, right? It's not just going to end the game 0-0 and 1. In a T1 loss or something, that would be devastating for Dravens around the world.
I don't know what's worse, is ending with too many stacks or dying before you can cash in on them. I'm not a Draven connoisseur.
Probably dying.
Really? But at least you're trying to get them. As Clid, a little bit of a
guess.
Well, I don't know. I was just asking for your opinion.
That was my opinion.
Okay. Well,
oh. Zeka, we saw in the picture-in-picture before, Zeka almost got on top of Faker and killed him, but Faker was able to push him away, actually, shove. So far he's been handling the Akali pretty well.
Hey, if Guma gets double the stacks and he hits Zeka at that point with an ultimate,
it's a kill.
It's a kill. I wonder what the biggest cash-in professional play has ever has been with Draven. Like, what's the peak?
For some reason in my mind, it's somewhere in the 1300s.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
I feel like I was like watching an LCK match or
Yumi.
something. Yeah, Yumi in a little bit of trouble. Faker, though, no flash. He does have his stopwatch, but no follow-up here. He is alone. Over this wall, you see Owner and Keria just kind of looking at him, trying their best, but they could not commit to that alone.
And Hololive keep slowing down the game. Gold lead is still technically in favor of T1, but with the amount of ornaments that already are starting to come through now, not actually the case anymore, right? More and more value, and an Ornn with I know I said Ocean Soul isn't great, but Ornn with 4 Ocean Drake Ocean Soul into, well, he's going to build Lord Doms now, but even with Faker's build as well, as mentioned, not going to be the best at shredding tanks. Zeus's Black Cleave will help a little bit, but that is a beefy go. Throw a Yumi on top of it, and Zeka and Viper are going to run your team before you have the time to do anything, as Faker sees a Yuumi, but is unaware that the entire Goon squad is there to protect their cat. And even with the stopwatch, not a lot to be done there. Guma on the back, Zeus not wanting to expend his teleport, which I think was available because it was pretty obvious that the Talia was going to go down anyway. And crucially, Humble Life also don't get that much out of it. Don't pick up a Baron or don't pick up a big objective. But this next team fight, we keep waiting for it to really break one way or another. Hasn't just happened yet, Valdez.
Yeah, it's still a very close game. I mean, Humble Life Esports definitely putting themselves in a great spot to actually challenge T1 in this one. And you can see the total gold as well. Actually, Zeka and Viper up on top. There is the improved Gale Force.
I was gonna...
That's the name.
Okay, thank you. Improved Radiant Virtue.
I know the names in Korean now.
Nice.
That one is like the upgraded Blast Pack or something?
Oh, I think Gale Force upgrade is Typhoon. I know
Typhoon, yeah, because, yeah.
I don't know the...
You know what Typhoon is in Korean? It's Taepung. Sounds pretty similar, actually.
Typhoon, also the name of a great Dutch artist.
Oh, yeah, cool.
The more you know.
The more you know.
As overall, teleport going to come through. Very important fight here for T1.
Almost 700 stacks now for
looking for a break point.
Okay, there's the W down. King, though, is going to just charge away. And he's got a couple of Ocean Drakes, so he's got that. He's got the Yuumi. He's going to be at full health here in just a moment. He'll be totally fine to just go for a play if necessary.
Zeka, level 16.
Yeah, he's
rotating over. Yeah, T1, I don't know if you really want to try and fight for this. Might just run towards the Baron. This Drake, in the grand scheme of things, not going to be too important. His only soul point.
This feels a little bit slow for T1 to get on top of this one, especially with TPs available. Yeah, they're just going to have to pull off of it. So no risk taken. As I say that, they are looking to actually engage. King just throws them the thumbs up. He's like, yeah, cool story, bro. Like I care. As maybe the first Ornhorn I've seen, and Zeus is totally out of position, gonna get dunked in mid lane. Just like that. Life Esports have an advantage in this game.
And they had been building towards one for quite a while. Ornhorn items, of course, not showing up immediately as Kingen keeps handing him out. The Divine Sun, I want to say it's Deicide from the top of my head. That was a really cool name that I do remember. As T1 just starts a Baron again.
There's a ward in that pick, guys.
Couple of ultimates being used. Teleport does get invested here. Maybe they want to peel off as a result.
It's an official T1 Baron. A lot of damage will come through, but here comes a massive knockup. The three of them just sitting against the wall. Owner will take the Baron down, but the rest of the team goes down, and no cash-in will come through for Guma. A triple kill for Viper, who is now 5-0 in this game.
And with that, I think we might be going towards a free gamer here, Valdez. Overall, the early game from T1 just not looking explosive enough. Humble Life biding our time, finding good individual plays. And now, T1 in deep trouble.
Yeah, the damage that's coming out of Viper right now is just insane. As the flash comes in, you see Zeus is desperate to try to take out the Lucian, and he will actually, but immediately he gets taken out, and Owner is trying desperately, will take out the clone, but that's a double kill for Glid. At least a massive shutdown goes to Zeus, but massive is only relative to the lead and the control that Humble Life Esports have.
We also lose your final Baron buff. As King emoting really sums up the situation here. It's like, are you gonna engage him? Guys, really that's what you want to do? And T1 say no, we don't. Might not be the best of ideas, as these re-engages from King have been amazing, right? I've been loving how decisive he's been, and it makes me wonder, why don't we see him more often? Because he looks amazing on it, and then this moment here, the flash free-man knock-up, well, for the rest of his team then becomes easy pickings. Guma has to flash out there to not die to that, and then unfortunately is unable to cash in Draven mains across the world. Very, very sad. As here, the amount of burst that comes through from Zeus combined with Owner with the flash stun is nice, and they will at least delay, but you know, you lose your final Baron buff. You only delay what at this point feels like the inevitable, right? Humble Life in a pristine position, And I think we might be looking at a 6-game day, Valdez.
Might happen here. All Life Esports have put themselves in a really nice position. Sorella just finished for Viper. You can see T1, they were in control, but it wasn't enough of a lead. It's something you talked about in the pick ban, because eventually the Ornn items come online, the Akali gets a bunch of items, not really able to attack, or defend rather, that back line of T1. And the Taliyah pick is great. I actually think, you know, seeing Taliyah in this spot is always good, but we even saw in that replay, like, it has a very high skill cap where you really need to get the rocks down at the perfect position in order to stop the engage, and they need to be down before the engage comes through, because Kingdom was able to get in there so quickly that it was not able to stop it, and then the three of them got knocked off, and there's a lot of your disengage immediately taken away.
And it's got to be a Hail Mary play. That's what T1 is looking for here. Owner on a extremely deep flank angle. Pretty good vision though across the board here for Alma Life as they are looking towards a soul.
Hey, Jonas Strong Herb.
There you go. That ward. Oh.
I think Owner's just dead.
Yeah.
No, he's okay.
Well, Kali's coming.
Yeah, they're definitely chasing him down here a little bit.
But even with him not dying, right, the outcome is still bad. You're not able to get on top of Viper. And
Kingdom's still here. Guys, I think he's AFK. Can we check his keeper? He probably moves with the mouse, though. Zeus. Okay, nice little, yeah, it's Ornn.
Nice little what, Valdez? Huh?
Nice little Ornn escape. Zeka's getting free plates, or not plates, free turrets in the top lane.
Seems to me like Alma Life have finally found their identity. Draft scaling, pick
play
Ornn.
Ornn.
Yeah, it's a throwback, but oh, this is how DRX was able to get a couple of wins last spring as well. That faith and Kingen on his Ornn. Well, all or nothing, T1.
Oh boy, look at that ward. T1 are so indexed into this. Here comes the engage. The stun, though, this time onto Kingen is good, and Zeka is being zoned away, but Zeus kind of just goes in alone. And, yeah, he's got Owner with him. That's going to be the free kill onto him, as Zeka is getting low, but not low enough. Is going to take out the Draven. And now Keria is left to the Akali. Eventually, should be able to take down Faker.
Look at the damage that Faker isn't doing to this Ornn.
Yeah. It's also the return of the warrior, assassin, mage, warlock. That is Ornn, doing more to Faker than Faker could do to him.
But to be fair,
0-0-12.
T1 knew this was coming, right? Like with the build that they went for, you knew that eventually this Ornn was going to be an insurmountable GOAT. And Kingen and the gang now, Hanwha Life knocking on the base. I don't know if they get the Nexus here, but this game should be well and truly over, Valdez, and we're going to a game 3. Hanwha Life clearly showing signs of life. I'm sorry, I can't end that sentence any other way. I didn't want to, but
the unavoidable pun. The worst kind.
I didn't want to, but didn't know anywhere else to go.
Yeah.
It's the only inevitable outcome.
Found yourself stuck between the rock and the hard place. That is the LCK.
Watch, just look at Kingen. It's like Guma and Keria.
I was looking at Viper just laugh at the
Renekton
engage of Renekton Vi. He's like, yeah, cool story, bros. I don't care.
Yeah, he does, and he does have 2 bodyguards and a Yumi, so doesn't really have to mind that at all. Oh no.
Here we go.
Come on.
No way, surely. He has no vision!
Oh, they won't. No, it's not happening.
Yeah, he's like, oh, well. Now I'm just gonna awkwardly back.
Hey, you gotta look for that play.
Unlucky.
That's the one line that might get you to win.
Yeah.
You gotta go for it.
Well. Hanwha Life Esports, you do have a very massive lead. A couple of open inhibitors that they could potentially push into. They did just take the Baron, so I would imagine they're just trying to line up these waves and look for the end here.
Yeah, no risk taking, no silly business. You are winning this game 99.9% of the time, so just don't do anything silly. get those 3 inhibitors and play it out from there. You should be completely fine as Viper. Oh man. Not the best of time here. Guma, I think he's back up to, you know, a reasonable amount of stacks, but it's not going to matter this game, unfortunately.
Yeah. We'll see if he can get a cash out before the game ends. Don't see it happening, though. This one. As you see, Zeka's just looking for the angle. He's just lurking with his trusty cat on a book on his back. As there is the Ornhorn engaged once again. This time will hit nothing. King really needs his flash to really pop off with that one. As Zeus last stand here. They do try to 100-0 Zeka, but he does have a stopwatch, which is enough. Maybe his zone is at this point. HLE Esports going to put an end to this game number 2. And we do have, once again, a 3rd game in a T1 series. HLE Esports showing that they can stand up to this team. Very nice stuff. As they're able to scale their way to the victory.
Wonderful game here from Hanwha Live Esports. And I think the first time that we're really starting to see what this team will look like as we get further and further into the season. Actually working on all cylinders. Clid, after what was a really, really rough first 2 weeks within the LCK, able to mesh together much better with his laners. They draft a teamfight comp. The teamfights early on don't go in T1's favor. They're unable to find some crucial calls. And then that Baron, to me, it was definitely a desperation Baron, right? If you get that and maybe you flip the fight in your favor, then you might win. But T1 knew as well that if you don't try to do something desperate, there's no way we're winning this game. But it backfired. HLE Live playing out cleanly from there on out. And overall, really nice performance.
Really good stuff from them. As Mowgli's getting to work there in the office. In the back office here with his team, just going over everything. It was a win for HLE Esports. They still will discuss a lot in this one, as the bottom lane not as much of an issue as we originally imagined it to be. I think that Viper and Life were able to get through the lane somewhat evenly, and from there on out they were relatively fine.
Yeah, this is the perfect curve for a Yumi Orm comp, right? Like, you're like, oh, yeah, free enough. Okay, that's the sweet spot. And then around like the 22-minute mark, that's slowly it starts to be less and less relevant until the power of the HLE Live comp truly comes in. And as a result, nothing to be done at that point from T1.
Absolutely. Well, guys, we are gifted with a game number 3. We'll have to see who comes out on top in this one, as HLE Live are proving they can stand up to them. We're going to have a break, and we'll be right back.
라인 들어갈 때 나 공 한번 털게 이거. 다음 라인 들어갈 때.
분노라 이거.
앞에부터 보면 된다. 바텀 라인 들어온다. 바텀 라인 들어오고 요 대포로 그냥 하면은 얘네가 걸 거야. 얘네가 거는 거 그냥 대치. 받아치면 돼. 나 공 한번 털게 이거 그냥. 오케이. 그냥 거만 주는 거야. 앞에 좀 때려. 그냥 Q 하면서 때려 된다 계속. 탑 깼고 이거. 그냥 50이 그 봐봐. 레는 노플 레는 노플. 바이. 나 이거 이쪽 볼게. 레고 없어 거는 레고 없어 얘네. 내가 보미고. 이겼다. 다음부터 잘하자 얘들아.
다음판
잘했다.
끝내자. 타워 친다. 나이스. 한판 잘해보자.
아까 레벨 뜬거 아닌데? 나 뭐 0014인데? 잘했어.
Wanna join me? Come and play, but I might shoot you in your face. Bombs and bullets will do the trick. What we need here is a little bit of panic. Do you ever wanna catch me? Right now I'm feeling ignored. So can you try a little harder? I'm really getting bored. Come on, shoot faster, just a little bit of energy. I wanna try something fun right now. I guess some people call it DRX. Let's blow this into ashes and see what Papa thinks. It's such pathetic neatness, but not for long 'cause you'll get jinxed. So much better, so much fun. Let's start from scratch and blow up the sun. Come on, shoot faster, just a little bit of energy. I wanna try something fun right now. I guess some people call it DRX. Let's blow this into ashes and see what Papa thinks. It's such pathetic neatness, but not for long 'cause you'll get jinxed.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the space. I'm still Atlas, this is still Wolf, and we have gone the distance this evening. Hummer Life Esports showing some signs of life here against T1, and not sure what to expect coming into the next game, but let's have a look at the draft for this one because it was very interesting.
Yeah, it really was. So we'll talk about the Nami pick first, right? The Nami Lucian actually split. They were broken up by these teams. I have been talking about this forever. The Lucian, Yuumi. If Yuumi's up, if they just first pick Nami, you can actually take it
I think
away.
you and I have been talking about this for a really long time.
So they actually were willing to do it. Hanwha Life Esports, the first team to punish the first pick Nami, at least attempt to punish it, right? Yep. We know the Draven is probably the second best option right now in this meta for this, so gets locked in here by Gumayusi. Doesn't get a cash in early this game at all. But the main thing that we want to talk about for this draft, and as we go into the highlights, is the Taliyah pick here, because there are a million billion dashes, approximately. Scientists still are looking if there's more dashes for Hanwha Life. And so on the Unraveled Earth should be getting massive value here for Faker. And in the early parts of the game, it was really difficult for Hanwha Life to play around, but they really did play around it well.
Yeah, no, they were exceptional. And we had this prepared after we saw the draft, right? I was like, oh my God, he interrupts like everything that they're ever trying to do by putting rocks on the floor. That is ridiculous. But as it turned out, Hanwha Life Esports played around it really, really beautifully. And the first team fight that we'll get into really dictates that, because you can see everyone on Hanwha Life Esports is looking for that E cooldown every single time.
Yeah, well, let's just jump into it. We'll take a look at this fight on the Drake at around 23 minutes, where you do see what is a very clean team fight here for Hanwha Life Esports.
Yeah, let's hop into the highlight now and just check it out, because T1 look to have somewhat of control, and you can see that it's still very even.
And Faker doesn't want to go all the way through this Weaver's wall, because he wants to just hug the wall here with the Drake so that there's not an overextension here. But he's actually kind of back in this pit. Klid's kind of zoning him out. He gets the smite here. On first Unraveled Earth comes down. Hanwha Life Esports push towards the bottom part of the fight, realizing, okay, there's maybe an opening here. Then Owner comes through. Second Unraveled Earth is going to come out here in a second. That's when Hanwha Life Esports push completely towards the top. That's when you see Wukong Ultimate come out here. It's a wash, this team fight. And the positioning here of Viper, so incredible. Has had a really big resurgence in this game. He built Essence Reaver second, which we really liked. We were talking about that a lot off camera, but how much damage it could do to Renekton in these team fights as well, just front to back beautifully. And that's what Kingen allowed them to do also with this Ornn pick.
Yeah, Kingen had another day out. Of course, he was the first one to really come in and demonstrate like the Call of the Forge God flash interrupts, massive knockups last year. But he only needs a Searing Charge and a wall. That's basically all he really needs. His gameplay this game was just amazing.
T1 having a similar mistake to Hanwha Life Esports in the last one, thinking they can hold this with the Nami ultimate. They're expecting the collapse to come from the outside of the Baron clip, but Hanwha are too fast, so the Nami ultimate here from Keria just completely whips. You see the big collapse in from Kingen, and I mean, it's just a slaughter here. Only one player escapes with that Baron Shadow, and its owner is hunted down and killed moments afterwards anyway, so no Baron value despite the actual lockdown of the objective. That's the big winning moment for Hanwha Life Esports. From that moment on, there's just no way back in for T1.
Yeah, and to go back to the draft just a little bit, there was a little bit of a lack of cohesion, and I think that T1 were kind of put off by the fact that Lucian was taken away. I think that they had a different plan heading into this draft and had to adapt on the fly. Things didn't necessarily work out as well as they could, and I'm looking forward to seeing what they can do, because now, moving over to red side, they will be able to sort of dictate that flow. They won't be able to fall into that trap yet again.
Yeah, they definitely won't be split if they're looking for a first pick like that. And I think it's a good call here for T1. You've got counter pick for Zeus this time if you want it. Faker can go for something a little bit more niche if he wants to too going into this one. But, you know, talking about that Draven pick, they never got the cash in, right? And he was on like 630 stacks or so in the mid game. We're like, yeah, still no kill. He stayed alive for a really long time, didn't lose those stacks, but just couldn't secure any kills. And T1's comp is so low range that even a Lucian in that front to back is just kind of outranging, outpoking this unfortunately low range Draven that's not ahead in any way.
No, he was struggling. And now let's check out the Kingen of the game, because of course there is absolutely no other option. Kingen's going to pick up his first 0-0-14. That's 2 James Bonds.
Yeah. His left arm and his right arm is 2 James Bonds. And goal difference at end, 1,200 down. And that's okay, because he did his job brilliantly in a lot of these fights. And just watch how much CC he takes. Like, I was like, I didn't know Ornn could fly. Like, gets hit with a Nami ultimate twice there. He's having a rough time in terms of how much CC he takes in the early game, but he just becomes unstoppable later on in this game. The ornament's actually making a huge difference too, and how well Hanwha Life Esports' comp gets scaled. But this is the big game-winning moment right here. Triple knockup in the pit, follow-up Yuumi ult, not even really necessary. Doesn't even matter.
Yeah, He just played an exceptional game. Of course, laning phase can be a little bit rough, but he played that out beautifully as well. Soaked all of the pressure that Zeus was throwing his way. So really beautiful play from Kingen, and it's great to see some more from, you know, the world champion of 2022 from the top side of the map.
I respect the Viper votes, honestly. He had a good game.
Yeah, there's a couple of them, a bit of boom damage, but also a bit of a resurgence for Viper as well. So really good to see him playing on form. But ladies and gentlemen, we have a deciding game 3. Can T1 remain undefeated as far as their matches for Spring, or can Humble Life Esports find the upset that they need? Let's throw it back to the casters.
Thank you, Spacers, for that wonderful breakdown. As we did have a fan message, by the way, just wanted to shout out. Someone said, if Humble Life Esports wins this match, I will dance at Lal Park. We will see if perhaps that will happen. But yeah, this is getting very interesting. I wonder who's going to take this in the very end, Chronicler. We were talking about that draft, and I think that Humble Life were really just able to play to that draft very, very well in that second game.
Inside of T1, there are 2 wolves. And one wolf is you get a great creative draft and you completely stomp them. And then the other wolf, which is unfortunately what they've done a bunch of times now, is we pick a draft that looks and feels cool, but doesn't actually work nearly as well as the one we've done before. And then we get clapped. And then in game 3, we go back to the first wolf, which was game number 1, and we just repeat the dominance that we showcased then. So my expectation is that T1 is gonna maintain that, but if Humble Life win this, it is really big because it's both the first defeat that T1 are finding, and it would mean that Hanwha, the team that we were expecting to come into the LCK with players like Viper, with players like Zeka to actually perform to the ceiling that this team realistically should have. And that will be, you know, a little bit late, but better late than never.
Take a look at the first 2 bans from T1. Lucian, Yuumi, they're like, okay, we're never seeing that again.
No.
At least in this 3rd game. Never again for 1 game.
Who is it? Maokai.
A little bit of Maokai action, perhaps.
A couple of options here. As
sounded like he said Ezreal, but I don't know. I guess at least. That is somewhat close. Yeah, the Elise being left open this time, as it was banned in the first couple of games, so that will be Clickening's hands onto that aggressive jungle pick.
Wonder if we are going to see T1 actually attempt to punish this. Elise is very, very strong, but it's not like she doesn't have any counters. As T1, you can also say, well, that previous game, we got out team fought, so we just draft team fight and then we never lose. Which, with the Maokai, off to a good start. Here now, as far as AD carries are concerned that are still within the top tier, there really is only Zeri. Zeri Lulu isn't particularly exciting, and it's T1 as well, so I would expect them to instead pick up a, well, I was going to say top laner or mid laner. Looks like it will be the Cassante here for Zeus. Both puts Humble Life in a position where they're basically going to be forced to now pick up an early top laner. And hey, I wouldn't mind Renekton. Right, otherwise T1's certainly going to ban it away. Renekton Elise. That's a combo. Wow. Although, you know, you're playing against Cassante, so is it really worth it? Probably not. But otherwise it's just going to be Gnar again. Is Viper having some fun? Offering some champions.
That's Clid having fun. And they're going to lock it in.
It's not fun. It's real.
It's real. And it's very interesting to go for a Draven this early on, and also into what you're looking at. A couple of hard engage champions. Passive.
So you're taking a lot of risks here, as you're blinding Kassadin, and my expectation is that Faker is now going to pick up an AD mid laner to try and counteract this. Now what it is still somewhat of a question. The Yone is the big one, obviously, and personally wouldn't mind it at all. I think playing Draven into Yone also sounds like a pretty miserable experience. And T1 looking in the entire top side already.
Wow. That's really scary.
I think that banning AD carries as Hanwha here is bait. Because you're just going to push Guma to a mage. And I actually think there's some mages that can just kind of ignore Draven and just wave clear. Like the Ziggs, for example, that we saw earlier, and be completely fine.
What do you ban here? I mean, because if banning AD carries is bait, then how could you possibly begin to ban Karya's champion in this?
Well, I don't think you can with Karya. That's the problem.
So maybe just don't ban.
Don't ban at all.
It's all bait. Just don't. I think you got to go for.
It's gonna be like Ezreal.
Kalista. I think that's a pretty good start with the amount of hard engage that's on the side of T1.
I guess. To me, this is a Kalista support ban, though, because we've actually seen the Draven as a counter into the Kalista as an AD carry. So, getting double value there. Do you ban like Jhin as well? Otherwise, T1 can go Jhin Karma.
Yeah. Oh.
They have Maokai already.
Yeah, I mean, and then you have some semblance of AP damage with Maokai and Karma.
Yeah.
Samira. Ooh. I don't think they were thinking about going for Samira.
I don't know, with that top side, I wouldn't mind. What is it going to be?
Yeah, I mean... Is this new territory for T1? Well, you called the Jhin. I think that's a good call.
Let's just go Jhin Ziggs.
I think Jhin for either of them. Now Jinx, I don't... what?
Is it just going to be Jinx Kench?
Oh, no! Oh, what? No, I thought that was done. Like, I don't see that again.
You can't play Kench into Heimerdinger. Can't be done. Well, Karya might, but I don't think it'll be
Karya is one of the best Kenches we have ever
seen. Playing Jinx Kench into Draven Heimerdinger Elise sounds like the worst time ever.
Yeah, but then why did they pick Jinx?
I don't know.
Why did they pick Jinx in the first place? And now Kingen is just on tank duty. I don't mind this at all. I think this is totally fine.
This is great.
Just allow him to slowly charge up his confidence again. And then we'll hit like Aatrox Worlds level, you know?
Well, Karya, what's it going to be? Is it Jinx Chin?
Singed. For a second, I was like, man, he actually is going to play Singed. But
God.
Karthus?
He's played all of these.
Yeah.
He's played every single one of these.
Soraka.
Okay. I don't mind the Soraka. Karya playing with the hearts of every fan for a little bit there with that highlight reel, and
I was okay with the Karthus. You just like cue the turrets.
Yeah.
I mean, Soraka though, I don't know.
Well, it doesn't solve your issues as what I was mentioning earlier with you playing Jinx with a relatively weak laner into Draven, Heimer, and Elise. I think that Owner has one job this game, and it's just don't farm. Just sit in the bot brush. Keep that sapling uptime high, because if you can get to the mid to late stage of the game, I know that there is a lot of power on the opposing team side with that Kassadin and the Ornn, so it's not a certain win, but the T1 composition in terms of late game is still absolutely menacing. But I don't know. I'm feeling the Hanwha draft here.
I don't know, man. I think they will have a pretty nice start. This says Karya Akshan plus Twitch. She's waiting for that. I think everybody's waiting for that. Still the two Viper fans together.
It's one of my favorite memes. I love that little POG. I don't know what it is, a cloud?
The POG Cloud, yes.
POG
He's
Cloud
our official POG Cloud mascot, yes.
So you're playing towards bot side here as Clit, trying to benefit from Viper and Life on this Draven Heimerdinger duo while you leave your solo lanes to just have a good time. And then as T1, again, I think you got to fight early because late game might be in some trouble here.
Could be. Guys, we're jumping onto the Rift for this game number 3. All right. Well, here we go. Now, Owner has done this before where Faker was in a very important lane to win, and then he got a really key gank in mid. That eventually led to snowballing into bot. That was when Faker was playing Kassadin.
Love this here. Early sapling there to make sure that Life and Viper can't just walk up to the brush, and as a result, should be level 1 control of the bot lane here for Gumayusi and Keria. With, as we pointed out, this is all about bot lane. Because if Guma and Keria can take early control of the lane and not really allow Viper and Life to set up, they're going to buy themselves a lot of breathing room. And if they're unable to do so and they get shoved in starting main 1, then Clid paths from blue to Gromp to red and then dives bot and then never really stops. As
what are we doing here? Okay, we're just warding. He's walking towards mid. I'm like, what?
What's happening?
You can just run into the bottom river. It's Kassadin. Anything stand out here?
Not from a quick glance. Do have Owner going for the first strike, which, especially combined with the futures market, is going to lead to him getting a ton of early gold, or rather gold over the course of the game. Gumayusi's Jinx win rate should not be a surprise. That was the entirety of spring last year. We went from Jinx Aphelios, and then in summer we had Sivir. Those were the 80 carries that existed.
Wow, this is his first time playing Yone in the LCK. And that makes it his 73rd unique pick in the LCK. So Faker just continuing to stack those, and hopefully we have, you know, including this year, 3 years with his contract to get even more.
Oh, yep. Owner knows, pathing towards bot side as well, but Clid a little bit ahead. Did not pick up his red buff yet, just cleared his top side, and then now making his way over. Should have an easy time, even with the electrocute. Obviously, Owner is still not going to be able to match even remotely. But do note, there is mid-prio here, so Faker eventually can come to help. Zeka is a caster minion, because he's a Kassadin preset, so
yes,
he doesn't really do anything. And as a result,
he's like a caster minion with an AoE strike.
Cool.
It's kind of what it reminds. He like upgraded his skills.
Clid. Oh no.
It's okay.
That's fine.
He's got Omega Prio on bot side too, so.
Hey, Faker got some spiders. That's free gold.
That's free gold. GG. Oh, but that actually bought some time for Owner to pick up this blue buff.
Nicely done. And when all is said and done, bot lane hasn't been dove, although Keria did heal there. Not sure what happened, but might just have been to put that on cooldown.
Is that a win now when the bot lane doesn't get dove at 3 minutes?
At least it's meta, Veldas.
Is that where we are?
What do you want from me? That's how it is. Oh, nice dodge by Owner there.
I mean, it's not your fault, but...
Well, that's the meta.
Smite. Nope. It's going to go the way of Clid. Here comes Keria, who is very fast because of the low Owner. As, okay, we do have the sapling, and he's going to get rooted up here. Uh-oh, Clid in a lot of trouble. He is going to repel. As he's up against the wall, and he just gets zapped by Guma. And Clid, one step too far, perhaps. He got the Gromp, though.
But he had flash.
He felt safe, and then he got zapped.
Oh, that's very, very, very bad, because now the one member of T1 around, except Faker, I guess, which this entire comp is centered, now picks up a free early kill. I say free because literally didn't cost Guma anything. He walked over,
he spent some mana.
Well, yeah, okay, sorry. Not literally, figuratively.
Oh, okay.
Okay, he also wasted time, but I'm not going to factor that into everything, Veldas.
I only think in straight up literal terms only. Sorry, Chronicler.
Oh, that's on me. We've been casting together for 2 years now. I should be more aware.
Well, Clid says, well, I died. I'm going to walk over ward here and take this dragon. I think he should still be able to, although Owner and Keria are making their way over here in an attempt to stop this.
Clid's a level down.
2 turrets are
Teleport's
helping,
coming in.
I don't think it's fast enough, yeah.
Clid does a flash, so...
Yeah, bottom lane is here as well.
With Draven, I think this should be fine now.
Could be. Clid is taking a decent amount of damage, as it looks like T1 want to fight this 4v4. As in they go, nice cocoon, but that is going to go the way of Elise, and Faker goes a little bit too far, but he gets a huge burst onto the Elise. Gets ignited down, and that should be enough to push T1 back. Although Clid almost got zapped twice in a row.
Yeah, you might have Kassadin, and T1 might have Yone, but then the other 3 champions are a lot better for Humble Life. So you see the power, even with Clid being initially a level down there, just by the virtue of... This is like such a nice trap as well, because Owner dodges the cocoon, then Carrier comes in for the reinforcement with the speed boost, right? And then Clid, watch this. So, Sapling 1. Actually, I thought the top Sapling got him, but that one just timed out. Otherwise, it would have even been less close. And yeah, I think for that one does get him, and I think for Clid the call might have been that he was dead here anyway because Faker would get him even if he does flash. So yeah, might have just wanted to flash like immediately as Owner walks back into him and Carrier's there. Not going to be the case, but with Draven and Heimer, you're at the very least going to be able to still posture aggressively early on. But you know, you get a Drake, which is nice, but overall, not really what you're looking for. Now, there is a lot of insurance policy for Humble Life. We still have Kassadin and Sion, so
yeah,
it's not like the game is ever going to be completely unplayable, but...
Soraka as well, when I first saw it, I was like, you know, I'm not sure how I feel about this, but especially against Kassadin and even Elise. The second they dive in, you just drop a silence field, and it's like, okay, what is Kassadin going to do? Is he going to jump away? Well, he can't.
Well, not only that, but it also allows Guma to run barrier and then Carrier also to run heal. Because, of course, on Soraka, you're going for the heal, but with Guma also having the barrier, like the amount of extra shielding and health that you get can be super pivotal into champions like the Elise. Kassadin, I do think once he reaches a certain lane game state, is just going to 2-tap Jinx, but hopefully for T1, at that point they have taken firm control of the game, and then Kassadin never really gets to his power spike, as do have Owner moving over here.
Yeah, not much of a
That's going to secure a little bit of vision.
He's actually, yeah, he's coming in with some saplings, nicely done, just keeping them safe while they push. As the Axis
Viper
catch Guma, nice pressure onto this Jinx. As now Clid in the area, they're not going to actually commit to it, but heal and barrier used by Guma and Carrier.
Yeah, I do see the power there. If Life has an ultimate available, they might actually get the kills. Oh, I love this. This is a special. Look at the pings.
He's back.
They're pinging. They're suspecting this. They're like, Sion is somewhere.
Where
don't know where.
is Sion?
Okay, well, Sion's not getting anything done this game.
Who are these players?
Oh, here we go. They're going to try anyway.
Yeah, Guma, I think he's just accepting his death. I mean, he flashed, though. Everybody's here. Like, all 5 members are bot. You're 100% dead.
That's not fair.
Don't flash. Nice setup here from the side of Humble Life Esports. As regardless of if they were expecting it, ends up working.
And you teleport back to top lane? Miss out minimally. They should be losing the Herald for this play. And we do see T1, the on our way pings coming through now, but that's going to be full wave into the turret as well. And Gumayushi really in the unfortunate position of playing Jinx without any help there underneath his turret against 5 people. Although I have a tough time thinking of a lot of any duo that survives against the combined might of Draven and Sion and Elise.
Let me think. I think Mordekaiser.
No, I'm talking like AD carry support duo.
Well, you said duo, so you know.
Well, yeah. Let's take a reasonable. Actually, Carrier's in the lane, so maybe support Mordekaiser or super.
Support Mordekaiser and.
Hey, you force everyone to buy QSS.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, easy.
That's already the value from your support pick. Although, if you get trapped in with support Mordekaiser, you probably just kill him and then... No, but it's tank support Mordekaiser.
Yeah, so he just sits there.
So he just stands there. He doesn't cast abilities, he just emotes at you. And tries to tilt you off the face of the planet as you're stuck in the Death Realm.
And he doesn't want to actually fight you, he claws you away.
Yeah. I see the angle, I like it.
As, possible collapse here for T1. They're considering it, but don't want to take the risk. And I do think that T1 doesn't really need to. In terms of assessing scaling, I do think that this is a bit of a tough game. And it's really going to come down to how the individual members look, right? If Guma gets very fed, if T1 take control, then I do think they're in a great position. But just the threat of a Kassadin does make me a little bit worried, even though there is a lot of CC, right? There is Faker, there is Owner trying to play bodyguard, Zeus as well, can all try and keep Guma safe in the later stages of the game.
Oh boy. Clint is here on the backside of this as Faker just trying his desperately best to get away from that one. He's just gonna flash the wall. So nice positioning from Clint to be there. As now maybe a Hextech Drake on the cards for the side of Homalife Esports.
Really a redemption series for Clint, who was, I think, justifiably very much criticized after his first couple of weeks in the LCK, but as I say that, I think back to the earlier play, which was not great. So, you know, if we disregard that, actually Heimer getting it, nicely done there. But still, overall, over the course of this series, I think showing clear signs of improvement, which is always nice. We also haven't seen the Herald being placed just yet, as Zeus.
What's going on here? It's a tank fight, trying to kill the Scion.
Hey, he's going all out, okay? He's a bruiser now. For a little bit.
All right.
Yeah. Not that Scion cares.
Yeah. Are we just back in like tank v tank top lane?
Maybe. With Jax and Fiora as good as they are, you wouldn't expect people. I think counter top tanks are fine, yeah. But yeah, if you try to play like blind side and you face Fiora, I don't think you can have I don't think you're gonna have a very good time. I think you're gonna have a very bad time.
Yeah, it doesn't sound very fun. As Rift Herald, this is the first Rift Herald. She's going to be dropped here at 12.5 minutes. She was kind of doing a little dance there for a second, but she's okay. A couple of plates as Faker gets in range. What is going on in this series?
I'm
I don't know.
looking at Veldas. Veldas is looking at me.
Yeah.
And we're just enjoying the silence. I think that's beautiful, no? Well,
I'm just getting lost in the depths of your eyes.
Oh, Veldas, you make me blush, which I don't appreciate, FYI.
Yeah, Chronicler hates compliments.
Yeah.
In fact, he loves when you just straight up insult him.
That's, yeah.
Okay, Faker
like
goes very deep. He does get a 175 gold. Very nice.
You make it sound worse than it is, Veldas. But let's not get into that. As overall Run of Age is now done here for Zeka. Should be looking at a very nice spike once he finishes that and his Zeref's Embrace. And overall we do see Viper 365 stacks, as many as there are days in the year. Wow. Beautiful. Well, now it's Ruin.
Yep. Now he's in the next tier. Owner just coming down here to play bodyguard.
That's his job. That's all he needs to do. Because, yeah, as mentioned, I do think that the late game Jinx win condition is a big one, but as far as actual setup go, I can still see some issues as
Faker getting caught here by the Cocoon. No escape for him. The Soraka ult may have saved him just barely, as in goes Zeka, and the flash from Clid will be enough. A very nice setup as he's able to get over the wall and into that lane.
These are some pivotal moments here for Homalife Esports. As mentioned, I think that both two teams have a lot of claim when it comes to the late game team fighting. That sign really bolstering what otherwise would be, I think, a fairly tough to execute composition from Homalife. Still, gonna have to see how Clid and Viper are able to navigate late game team fights when Faker is sitting on 2 free items, when Gumayushi in a couple of autos will shred everyone, and if you think the range disadvantage for Homalife at that point is going to be a problem. But their mid game here, very, very strong. Clid just hiding in wait, reads it beautifully here, and they get the 100-0. Even with the wish, even with the ultimate, not going to be quite enough. Clid with the flash and the execute, not the kill. Nicely done by Homalife, and might set up for a nice Drake here as well. And if they can get an early Mountain Soul, that is going to change Some of the equations here are going to make it a lot harder for Guma as
got him.
It's cancelled, very sad. And also it's going to make Zeka even more of a menace, right? He already gets a ton of health with the setup that he has. You add extra resistance to that as well. Bit scary here for T1.
Here comes another rocket. It's been a while since teams have had to worry about Jinx rockets stealing objectives in a professional match. I wanted to ask, is this the first Jinx we've had in 2023?
In the LCK? I think so, yeah. Fairly certain that we haven't seen it before.
It's kind of crazy with how much we loved our Jinx for many years.
Maybe she's going to be good again on the next patch. You don't know. You know, 2 crit item 80 carries. Could be a thing.
Got to be ready.
The one issue I do see for the Humble Life composition, if they are unable to maintain, more control over the game, is that I think their engage is pretty lackluster. Cyan on its own is obviously very telegraphed and can help you start fights, but it's not really the most reliable form of engage. So you are somewhat reliant on, as we just short of 500 stacks, are going to be taking a look at Viper, whether or not he's actually able to pick up kill here in the upcoming fight. But actually starting fights, if you don't have control of an area, can be tough because it's cocoons or Cyan, right? So if you don't have vision and Maokai is throwing saplings everywhere, I run into some issues.
Well, big fight over this Mountain Drake, seemingly incoming. Kingin already extremely tanky. Just thinking about leading the charge. I like the angle if he comes in from the mid lane, but you can see that T1 is not really overextending into the river. They need to deal with this Rift Herald first from the side of Humble Life Esports. Could have just potentially dropped it and tried to rush for the mountain. Their turn also quite nice. So here we go. Might deny this charge, looks like it. Yep, there's the eye hit. As, I mean, a big cheer from the audience. Even if that did charge, it's not really that big a deal, but that's okay.
Poke landing decently well here on T1. Kingin has his ultimate available.
Yeah, just trying to straight up run in with the Maokai ultimate here as Viper has to cleanse even just to make sure he doesn't get rooted down in a bad spot. Kingin is still in this brush. T1 just goes straight down the lane and then straight out of the lane. So Humble Life Esports looking to take a free Mountain Drake.
It's going to be a sole point here for Humble Life Esports. And yeah, I talked about Zeka already. There is also Sion. Who, are they going to try to contest anyway? I think not going to be the case here. Faker just going to teleport to make sure that the turret is okay. But yeah, Sion is already, we're 18 minutes in, he's sitting on 3,000 health. If you add a Mountain Soul to that, you're gonna have a bad time, Valdez.
Yeah, I really struggle to see, unless T1 can get to like 4 items.
Yeah.
Even then, like, you really need a great setup for the team fight to make sure your Jinx doesn't blow up in 2 seconds to Whirling Death and Kassadin.
It's
and
tough.
even then, you got to get through the Scion, which, 4-item Jinx probably can, but...
Ooh, Note Owner also going for the Leandries, so trying to bolster his team damage in that way. And I wouldn't even mind if Guma decides to go for Lord Dominic's second here. Is much weaker in terms of like the 2-item power spike when you do finish it, but then to compensate, your 3-item power spike is going to feel amazing. And into Humble Life, there, look at that. There you go. Last Whisper bot already.
There you go.
Very happy. Hey, look at that 800 stacks. Thank you.
Yeah, we'll see if that ever comes to fruition here, as we see that Faker is trying to kill Sion. That is a fate many a person has tried and failed at, as Sklid gonna land the cocoon. Doesn't know what's on the other side of that brush, and he's kind of far away from Kingin, so he's like, well, we got Faker, we pushed him back a little bit, and that'll be good enough for now. But Faker's really got to be careful about going in on stuff like that.
Kingin's waiting. They don't know. Okay, now he knows. The Goon squad coming up towards top side, but Doesn't really matter. Zeka is just having a grand old time here in this lane. And shove it out. See Zeus says bye. And pieces out. And overall, we are waiting for the next dragon. Because for T1, I do believe that every single Drake now is a life or death type of fight. And as mentioned, Guma might be able to finish his Lord Dominic's when you get to the second objective, but that spike is okay, not amazing. If Faker can get his IE as well, then could be feeling okay, but overall, I gotta say Hanwha Life seems to have a great read on T1 in this second and third game, right? Like really just saying, okay, well we're gonna team fight. What are you gonna do about it? King and back on tanks. I'm loving it.
It just feels so natural.
Yeah, if you just watched Worlds, you might be wondering why we're asking for this, but this was 2022 summer when we saw some great King moments. It was on his own, most notably, but even his Scion, his tanks in general, I think have always just been really, really great. As Zeka, I think he was literally just sitting on tier, then based and bought an entire Seraph. Yeah. So 2 stacks away. 2 more minutes. And, you know, I think T1 had the ability to out-execute here, but I'd be a little worried if I was a T1 fan. As we get through this next objective, I do think that if Zeka can hit 15, he's going to hit level 16, right? Like, as the Mountain Drake comes around. And yeah, Leandris is nice. That's big. Faker is about 400 gold away from finishing his IE as well. And he probably will be able to as TP as well, so that should be fine. But if we take stock, then I think Hanwha Life, you know, 2-item spike on Draven, a Kassadin that's level 16.
Yeah.
It'll be a toughie.
And your Jinx is like, well, I have a Lord Dominic's. Yeah, you're doing okay damage.
It's the right item.
Yeah.
But it's not great.
It's the right item, but also you need 2 more right items, potentially, in this game. I mean, and you could argue, okay, well, maybe you want to, you know, catch Kassadin before he's truly online, but I mean, there it is, level 15.
Look at his XP.
Yeah, look at his XP bar down there in the bottom left. It's 90% of the way, maybe even 95. I mean, he's gonna hit it before this Mountain Drake spawns, and that's Mountain Soul. This isn't just like huge amount of resistances. It's a shield on top of everything. Like, is Yone going to be able to burst through that? There's going to be huge amounts of stacked armor.
Didn't get it off that wave, so he needs one more, but it's 25 seconds. Yeah, he'll get it
here, yeah.
It's happening. Guma does hit a spike as well. Faker also going to finish his Infinity Edge now on this base, I'm certain. Will that be enough here, Valdez?
13 seconds to the Drake, and Hanwha Life Esports, they set up the push in mid. They set up the vision line. They're the ones in control of this area.
Oh, this is the game-deciding fight, I think.
It should be.
What is it, 700, 800 stacks for Viper as well?
Yeah, it's going to be a massive amount of gold as Faker's down 2 levels. I mean, Yone's not building Rod anytime soon, and Zeka's had a lot of side laning time, so of course that's just naturally going to happen. And I mean, this is it. I mean, King is just going to stand in front. Faker will look for the side angle here. We'll see if he can catch one. As he is over the wall, he's going to catch Clid on this one, but Azonius is available. Can the team get in to help him, though? He goes up in the rappel as Zeka is zoning away the rest of the team, as Clid will stay in and take it down. That's Mountain Soul for Hanwha Life Esports. Viper able to 1v1 at Cassante, and now T1 are just lost in the front line. They have no way, as Faker is trying desperately to provide some sort of a front line. Guma just gonna kill force into the team, and Hanwha Life Esports will shut them down huge in the team fights.
And Guma desperately looking for the resets there, doesn't even get the final auto off on Zeka. Well, Viper casting sitting on 3.2k gold, but even if they didn't, as long as Hanwha Life didn't lose that fight too decisively, the moment they got that Mountain Soul, they were chilling. Imagine if that Soul doesn't come through, then maybe you do get the kill. Maybe Guma gets the resets. He's doing an incredible amount of damage in this fight. But this is what T1 risked when they gave up, particularly that third Drake, right? Like, Zeus is buying a lot of time here, and Viper is always going to take him down eventually, but crucially, he's not in the fight, right? And Guma is doing as much as he can, but again, imagine if there is no Mountain Soul right now. Like, look at the health bar on Kingen, right? Look at the health bar on Zeka as Guma is going to flash over here.
Even Clid.
Those might be game-turning moments, but instead, Hanwha Life paying off as, yeah, there we go. Yeah, that's, we get
1792.
We get both sides of Draven, and man, Hanwha Life took them about 2.5 weeks, but they finally made it to the LCK.
Yeah, they finally got here. Welcome to the LCK Hanwha Life Esports. Very nice to have this team in and performing. I do feel like T1, you know, in the last couple of games, they have not been able to be proactive. I understand in this game, it's like, okay, well, you've got a Yone, you've got a Jinx, but I don't know. Maybe it's the draft. Maybe they just looked a little bit better when they were going for lane domination rather than whatever this is. As, yeah, now with the Baron, Hanwha Life Esports, a team that says, okay, you want to go scaling, you want to take these games slow and steady, we will easily take you down. As Zeus is just falling apart like a piece of paper in front of Viper, who is massively fit.
That was one auto!
Yeah.
That was 60... Guma went down to 60% of his health.
Flash Cocoon, might as well go for it. T1 don't have a chance in the world of stopping this push. It's Mountain Soul, level 15 Scion with the 3.5 item Draven at 27 minutes into the game.
They're gonna do it, Veldes. Hanwha Life about to give T1 their first loss of spring.
And in magnificent fashion as well. Just excellently done. The way they have played around their power spikes has been very nice to see. And Kingen, once again, he's just in the front line. He is just having a great old time. Faker is going to get a pretty nice ultimate, but a little bit too little, too late. Some of those health bars did get quite low. Zeka is trying his desperatelyest to stop them, but it is not going to be enough. Hanwha Life Esports will clean them up. A massive smile on Life's face as they will take down the Nexus turrets and the Nexus 2-1 to Hanwha Life Esports tonight.
And the creativity and the dominance that T1 has shown thus far, nowhere to be found in these last 2 games. But the performance of all the members, really, of Hanwha Life, looking amazingly. Clid hitting a couple of super key smites, actually finding, barring that first play, plays across the map, right? Hits cocoons, takes down Faker, puts them on the back foot. Viper, well, self-explanatory, having a wonderful series, both in the previous game and then this one. And Kingen, he's a beefy boy, and he's back on the beefy boys. You gotta love it, Veldes. Hanwha Life Esports with a super important victory here.
Yeah, it's very fun the way they did it as well because, you know, we came into this one and everybody's talking about T1's crazy drafts and all the different angles they've got. What is Keria going to play today? You know, all the hype is around all their craziness. And then Hanwha Life Esports come in. Takes them a little while. They almost are able to find some angles in game 1. And then I feel like in a couple of drafts in a row, they're able to kind of draw T1 in to their gameplay, to their game style. And they just straight up outplay them 2 games in a row. Like, what else can you say? Some very interesting, some weird picks today in this series. But at the end of the day, it all comes back to the tank top chronicler. Some things never change.
And finally, the Live Sandbox mental boom has worn off. Zeka flexing.
Finally, his shoulders taking a little bit of a rest.
Really, because he played well today, but he wasn't the focal point, and that to me is so big for a team that was looking like we're making a lot of Zeka Life Esports jokes. Vipers, like, yeah, I played well.
Yeah.
Hey everyone.
I mean, this guy, you know, he's a consummate professional. He knows that, like, this is just the first step. Like, it's almost relief you see on his face, right? Yeah. It's like, okay, we did it. Great, awesome.
And now
feels great,
it
but
really starts.
Now we begin. You know, he's not going to do any crazy ceremony or anything like that. He understands that it's a big win, but there's still more to come. There's a lot of work to do for this team.
So happy Viper's back. As this man on your screen right now as well deserves a lot of credit for how he's been able to turn it around, was looking like one of the worst junglers within the LCK for week number 1 and 2. Just no cohesion, no communication with his lanes at all. Gets the Elise, and again, we're showing.
Yeah, just delete this highlight.
And then outside of that, he was great. This was.
And even this, it's like, you know, he got a little bit over aggressive, but he's still doing his job, you know. It was a pretty large mistake, but, you know, after that, he was on every single gank.
And it takes a lot to come back from, I think, a start that poor, where you are very much the focal point of criticism. And we see as well that this Home Life roster, when they get a draft that just allows them to straight up 5v5, look like a completely different team. It's really well done, right? The front to back is great. It also gives Viper the space that I feel like he's been lacking in a lot of other drafts. His Zeri game comes to mind, where he had to play very far forward. And obviously, you can always criticize them for the positional mistakes that you make as you're playing far forward, but looking at this, and I think it's really good for the LCK. I love seeing teams that are supposed to be good come into their own and really showcase the level of play that we're looking for.
Yeah, absolutely. We're listening into some of the last moments. No laughing, no, you know, no celebrating yet. It's all serious here at the end. Just calling Leone stun.
나 타워.
잘했다. 왜 펜타를 안 주네?
잘했다. 우리 이제 첫 경기지 우리? 잘했다.
잘했어요.
우리 잘했다.
Sighs of relief.
I think he said like this was our first game or something like that. I'm not, you know.
Makes sense.
Maybe that's the way he felt, because obviously that wasn't their first win, but maybe in a figurative sense, Chronicler, which you taught me about today. You know, perhaps in a way, this is like the first step, and just what I was saying, you know? This is really a great first step for Life Esports. Take out a team this large, who was on such a roll, the first team to do it, right? So far here in 2023.
And in a clean way as well. No cheese, just straight up front-to-back team fighting. That's all legal.
Just the tank top cheese, man. So cheesy. Great stuff. Hope to see it more. Could change the meta. Either way, guys, we are done here on the caster desk with 6 awesome games today. And we're going to throw it over to this space to finish off the show.
Thank you so much, gentlemen, and welcome back to the space. We're here to break down the 6th and final game of the day. And Wolf,
a real team, Atlas! A real
redemption!
We have been calling it internally here between Atlas and myself the Clidemption series, potentially. And yes, there was that one mistake, and it wasn't the highlights.
It wasn't great.
He played a great game, but it was really about Life Esports in this best of 3 finding out their identity. They're a front-to-back team. You put King on a tank, you put Viper on a mid-range 80 carry, you give him an Essence Reaver, and he's going to carry the game. It feels like this team is finally unlocked. Like, the power levels were just locked. I mean, you could see, like, the little lock icon next to all these players, and they've all been opened. Finally,
we've got rainbows. We got rainbows on all of these picks because the draft was a little bit all over the place. It was a bit crazy. We had curveballs being thrown left and right, and it's been T1 that's been the navigator of all of this craziness in draft in games prior. But this was all started by Life Esports.
We've seen a little bit of the Gumayusi Zeri at the server right, but this has mostly been T1 wanting to play hard push, strong side bottom, and this draft said, no, you cannot do that. We're taking away everything. Samira and Kalista are gone. What are your options? What can you do in this draft? And you could see in those final picks for T1, they went down to the last second. The Yone pick seemed a little bit greedy. Didn't work out. Faker looked a little bit out of sorts on Champion, first time playing it professionally. The Jinx goes down to 0, and then you see Karius is like going through his solo queue picks, and he locks in the Soraka, which I thought was a good pick if you consider how the draft works. And it could be, you get that first pick with the Jinx, you get excited, you can play that long fight with the healing. But they just never had any tempo in this game. It looked like a very uncomfortable draft for T1, but really smart drafting on the side of Life Esports to push them into that position.
They absolutely did, but then they also used Sion as a Rift Herald in the bottom lane. That's our first highlight. Let's get into it right now, because Kingen was just in his element this series, man.
Yeah, he was
game
like, all right.
Game 2 to Game 3, he's like,
guys-
I'm a Rift Herald now.
You guys may cross map after this, but you may get the Rift Herald, but I am the Rift Herald.
Exactly.
Just goes in. Really nicely set up dive, but Guma's just like completely lost, no resource whatsoever. You saw Zeus just like walking down. He's like, I don't know where Kingen is. Nobody has any idea where he is. And then Guma even flashes there. I think he panics a little bit at the last possible second. It's so exciting because we haven't seen T1 look this vulnerable at all this whole tournament.
I think the only time was Game 1 against KT. Because in Game 1 against D plus Kia, they had control throughout most of the game, right? And it was, you know, a fluky Baron situation that was actually orchestrated very well by Canyon and Deft, but that was what pushed it over the line. It wasn't T1 being out of control, and this was an example of that. So the Kings are fallible, and of course, this is not us, like, we're not going to sell the farm now, right? Because I think T1 have definitely got a lot more, but yeah, losing to Harmolife Esports, man, like, history repeats itself all too often here in the LCK. Let's check out the last remaining highlight that we have.
Yeah, this Drake fight was pretty sick. I mean, this is just showcasing the front to back power of this team. We saw Viper in this exact same position in the previous game where he's at the back here. Just has the ability to understand where his team is and how Kingen buys space. Look at Kingen just walk at 5 people while Zeka sets up the flank. And T1 can't turn onto this Cassidy. You can't chase him down, you can't stop him. They know he's there, but they decide to try to force their way in here. Faker goes over the wall for his ultimate, doesn't actually get on top of Viper, who's got a nice cleanse here. And like, Viper just at the back here, untouched, doing damage. Kingen blocking the way, holding the door. And even if you lose this Drake, you still win this fight 10 out of 10 times if you're Harmolife Esports. Zeka's got the flank angle untouched, and if T1 walk back and try to kill him, they lose the Drake, they lose the fight. And Kingen at the end of this is just so beautiful. This is the type of highlight we want to show because it just showcases how well Harmolife Esports play around Kingen when he's on a frontline tank.
Yeah.
Viper's given some ADC carry agency. ADC carry agency. Sorry.
ADC something like that. And I think that this is beautiful because it's exactly what you illustrated. It's finding the composition that Harmolife Esports can play around, right? And mentioning that, I just want to add on, putting Zeka on these champions that do flank so well when you don't have Kingen trying to do exactly the same thing, I think has unlocked something here in Harmolife. Because like you say, him just being frontline and standing there, being in the way, being frustrating, really does look to be the answer that Harmolife Esports
you've got a hard rock in the top lane, and you have this Shuriken, who is Zeka. He's always good at these flanking champions, whether it's a flank of the Azir, he sets up an Emperor's Divide, on his Akali, obviously, and in this game, on the Kassadin, right? And then you have the hard rock, who's just going to stop everyone from advancing. What a great comp here, and I'm just glad because Hanwha looked like a miserable team, honestly, in terms of how they were playing, how they were drafting. We were like, where's the potential? We're just never going to see it. Finally see it, feels like we may have a new challenger to top 4 in the LCK.
Yeah, I think we need to get the Smash Brothers thing in. And let's have a look at who picks up POG, because this could be a difficult one. Is it going to go to the Scion? Is it going to go to Clid? And it is. The Clidemption begins. Look at that happy face. That is a Clidemption face if ever I've seen one. I think a few votes should go over to Viper as well. I think he played fantastically on his Draven. Using his ult to stop backs all over the map was actually really cool. But Clid was great this game.
He really was. He knew how to punish this Yone pick so well, and I was joking with you when the draft came up when Faker chose this one. I was like, Yone kind of has gank assist for the Elise because you know where he's going to be, but it wasn't always about that. I think Clid had such a great setup for Zeka through the mid game, and I think we're going to see a split vote because Kingen had an amazing game, right? We did see, obviously, Viper do tons of damage. I was going to vote for Clid until the final moments. Viper also with some amazing interrupts on backs, really slowing down T1's macro. I mean, this is the cleanest game we've seen for Harmolife. I think Valdez shouted out earlier, one of the players at the end said, is this our first game? It feels like our first game. It feels like this is the first time they actually showed their potential.
No, 100%. This is what we were expecting from this team. With 3 world champions, right? Like, this shouldn't be a team that's now still fighting to get out of the east side of the bracket. 5 out of 11, pretty understandable split vote there. Media all over the Clidemption storyline. I love that because, of course, you know, media's all about the story, all of it. It's like all journalists and stuff like that. And I'm right on board. I'm ready to join you, media. Not this time. Get your Keck W's out of the chat this time around because I'm okay with it. Would have liked to hear from Viper, and I personally thought that he had a great game. The Clid was fantastic as well.
It really was. And I mean, This kind of split vote is the type of thing that showcases how the team is working well together. Not one specific part was actually the MVP or the POG, but actually the team as a whole, as a 5-man unit for the first time, showed up here in the LCK.
Yeah, and do you know who didn't show up? Me. I'm 0 for 4 so far this week. I haven't managed to get any predictions right. And on that note, let's throw it over to Ji-sun to get into the HLE interview.
Thank you very much, guys. This is Ji-sun for the very first POG interview of Hana Life Esports this season, joined by Kingen and Clid. After their first win of the season, how do you feel, Kingen? I think today was a very, very important series for the remaining, season. And I'm so glad that after the first time we won in the opening week, I'm glad that we were able to end our losing streak and also, stop T1's winning streak. Me too. During the losing streak, we were struggling a lot, but I'm so glad that we were able to make it happen. And then I just want to keep this momentum going and keep having a winning streak. Yeah, this was a 3-match losing streak, which was really rough. How are you able to kind of deal with the current situation inside Hana Life Esports? About the team's atmosphere, we are actually having a great, mentality, great personality, so we always tried so hard to cheer up as a team. Even though it was a losing streak, we knew that we will be able to overcome this together. And Kingen, yeah, you had to go up against T1, a team that was undefeated so far. When we play, we shouldn't pay attention to what the opponents are doing. We should rather focus on our win conditions and our game plan. And we were, concentrating on those factors, and it went so well as we planned today. And Clid, it was a rematch between you and Owner after more than 500 days. How did it feel to go up against T1 after such a long time? Every time I get to play against T1, it's always a great fun, I always enjoy it, and Owner is a great jungler as well, so it was really good. I have another question for you, Clid. We had, Jin support by Keria after Hana Live, who used it for the first time in the LCK, and today it was Ziggs Jin bottom duo. How did Hana Live's players react to that after game 1? Well, T1 kind of preferred those kind of comp earlier, so we had the information, and then we kind of knew that after during the second phase of the pick and ban, we knew that we can actually cope with it. We can kind of, react to this pick with our own comp and game plan, so we were not too worried about it. And we saw the Master Ornn strategy here in game number 2, so let's take a look at this replay together. Could you break it down for us? The 3-man knockup was amazing. I mean, that was a pretty much easy knockup angle for me because T1 had to burst down the Barons. So they were having a very limited space to stay in the Baron's pit, so any Ornn player would have pulled it off. After that amazing performance on Ornn, and then now we had a very special comp in game 3, Draven, Kassadin, and then Sion. I guess you're going back to some of the tank meta on the top lane. What was the theme of your game 3 comp? We kind of realized that if you have too many cooks, it doesn't really work. So we realized we have Zeka and Viper as our DPS. So I don't want to be the cook anymore. I want to be the reliable tank as a frontline, and our damage carriers will just do all the work done. So today our theme was, me being the frontline for Zeka and Viper. And Clid, your game 3 list was so on point. We were able to see the aggressive Clid after such a long time. I think right now the current meta is all about having the agency for either the top skirmish or the bottom skirmish. And looking at our comp, we kind of figured it's really important to have a champion that can accelerate the power spike, so Elise was the right pick. Now let's take a look at this replay where you were able to show off your cool smite.
이게 첫 번째 용에서
So
4레벨에 스마를 안 쓰고 용을 먹었거든요.
I actually got Drake in the first dragon fight without using smite. So I was like, today is my day. And then, you know, soul fight is always so important. So I focused on the Drake. Yeah, sometimes you get your day where you can just pop off. And this was the game-ending moment for the Hana Life Esports. You guys are able to keep pushing this snowball and kind of picked up the win. Tell us about the smite fight. Well, I think like as I got older, like I'm still learning about it. You know, I'm always learning as I get to play up against other junglers. And today we have a very special message from Hana Life Esports fan. She sent a message through a QR code saying, "If Hana Life wins today, I am gonna dance on the stage."
네? 네. 그러면은 저희가
So,
춤을 또 안 볼 수가 없겠죠. 지금
could
카메라에
we
잡히는
bring
분이랑
that
다른
fan
분인
on
것
stage?
같아요.
I guess like the one in frame is not the one, but there's a guy
위하여라는 냉정함을
actually
가지신 분이신 것
sitting right
같은데요.
next to her who's raising his hand. And FYI, his ID was for Horde.
네. 지금
So we will do our best to find the right fan who sent us a message, and he is the guy who will dance on stage for Hana Life. And he is happy to dance for them.
지켜주세요. 좋습니다. 와.
A great ceremony from the fan of Hana Life Esports to celebrate their big win against T1. I guess you guys have to show something for the fan, right? Maybe together? I can't dance at all.
같은 춤 한번 춰볼까요?
Maybe we can just do some same moves.
죄송합니다.
I'm so sorry. So sorry, but we can't. If Hana Life gets, you know, a winning streak, maybe we'll be able to see some cool dance moves on stage. Maybe next time. We are having so many Hana Life fans waiting for this win that ends the losing streak here at Low Park. Also watching online. Any message over to all the Hana Life fans? I know our fans, you know, are supporting us, waiting for our win. But early on in the season, we were not doing our showing our best. You know, we were underperforming. But I can promise you this: in the end of the split, we will be the ones smiling and doing the best work. And I think this win was a very important one in order to turn the momentum around. So keep supporting us, and I always appreciate all your love and support. Your next opponent is DRX. Clint, this is gonna be the Saturday shootout match of the week. So finally, after such a long time, we got the win. So I'm so glad that we ended our losing streak, but we will not stop here. We will come back stronger, and we will bring another win in the end. And this will be the end of the interview from King and Clint, and back to the space. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Jisun, for the phenomenal interview translation. Also, thanks to that one guy doing the Hana Life Esports victory dance. Absolutely glorious. Let's have a look at the standings, because they're going to be a little bit confusing if you've just started watching the LCK today. Hana Life Esports are now 7th place after that victory over T1, who were undefeated.
Okay, so now our top team in the LCK is in serious flux because we lost. D plus Kia lost to T1, then lost to Genji, so they dropped out.
Liv Sandbox could be first place.
Sandbox, if they beat Genji, they could be first place. Depends on what happens in T1's next series as well, of course, but that might actually happen for the first time.
Atlas on Pog State is in absolute shambles, man. Absolute shambles. As that matchup is coming up tomorrow, KT versus Kwangdong Freaks is going to start us off. And I just have no idea what the standings are going to look like, man. Like, it's all over the place.
I am really looking forward to Genji versus Liv Sandbox. It could end up being the best match of the week. Next to this one that we just watched, this one was actually the best so far.
Yeah, this is the best so far. Maybe we'll have one that is able to stand up to it. But thank you so much for watching, guys. We are going to be back tomorrow for more LCK action. And for now, good night.
Standing on the edge of this big love, I'm not looking down, baby, I'm ready to jump. I never believed love could set me free. You break down the walls I build around me. It's a strange magic every time we touch. Yeah, I'm falling for you. I'll keep falling. I'll keep falling. You are my greatest weakness. You are my greatest. You are my greatest weakness. You are my
DRX come in as defending world champions, but looks like there's still a lot of growth that needs to happen here.
Life Esports going to have to figure something out because they're looking a little bit DRX-y to me.